I mean, I can share how to find it on LinkedIn.
All right, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
You're all late. That coffee's really strong, so you're coffee like you're fully caffeinated, ready to rock. Welcome to Retail Loco, day one. I'm Asif Khan. I'm the founder and president of the Location-Based Marketing Association, and we are just super excited to be back in person in Atlanta. It's been a long time. It feels like it's been a long time. Just thanks for coming out. And I've been on the road a little bit now. For the last number of months, doing other conferences. I was in Japan last week, and some of our Japanese member companies are here at CTEC. And even big conferences like that, with thousands and thousands of people are still recovering. They're at half capacity and so on. So we're really just excited to be back in person and doing all of this with you. Just as an icebreaker, so last night some of us were out at dinner, some of the speakers and stuff were out at dinner, and I don't know how we got there, but the conversation, I know how we got there. It came from dessert, but the conversation evolved into breakfast cereals. And so this morning, I was at my hotel, and I go down to the breakfast bar. They've got the dispensers here of the cereals. So we were kind of just going around the table like, what is your favorite breakfast cereal? Okay, how many people are Frosted Flakes people? Okay, Honey Nut Cheerios. All right, Cinnamon Toast Crunch. That was the winner last night, by the way. That was the winner last night, by the way. Fruit Loops. Okay. Who's into healthier things? All right. There's a few. Okay. But it was interesting to see, right? And I wonder, I'm sure somebody somewhere got paid some money at a university to do a study on your personality based on what cereal you eat or something like that. But we're not going to do that today. We're here to talk about location data and all of those fun things. I do want to thank, before we get started, our sponsors. Radar in particular, who's here, and Nick will be sharing a little bit later this morning on the great work that they're doing, as well as Glimpse and DevHub, Ground Level, Bert, Kevin from Bert, where are you now? Oh, you're over there. Kevin will be sort of emceeing most of the day, well, today and tomorrow. You'll hear a lot from him, and I'm sure he's got all kinds of jokes and things.
We'll see.
So we're just excited to be back in person and doing this. So I'm going to kick things off with just a little presentation that I put together to share with you in terms of some of the work that we're doing. So, okay. So if you're not familiar with the LBMA and the work that we do, we are the Location-Based Marketing Association. I think maybe half the people here I know, the rest are new. So this is good. It's always good to have new. But we define location-based marketing as the intersection of people, places, and media. And even going back to 2010 when I started the organization, that was our definition. We haven't changed it since. And we were very purposeful in using the word media and not people. Because we really saw a world where it didn't matter where the target person or audience was that a marketer wanted to reach. The way we saw it was there's some sort of media that's in the area, in the place that they're in, that can be used to influence them. And it may be mobile, yes, but it could be radio if they're driving their car. It could be a billboard that they're walking by. It could be many different forms of media. And so we really saw it as, what's the media that's available, and how do we as marketers use it in that location to influence where they are? And that's very much reflective today of the member base of the LBMA and who we are today, and out-of-home companies, and beacon companies, and app SDK companies, and all sorts of brands and so on. And when I do these types of presentations, I always like to kick off with a video and kind of get people engaged, and find some example of what I think is interesting and innovative ways to engage. So I'm going to share an example here from a retailer and a live theater mashup in South America that I think just an interesting engagement during COVID to try to get their message across. Video.
Los teatros todavía estamos
con este tema de algunas butacas bloqueadas.
Yo hubo un momento en el que realmente pensé, no voy a volver a pisar un escenario.
El teatro es lo que nos hace vivir y no teníamos ingresos económicos.
Algunos amigos que están ahí sentados que no les ha provocado pararse. Entre nuestros amigos de Oasis, muchísimas gracias, Oasis. Muchísimas gracias.
So pretty simple, but pretty innovative, right? Pretty interesting way to fill empty seats in a theater and at the same time get your brand message across and sell products using QR codes and tied to the clothes that you're putting on these mannequins and driving them through your e-commerce site or directly to local stores where they can go and shop and buy. So I think it doesn't get more location based than that, right? Like it's technology in a place, bringing people together and driving commerce all at once. And I think pretty cool. And one of the beauties of the LBMA is we're a very global organization. So we have this visibility into seeing what brands are doing, what agencies are doing all over the world. And you're going to see a little bit of that. We tried to build into the program over the next 2 days, a little bit of that as well. So we've got, some of our members from our German operations here. We've got some of our members from LBMA in Japan, and bringing some insights into what's going on in other parts of the world outside of here in North America. Every year we do a study called the Global Location Trends Report, which is available to our members. So the 2022 study is not out yet, but pulled some numbers together just to share with you, give you a little preview on that. The first is that this is survey-based research, by the way. We go out with a survey to our members and wider community, chief marketing officers, location data companies, and kind of everybody we can get it in front of. And what we found is 97% of marketers now are using location data in some form of It's a huge number. And it continues to escalate up. This was at 95% just last year and continues to grow. When we further break the market down itself, so when we talk about geo-targeted advertising and marketing, currently that's a $11.4 billion market, rising to $78.9 billion by 2030. So this is not a small market. It's a very sizable market, and this is just the advertising, use case around location. When we move into the analytics space, which is probably one of the fastest growing parts of the market today, that's currently at $16.3 billion and rising to $55.2 by 2030. And then lastly, if we look at a third segment of that market, not to leave out the hardware guys and all our friends in the beacons and sensors and IoT space, $62.3 billion currently, rising to $92.4 on the indoor positioning and locationing within buildings. So regardless of which segment you're in, or if you're in all of them, the reality is what we're saying is this is huge, and we're not nowhere tapped out yet. It's growing, and it's growing really fast. So from an investor point of view and from a company growth point of view, there's a lot of opportunity ahead for many of the people in this room, the folks that we're working with. Three trends I want to kind of just touch on quickly that we're seeing, from our perspective. One, is the sort of loss of the IDFA or the Google Ad ID and the impact that that's having on access to education. Two, the role AI is playing in intersecting the location data pre-developers. And so first, when it comes to the IDFA, I think most people are familiar now. Apple's made a lot of changes in terms of what you can do as an app provider and the types of background location data that can be collected and the consent that's required around that. And they've made it very, very difficult for a lot of people. And we've seen many of our member companies that are in the location data space have to pull out of certain markets because they just don't have enough data. We've had to see different approaches around how data is collected. So obviously Apple has their own approach with their SCAD network. Google is about to follow suit early in 2023 with changes to their privacy rules and formats. They're all kind of coming out with their own alternative methods to do that. With a lot of the location data providers that we're seeing is sort of a general not necessarily move away from SDKs. SDKs are still huge and big, and we're going to hear a lot about that in the next 2 days. But some are moving to server-to-server data collection approaches instead of directly from the apps. And other alternatives, are relying heavier on sensor data or beacons or other forms of data collection, or other proxies for visit data, maybe transaction data or other things as well. So there's a lot going on in and around that space. When it comes to AI, one of the best cases that we've seen around this is through COVID. So the data you're seeing here is some of the stuff that I was doing with my other company, Ground Level Insights, which is a startup. But in Canada, where I'm based in Toronto, we were doing a fair bit of work with the government and using location visit data to help predict where pop-ups of COVID cases were going to happen and things like that. And so a lot of that is really using AI to kind of look at models and look at trends, more playing into the location analytics spaces. And even then being able to break this down to see how traffic has been affected by COVID, by industry sectors. So what's the impact of people not being out or in lockdowns or things like that on retail or on the restaurant industry, and these kinds of things. Both from a spending point of view as well as from a visit data point of view. And AI is starting to play a significant role going forward now into whatever this next wave is going to be. We're starting to see some of that happen right now, where I am in Canada and all over the world, in just helping governments be a little more prepared, a little more predictive in the work that they're doing there. Another good example of that, of how AI can be used in the technology side of things, is this example and from the German rail system, the Deutsche Bahn, and a project that they did to, while people were in lockdowns and kind of stuck and not able to kind of travel all over the world, they capitalized on that and kind of created a really interesting advertising campaign that is a mashup of working with Getty Images and Facebook data and a bunch of other things. And I'll play the video for that. Thanks.
This was just the beginning. Then we asked ourselves, how can we bring relevance and attention to each comparison on social media, real time? The answer, with data and technology. Using an algorithm, we found lookalike photographs on Getty Images. Through Facebook data, we identified travel enthusiasts who are interested in specific destinations. For example, Lucas. Geo-targeting pinpoints Lucas' current location and the airport closest to him. Another algorithm finds the destination airport. This data is sent to a search engine that identifies the cheapest flight price in real time. We then show Lucas how much the cheapest flight costs and make him an unbeatable counteroffer, completely automated in an infinite number of variations. turning a unique visual idea into a real-time social media price comparison that moved Germany.
Pretty effective stuff, right? And again, at the end of the day, one thing that I always stress and I see across, our global operations is that, often as technology companies, as vendors in the space, or even as marketers, we tend to look at the data that we have, or the data that we have access to, or that, somebody's tried to sell us. And we look at that in isolation instead of thinking about, how do we take this data that we have, combine it with Facebook's data, and Getty Images data, and somebody else's data, and the combination can result in something so much more powerful. And at the end of the day, the most effective campaigns that we've ever seen in locationing and the work that we're doing are the ones that are emotional, the ones that tie into people, the humanity that we all are, and just being in person at moments like this is because we've all been missing that, right? And I think when you can do that, you can bring people together. Technology kind of can facilitate, but it ultimately should fade into the back. So the third trend is the metaverse, and I want to talk a little bit about this because a couple of things that we're seeing right now. So first of all, how many of you have played around in Roblox or Decentraland or been into some sort of metaverse environment? Okay, and okay, of course you guys on the VR AR panel over there. Okay, yeah, but it's super interesting, right? And we're seeing a lot of brands that we work with, a lot of members of the LBMA and agencies and such are making investments, buying virtual real estate, opening virtual stores. Gucci, Armani, Starbucks, CVS. Sports teams are opening virtual stadiums. All kinds of things like that, right? Are starting to happen. And so one of the things that I think is really interesting when you think about the world that we're in at the LBMA and location data, is things like this. So you've got, Ocean Outdoor, one of the world's biggest billboard and out-of-home companies, right, is playing around now in the metaverse, in Decentraland and Somnium space. And so, they've teamed up with Argos, which is Walmart in the UK, and they've gone and said, okay, look, we're gonna let Argos buy virtual billboard space in these environments, but not in isolation. We're going to then mirror the advertising spend that's happening in the metaverse with advertising on real billboards in the physical world at the same time, right? And looking at that sort of overlap between the two environments. So I think that's really interesting. And then you see sort of other brands taking more of a gamification approach, right? Like Patron and many others, are more about kind of that sort of more traditional Roblox kind of gaming experience, wandering around, engagement, opening things, visiting certain environments, and more of a play, game mechanics type of environment. But regardless of kind of, which mode you're in, for us, I think what's really interesting is, and what across the board we see with the LBMA community, metaverse or otherwise, is measurement, right? And I think where we're leading to, I'll talk a little bit more about this a little bit later today, is how do we actually measure this, right? And so one of the things that we're working on right now is, can we actually measure engagement in the metaverse environment and cross-attribute that to engagement in the physical world? And what does that look like? And so we're starting to do some work in that space. But I think it's something we need to all pay attention to. Maybe we're not all ready for the metaverse yet, but it's there, right? People are spending money and it's happening. And I don't think it's going anywhere. When you see Walmart making huge announcements that they're opening up playlands and operations inside of the metaverse environments, at the end of the day, it is, in some cases, it might be even as simple as, yes, it's fun and it's gaming, and it's kids that are playing around in there, but those kids are going to be the ones that are spending money at Walmart stores in the next 10 years, right? So I think we need to be thinking about it in that context. So that's kind of what I wanted to share with you this morning. Any questions on anything I presented? No? Silence. Not enough coffee yet. Before breakfast here. Okay. All right. We're going to flip over that to segments. I'm going to ask Kevin to come up.
Hello. Oh, wow, that was loud. Hey, guys. Kevin Planofsky. Let's hear for Asif and those opening questions. So my name is Kevin Planofsky. I'm the co-founder of a couple businesses, but the one I'm representing today is Vert Digital. We're a boutique digital agency here in Atlanta. So that's the expertise I'm going to bring to try to have a little bit of fun today. Obviously, even the mannequins are better dressed than I am today. You guys look lovely, though. They also have a lot less hair than I do. Who was here 3 years ago, the last time we did this? Raise your hand. About 25% of you guys. So I recognize some of you. Thank you all to the new folks. Obviously, we had a pandemic since the last time, but we've got a pretty big lineup. Bed Bath & Beyond, Kroger, Starbucks. So the next 2 days should be really, really impactful. Not only do I have the ability to MC this for the next couple of days, but I get the pleasure of moderating the first panel. So thank you all for showing up early to us so that we could get some conversation going. So I'm going to welcome up the folks who know that they're on the panel. And heads up, the stairs are on this side, so you're going to have to navigate your way around the side. So if Tim, David, and Love could kind of come join me and grab a seat up here, we'll start getting that rolling. Did I hear some claps back there? Yeah, there we go. Welcome up to the stage. It looks like we got some cozy chairs, guys. So we are going to be tight and cozy up here. Yeah. Oh, Jesse, that's right. You're joining us too. So I'm not even going to sit. I'm just going to stand over here somewhere.
Oh, and by the way, I forgot to say, if you're posting anything at TheLBMA on Twitter or hashtag retail loco, that's what we're using for everything.
Hashtag retail loco. That's right. We're going retail crazy these next 2 days, you guys. Well, we have got quite the panel to start things off this morning. I'm going to do a little intro, but I'm going to let you guys also intro yourselves. David Matthews over here on the left, representing RevTech as a manager on the venture capital investment side of the house. Jesse, who I know personally very well, representing Ground Truth as an ad tech partner. Here representing the Southeast, but a global partner to agencies like myself and marketers. We've got Tim, who, pleasure to meet you. Do you prefer Tim or Timothy? Tim, love it. Tim is Senior VP of Data at FanDuel. So big brand name, big app, a lot of users. And Love, I had the pleasure of sitting next to at dinner last night. Who is the founder of Mardat, which is a global data technology consultancy. So I asked you guys a couple of questions. We'll just kind of go left to right. So tell me a little bit about what you're working on as of late, and what's the largest data set that you've worked with, just for some context. And then the last question I want you to answer, I know I'm making this really complicated at 9:30 in the morning. When mobile apps ask you if you will allow them to track you, do you hit yes or no?
That's a lot.
Yeah,
First, let me just figure out how to turn the mic on. There it is, there it is. Excellent. I'll start with the last question because most liable to forget. Do mobile app allow to be tracked selectively?
Yeah,
Selectively. If I think it might bring value, I'll do it. If I think it's going to bring bother, I don't.
Okay.
I'm David Matthews. I'm Managing Director of RevTech Ventures in Dallas. We're a small seed stage focused venture fund focused at the intersection of retail and technology. I've been doing this with RevTech about 10 years. Prior to that, I worked with more generalist venture funds with partners. But at RevTech, we're looking at everything that facilitates the consumer experience, from the supply side to the demand side and everything between. And then data set you asked, or did you ask a big project or a big data set?
Either one's fine, just for context.
Well, I was trying to think of the biggest data set, but a company I'm invested in Austin, Texas, Pinsa Systems, uses drones and mobile device collection to monitor inventory on grocery store shelves in drug and hardware. And I looked at them, they post their up-to-date stats on the website, so that was an easy cheat. And they're currently monitoring over 14 million square feet of shelf space in retail and have nearly 4 billion product attributes recognizable with their machine vision. So I don't know, that seems
That's
kind of
great.
big.
It's great. Jesse, what you got?
Hi everyone, Jessie Hamilton, as Kevin mentioned. I'm with Ground Truth, had a long commute. I'm on the 5th floor here in this building, so very nice to see you all. For those of you who don't know who Ground Truth is, we are a leading location-based advertising and technology company. What that really means is we take real-world behavior, we turn that into marketing that influences real business outcomes. When it comes to the largest network I've worked with, I'd say it's Ground Truth. We have owned and operated app sources as well. With our partnership, we purchased and acquired WeatherBug back in 2016. So we see 2 to 3 smartphone users monthly and see, bless you, just around 30 billion visits yearly. So we have quite the network that we're able to measure out on. And then when it comes to opting in or opting out, this is a question I've been asked multiple times in the past couple of years. It's very relevant to our industry and what we're tracking. So I would say Ground Truth and myself personally is very laser focused on apps that look at location as adding value to the consumer experience. So whether it's weather, social media, third-party delivery apps, I think where location's relevant, you should absolutely still do it. You're still gonna get served ads, might as well be relevant.
Yeah, you go ahead.
Good morning, Tim Richardson, and I'll answer with the mobile question up front as well. I think like most everybody on the panel and probably the audience, if it makes sense to enable location services, I certainly do. If you want to use our app, you must by law. But yeah, I think I'm generally pretty private about that, but there are times where I certainly do gain value from sharing it, and don't hesitate when that's the case. As I mentioned, I look after data engineering for FanDuel. I think most people know who we are. We're part of a global gaming company, sports entertainment. We allow our users the opportunity to place wagers, daily fantasy sports, traditional sportsbook betting. We also offer online casino, and what I think a lot of people know is we're also the largest U.S. network for horse racing. So bringing all of those things together for our users to hopefully increase their engagement with an already very engaging sports experience. In terms of scale, as you might imagine, we entertain a lot of users. Probably the best statistic I can think of is on any given Sunday, several games going on, we'll take nearly 7 million bets on any given Sunday. That will generate on the back end more than 500 million individual messages that come through. Obviously, there's the traffic that comes through real time. But when games finish and bets settle, all of those 7 million bets come to a head very quickly, and we deal not only with the volume, but volume all at once. So those are some of our big challenges.
Hi, my name is Luffy Maggio, and I'll answer the question about the apps. I would say, I do say no to a lot, but I have to be honest. But the ones that I've already used and they already have my data, I don't really have a problem with that. I'll continue. If they expand it in some way, and I think there's some value like everyone else, yes, I'll keep it. But I'm a little resistant to adding things new. So I figure, known enemy or frenemy. So if it makes my life easier, yes, I'll do it. If not, I'm really sure I'll start something new. MartApp is a global boutique consultancy. We've been in business for about 4 years, and before that, I worked at Salesforce as an executive at Intercon. So I would say the largest data set, personally handling current state, would be Summit Health, which is a medical group similar to Piedmont. And they also have an urgent care, over 280 odds of urgent cares in the north part of the world, New Jersey and New York. And as far as what we're doing, we're working with them on their marketing automation and connecting those dots in HLS. And one of the biggest use cases is the pandemic. We all remember that. It's not that far. I think all of us are a little bit scarred from that and a little afraid of flu season now. If I see someone sneezing or I sneeze, I'm immediately panicked. But during the pandemic, people were able to use their apps to find locations where they could get tests. And I know we're all doing that as well. So those apps were able to track locations, especially in New York and some of the boroughs, and let people know, hey, the wait time is only 20 minutes here, or there's a new doctor at X, Y, and Z location. So you can jump and take one train ride and be there and not have to spend half of your day there. So kind of parsing through those data sets, working with HIPAA compliance and different things like that, it's a lot to take in, and personalizing those messages. So it doesn't always have to be a tragic thing. It could be, hey, I need to get vaccinations for myself or my kid because we're going on a nice vacation, versus I'm sick and I'm going to be home and I can't see anybody and I can't hang out. So apps have a lot of good uses, and that's some of the data sets we're working on now.
Awesome. So an investor, an ad tech, a consumer app, and a consultant walk into a bar. No, I'm kidding. But we do have some really good differing perspectives here, so I'm excited about this conversation. We've got, we're only 1 minute into our slot, so we've got a lot of time to talk, guys, although we might take advantage of the advanced timing here. But we were given the title of this panel, it's Data is the New Oil. So I'm just gonna ask open-ended, is it the new oil? Why or why not? What does that mean to you, your business? Any of you guys are kind of
So,
yeah, that's a big place to leave on.
oh, okay. When I think about oil, I think about, we all know this, it's essential to life, right? Our modern life, we couldn't really survive without it. And I think the only thing I would question would be the new part of it. I think we all know that data is important. I think the thing that's happening maybe is that evolution of it, or putting it up on a platform and everyone's, really thinking about it as a science and a methodology of how we extract value from the data that we have. So I think that most organizations, companies, at least the enterprise clients that we work with, they want to know how to extract real insights to move forward with the data. So they're not just happy with getting a report. Oh, this comes with, this platform comes with 28 reports. Okay, I don't care. Which one can I use? Which one will give me what I need? I got 5 minutes, I got to get in a meeting. Which report can I pull and do a copy and paste and write 2 or 3 words and sound like I know what I'm talking about? So I know that's a little tactical, but people really want to know how their data set communicates what they're trying to move forward in their agenda, and if they're on the right track. So I think it's more of elevating the conversation with data. So it is essential.
I'll try to not eat up all of our time. Because I'm going to betray myself as the biggest data nerd in the room. I think about this question. Yeah. I'll go out and I'll say that I don't think data is the new oil, right? I think that sentence doesn't do the value of data justice. Right? Oil is tremendously important, but oil is a raw material. It's something that we use to fuel other processes to create value.
It's a commodity now.
Yeah. And I think data is much more than that, right? We don't consume data to create value. Any business process that's worth it takes data as an input, it processes that data, and it emits data, more data, better data as an output. We don't consume data as more of an investment. If I were to say data is the new something, I would say data is the new money, right? That it is literally the medium that business value, that expresses business value, right? It's fungible, it's liquid. And my perspective is probably a little skewed in that FanDuel, if you think about what we do, we take information about a sporting event, we look at past sporting events, we build models, we come up with odds, we offer them. We literally, without being too glib, turn data into money. That's our business model. And I think it's really quite salient to us that the data is much more than just a tool that we use. It literally is the purpose of what we're doing. It's literally how we make a living. And I think it really kind of goes into how we treat it and how we at Annual are trying to expand beyond AI. But I think, to your point, if you think about data as an investment, an app that has 48 reports and only 2 of them are useful, those 46 reports are a poor investment, right? They're a poor investment of your time, they're a poor investment of your. So I think, really becoming, raising our awareness beyond just consuming data and actually, living through it is really where the next step of data is going.
So I love that when you emailed it over, and I'm obviously going to kick it over to the next catcher, but if I'm paraphrasing, you're saying it's not so much the fuel of business, using the oil analogy, it's the currency, it's a key currency of business. Jesse, Dave, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I was thinking about it last night, and I actually think it's more so quality data is the fuel for our industry, specifically for ground truth and kind of the world I work in. But performance is only as good as the data that you're using. And much like oil, you need to refine the data and process it to be able to utilize it to have better outcomes, build out better audience segments, to really drive those real world results. At the end of the day, we all want more money in our pockets. At the end of the day, you want a strong ROI. You want to see people showing up and you want to see that revenue going up. So I think that when it comes to data, it's all about the way that you refine it. It's all about the way that you're staying privacy safe and compliant as things shift. I know that's getting into some future questions, but I do think it is the fuel that should be, at the end of the day, what your baseline, how you build out the trajectory of your campaigns, what you're running, what you're putting out in market, and really have that fuel your business outcomes and ultimately propel stronger business outcomes.
All right, I probably have a different take than everybody a little bit, because I'm in the retail world where we're trying to navigate seamlessly the offline world with the online world, and obviously, fuel is the glue of making everything propelled in the physical world. I think even the chairs we're sitting on today have some oil in the product, and in retail, certainly it's oil that gets things from where they're made to where they're consumed at the other end point. But in the retail world, they've had this terribly lame term forever called omni-channel. It's so lame it's being dropped now, but it conveys a pretty central idea, which is your customers are experiencing your brand online and offline, and often in combination, online while in your store or something. So the need to be ubiquitous in the online and offline experience, however the consumer is meeting with your brand, is key. And certainly in the online realm, data is the currency, the driver for everything. There's nothing I'm invested in that doesn't have data as a key component, as inputs, value add outputs.
That's great, thank you guys. We're gonna lean into this oil analogy, as I was talking to you guys last night, and you've already, Jesse, set it up perfectly. And so when we think about oil as something that fueled the Industrial Revolution, you gotta suck it out of the ground. It comes out crude and full of all sorts of yucky junk. So we're gonna talk about that phase next, and then we'll kind of go into this refinement process and then more the kind of packaging and shipping it and actually utilizing it in different formats. So when we think about crude data as an analogy to oil, you got all sorts of, all types, and you guys all have different relationships to it. So obviously privacy is a factor, the party to the data first, third, zero, so on and so forth. So what do you look for? How deep do you go? How wide of a net do you cast when you're looking to make sure that your source set of data, whatever you're using for whatever application or all your different applications, is accurate, it's refinable? Are you fracking? Are you deep sea drilling, right? What are you doing? Where are you finding it?
So for us, we start with the problem and we get the organization settled on that main problem statement, because there's so many ways to look at the data and we want to understand the use case for the data, who needs it, and the timeline in which they need it. So we like to start with the problem statement. And then we look at the data assets, and there's a whole methodology that we use around talking about the data, what's important, the relevancy, the age of the data, synchronizing the data, cleaning it. And we work with, quite a few M&A firms, and they acquire companies, and they're trying to really understand where the value is that they purchased, and they want to do it relatively quickly. So it's our job to make sure that we know where data assets are and have the organization really think about what they want to measure first, and then start through that roadmap. So that's all about establishing those, data assets, the playbooks, who are going to be the main stakeholders, the timing on that, and then we are able to kind of extrapolate the value out of that. Because if it's used for marketing, or loyalty, or IT, there's a lot of different uses. Or maybe it's used for an offshoring. Maybe you have an SAP implementation and you're moving to Salesforce. Maybe you have multi vendors. You're using an Adobe, and you're using, like maybe a LOCO or Oracle, and you need to understand how to put those data sets together and come together with one clean sheet of music. So it's our job to figure out where you want to go, start, and then where you want to end, and who needs what when.
So you gotta have some sort of application, at least in mind, directionally, whether whether it's going to become 89 octane or jet fuel or a chair. You got to at least start there, because otherwise it's too much. And I'll augment the question too for you guys. Where some inside of the vast universe of anywhere you could drill for this crude data inside your business, like where are some of the honey holes that you found, or you found some of the most actionable stuff that you didn't even necessarily expect to find there. Feel free to add that in.
Happy to go. I'll avoid getting too technical since I am the ad techie in the room and this is something we do daily. But I think it's all about having a diverse portfolio of data and that raw data. And then even more so, like I mentioned before, what you're doing with that data. So at Ground Truth, what we do, and I think a lot of people in this space are headed this way, which I think is great for advertising and consumers in general, is the purification process of what we do with that data. So we do see a mobile smartphone device. We want to ensure that we're not looking at fraudulent signals, and then we want to put context behind those signals. So where are you in the physical world? And making sure our 3 steps that we're doing this to say where you are in full transparency, we know you're there. I think that needs to go through consistent audits. You need to be consistently staying privacy compliant. You need to be taking an inward look at your data and supply partners. We actually just got rid of one earlier this year, and that's because we didn't align with them. And as we get audited, we want to consistently make sure that we're staying up to date with this crazy world that keeps on pivoting. I think we've seen that with Apple, and we're about to see it with Android soon. So I think that's one of the core things. And then it's yes, you can have this great data once it gets purified, but then what do you do with it? And so at Ground Truth, we take that geolocation a step further outside of your typical radial targeting. We use what's we call polygons. It's our blueprints mapping technology. And we're able to see when you go into the 4 walls of a location with that data set. And then we're able to build out really relevant and predictive audiences. I think coming out of the pandemic more than ever, we all go to specific places, and when we choose to go somewhere, it's a quality visit. We're actually making that decision to go outside of our office or our home. So where you go in the real world says a lot more about you. So we take that data, that purified data set, quality data, we turn it into real world behavior, those audiences, and then we're able to target you. You're always gonna get ads again, so it might as well be relevant. So that's something we're always taking a look at. And that's gonna be relevant with that omni-channel word that we all struggle with. But it is ensuring that you have multiple touch points to your consumers throughout their day, throughout the consumer journey. So while they're out and about in their daily lives and their daily routine, we are creatures of habit. At the end of the day, you're going home and making sure you're targeting those consumers on those channels as well. So we've definitely expanded our data and supply sources. I think we consistently have to stay nimble as an industry. And then even more so expanding the channels that we're able to have those touch points are.
I think just to comment, I think that the petroleum life cycle metaphor here is just kind of the for ETL, right?
Yeah.
In the way that we process data. And I know there's most of the marketing focused folks in the room. Again, they train myself as a total nerd, but looking at having done ETL as part of data engineering most of my career, it becomes a repository, oftentimes not of our data, but of our data problems, right? That you rightly talk, how do we pull things from the source and how do we refine them? And I think looking at data engineering and looking at data not as a byproduct of other processes that we then mine for value. Begin treating data as a product in its own right. This is our chief internal product that we provide. And I think to expand on what you were saying is that if we're going to be serious about creating value with that data, then if there's a problem with the source, don't fix it in the data warehouse. Fix it in the source, right? And I think building the business processes that allow you to provide that information back to the source systems, either via vendor, right, or your own internal engineering teams, to make that data better, so that rather than looking for additional sources to mine, refine the data that you've got and make it a driver of value, right? So that you can smooth that.
Did I go a little bit deeper? Because you kind of referred to this as well by saying we just cut out a whole data partner because there was too much muck in the crude. Is there an example, because I like where you're going down, so we're just going to go down this path of literally hacking and engineering the way you harvest the data as part of your core internal products. If you have an example of something at FanDuel that you guys have fundamentally changed the way you operate to get better source data that's then usable.
Yeah, so I think if you think about our core business and our application, we're very much an event-driven application. Right? It's all about users taking actions, responding to events in the real world. Our data stream is generally a real-time event stream. However, when it comes to business intelligence, we, like a lot of people, that we have a stream of events. At some point in the middle, they drop out into a relational database or a data warehouse. There's translation losses there. There's shortcuts taken to make good performance, or there's all of these steps introduce latency. They introduce data issues. They're often always imperfectly done. There are also systems that we in the data area don't control. So one of the things that we're doing, we're trying to do, is move beyond thinking of business intelligence as a retrospective activity, right? What did the business do yesterday, right? We're going right to the event source. We're pulling the data. We're pulling the event data. We'll build the data warehouse in real time, and we'll begin to move our business intelligence capability into more of a situational intelligence activity, and then using that data in real time to begin forecasting and making valuable decisions in real time. Right. So growing, what we're trying to do by getting a better version of our source data, a more timely version of our source data, is then taking that and really expanding the usefulness of that data. Because software engineers are great. They build the tools that we use. They're not data people. They write Author queries. They're allowing a department that does think deeply about data and how we might present to our users, I think is a great addition. I think you're seeing it at FanDuel, but you're seeing it in other areas where data engineering is becoming a discipline unto itself, and it's becoming a revenue producing and a value producing. The revenue center versus just a cost center.
Yeah. So a number of decades ago, the Clampett struck oil on their land and became millionaires, right? We all know about those folks, right? We do. Yeah. I think I got their name right. And obviously picking your location of where you're going to mine. So, and I'll go back and kind of inserted this at the end. Do you guys have any examples of little data honeypots that that might inspire others in the room? Like, hey, look here, we didn't think that this would be actionable, but turns out it's some of the most valuable stuff that we use in this application. Feel free, yeah.
I can speak to that, and I can also speak to some, places where you want to watch some potholes, right? So in order to do any of this, you have to have really good data hygiene practices. And so we like to start with that. Usually it's a mess. They're not good practices, right? So we like to start with an assessment of kind of how you're collecting your data, what are your privacy and data governance policies, your third-party partners, so all those things can provide opportunities for liabilities for you. And we always ask the organization to tell us, because we can focus a lot on marketing. Tell us a little bit about your taxonomy. Do you have a playbook set up? Of course they don't. That's why we're here. And we ask them, what data do you actually want to see back, and how do you want it mapped back to you in the visual, like that visualization of the data? And when they tell us that helps us kind of draft out a blueprint of what they can get back and what they need to put in and what's not relevant. And probably one of the hardest conversations is to sit with the client and tell them, not all your data is good data, right? But what you're trying to do, you're not even collecting the right stuff, right? So let's step away from your wish list and figure out exactly what you're doing to get you to that end result. And just kind of help them with some best practices and actually craft up a playbook that they can use not only in marketing, but in IT going forward. And then sitting with their partners and making sure that their partners are giving back really good input. We had a situation, and our co-founder, who's videotaping me now, oh my gosh, Rob, he came from Coke, and he hates when I brag at him, but I'm going to. He spent 10 years at Coke creating their data lake. And when he talks about those stories and some of the things that they did, what they had to do to build that foundation, it's amazing. And I'm more of a marketing person, more finance, less technology in some ways. But we talked about it, it makes really good sense. And we use some of those structures to make sure that we help our clients not fall into some of those potholes, because they'll just give us a bunch of data and go make magic with that. And it may not be, right? It may be like, I have kids, we have kids, so Rumpelstiltskin and the trying to make gold out of the hay, and the person had to sleep overnight and then it turned into gold. Sometimes it does not turn into gold, it's just hay or straw. So we're just really trying to help our clients navigate through that and miss some of those problems and move forward.
Yeah, you got some honey pots.
Well, I thought maybe this just share my investing philosophy, because I'm in Texas doing venture capital, and in Texas is the oil patch, and I find a lot of people there kind of liken what we're doing with venture capital to wildcatting of drilling, and they're like, you're a tech wildcatter.
So wildcatting is what? Just digging down and trying to find
a gusher.
Okay.
So for me, and I want to find more. I want to try to find a gusher. I know I'm going to have some dry holes in the drilling. So my criteria in looking for investments that are most likely going to be gushers is one, the domain expertise of the entrepreneur, that they're likely to know where to drill and how to get the product to market. So domain expertise of the person that's going to do the operation is the obvious one. The other ones I've found, and it's kind of been hit or miss, but I'm kind of pattern matching to what's really worked best, is making sure something's in the center of an ecosystem versus the edge. I've found when I'm in a data play on the edge of an ecosystem that has to get to the middle through a channel partner, say, can be a trap, certainly for exit of that investment. And an example of that's a company that did AI for consumer sentiment, a real bleeding edge technology. And they found a golden partner with Publicis, one of the biggest ad agencies in the world. But their gateway to the brands is only through Publicis. They've never been, so they've found themselves at the edge and not in the middle of the ecosystem. And it turns out Publicis prefers to rent and not to buy their technology. The other is, there's a couple more. One is that data is central to the value being delivered to the customer and not a byproduct. An example of a byproduct one, I've got an energy management deal, energy management for restaurant and retail chains. And they're collecting all this data about lights and heating and air conditioning and everything. And it was just kind of a byproduct for a long time. But now, 10 years into the deal, they're in about 100,000 locations. Each of those locations has maybe 50 sensors collecting data. And you add that up, now there's real intel that maybe that data is going from byproduct to finally becoming valuable. But it took a long time. And then the other is around data. Are you making the existing workflow of your customer, which in my case is brands and retail chains? Are you adding additional workflows? Or are you fitting something into workflows? And that one I mentioned earlier about monitoring or putting inventory on grocery store shelves into the cloud. to have digital truth on what's on the shelf or not. That one, they were able to get the collection of that data into existing workflows, and it's beautiful. And that company, Pensa, that I mentioned, really checks each of those boxes. Domain expertise of the entrepreneur, it's fitting into existing workflows versus creating new workflows. It is in the center of the ecosystem. And what was my other one? The data's central, not a byproduct.
Yeah.
So it checks every box, and lo and behold, it's the one that's growing the fastest out of all the companies on it. Sorry for the long answer.
No, that was good. But David, between gushers and dry holes, this analogy may have run its course. There's one of those jokes, guys. There's more where that came from. So actually, David, I'm going to steal some from you from dinner last night when we were like talking about, we're going to go all in on this oil refinery analogy. You said something that I'm going to turn into a question, and that's like a barrel of crude has, like jet fuel at the top and a bunch of sludge at the bottom. So shifting this more towards location and marketing, in that barrel of crude data, where is location data? Is it the jet fuel? Is it the sludge? Does it need to be refined? Like, how valuable is location data versus other types of data in a marketing capacity, since this is a marketing conference?
So I'll use a use case. I like to tell stories. So pandemic happened. We had a luxury retailer, Diners Direct. They came to us and they said, COVID's happening. Major part of our business is wedding rings, right? And their whole white glove approach to it. You come in, you get your champagne and your delicate, Danishes, and it's all very, posh. And that's what our customers like. And then we have a black account card that drives up and delivers the diamond. It's all the things, right? Guess what? Now the stores are closed. And we have all of these locations all over the US. They're a global brand, but the US is their main source. So what do? How do we, take that customer journey and bring that sparkle and that dazzlingness back and create this kind of, Disney diamond kind of experience? How do we do that? Bring back the sparkle. So what we did for them is sat down with them, figured out the data that they were receiving when people actually walked into the door, and how did they approach them from the sales perspective. And we developed a more e-com experience for them, and how they would train. And it also, you talked about the crude and the really good parts of the oil at the top. One of the things we had to have them think about is, what do you want them to walk away with? How do you want them to feel, whether they're doing it in e-commerce or whether they're doing it in your store? And when we got that feeling back, we were able to curate that journey to ensure that the customer had that, and then to continue to make them be that source. So it wasn't easy, because of course along the way we realized there were some technology challenges, and there were some OMS challenges as well. Like, how do you get said diamond to said location when people aren't there? How do you manage that shipping and handling all the things that happened in the pandemic? So it took us into some deeper waters of just, here's the customer journey, here's the training, this is a new blueprint of how we do it. So what do you want to get back? How do you grow your profits? How do you make sure you're able to deliver on what you said? How do you get good data back to continue to refine the process? So that's just one of our use cases.
Yeah, I can just hop on that one. I don't think it's necessarily linear. I think location is important to have in your portfolio of your entire holistic advertising approach. So location should be looked at with the same kind of priority as your search, your social. It's a go-to-market strategy for you. It's just as important to have that online presence as it is to have a physical presence. And I think one of the things we found, since we do sit on so many great location data and insights, is with location, you get to see your core customer and see their behavior patterns and be able to tie back, hey, is who I think is coming in my door, who's actually coming in my door. So one of my favorite things and one of my favorite use cases for data and insights is to create tension with my clients and agencies I work with. So if they come to me saying, hey, we think our core customer, this just happened to me last week, is skews male, they're age 25 to 34, we don't want to go outside that at all. And I came back with them 2 days later saying, hey, based on raw visitation data over the past 3 months, your skew is actually very 50-50 with female and male, and we actually should be expanding your age demographics past that 34 age threshold all the way up to 54. And here's why. Here's who's actually coming in your door. And that's based on location data. And I think it's the perfect complement to everything else that you're doing online. I don't think location is ever going to be necessarily the whole piece of the pie, but if you don't have it as a piece of it, you're missing out on a lot of great insights to give you a better understanding of how to shift your core customers into loyalists at the end of the day.
A slightly different take on, and I know this is a marketing conference, but FanDuel, as you might imagine, is in a very competitive industry, and we use location data for marketing purposes, for sure. We're also a very highly regulated industry, we're a casino. Location data is at the very tippy top of that barrel for us because we couldn't do what we do without it, right? Because every state in Union is different. We have to know what state you're in as to not only can you place a bet, but what bets can you place. And interestingly, if you look at New York, New Jersey, and Pennsylvania.
So the product itself changes based on your physical location, right? Yeah, your interface, the bets you can make.
Yeah, because when you cross state lines, our relationships with perhaps in-state casino changes, right? Where in Illinois, partnership with Motor City Casino, in Pennsylvania, it's a different one, right? So also, if you place a bet in Pennsylvania, then you drive to New York and the bet settles, we have to move that bet to New York and settle that bet in New York, right? Those are the sorts of things that we deal with. And then again, location data, we owe duty of care to validate that you are who you say you are. There are tax implications to our business. Also, money laundering, fraud, we're targets for those, as you might imagine. And location data plays a part in all of those things, to making sure that we're able to provide just a safe and good experience, and one that stays within the letter of the law. Yeah.
Okay, don't move on yet.
Yeah,
I got a good one.
Do it.
It's one word, serendipity, which I think is like the ultimate elixir goal for brands and for retailers.
It's also a great movie from like 1996 with Sarah Michelle Gellar.
Thank you. But serendipity is, I would say that is the jet fuel, the most refined of the data, because to achieve it for a brand or a retailer to their consumer, you have to have the right product at the right place at the right time. And that's when serendipity happens, when you get that just right thing that the consumer maybe didn't even know they needed to them just at the right place, at the right moment in time, and then delivered in the right way. It's serendipity, jet fuel.
Well, let's keep going with this barrel analogy. And so if you got the purest stuff at the top and the most impurities at the bottom, I'm going to make an analogy to zero to third-party data, top to bottom. So first of all, do you agree that third-party data is the sludge? And if you do or don't, doesn't matter. The real question is, these days and looking forward, like, is third-party dead in 2023 and beyond? Is it worthless, or can you refine it enough?
Oh, wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, bring in the zingers this morning, guys.
Okay, so I'm gonna start. First of all, third-party data, I think, is still essential, right? I really do. There's just some things you don't know, and it's been around a long time. There are a lot of things that need to change with the way it's being collected. I've done quite a few panels in Europe about how to protect consumers while you're marketing to them for things that they want, and they told you that they want. They raised their hand and said they wanted it. But how do you preserve their rights and make sure that you're not holding on to this data, forever, and not informing them on exactly how you're using it and for what purpose that they raise their hand for it. So I do think that third-party data has absolute excellent use case, especially in luxury brands. That's what I found. When we work with luxury retailers, they need that data. They're more concerned about getting a larger sale from a very small group versus, spray and spray. So the more they know about the credit card that you have, where you live, your network, your spending habits, whether you're, buying a wardrobe for Aspen versus, the beach. It's a big difference, right? So I think there's still going to be a use case. I think it's going to change a lot. I think a lot of players are going to leave the industry. Absolutely. There'll be a lot of consolidation. And I think there's going to be a lot of lawsuits, if I'm being honest, right? A lot of class action suits. I'm seeing it already now. I think the best thing that companies can do is hire a privacy attorney, make sure that their consultants in any use case that they're using has taken this into consideration. Because if you wait till someone raises their hand and say, you have my data and I don't want it, I want you to give it back, that is not the time. And you have very limited time on when to process that request. So, and I've seen it. I mean, by some of the biggest companies in the world, literally just saying, oh, they sent me a note, what am I supposed to do? Yeah, this is not the time, because you got to get through all of your attorneys, and it takes you 20 days, you probably have 45 days to answer the question. So having a plan in the beginning when you execute a use case is extremely important. I think second party data is also great because there's a relationship that's built there, right? And you guys are exchanging, metadata assets. Hey, I'll give you this, I'll show you mine, show yours. That works well, right? And you build that relationship, and you can share if you want or not, turn the relationship off. First party data, of course, that is the holy grail. But guess what? It takes forever to get there, right? So you're not going to just say, I'm only going to use first party data. I got the CDP, I'm only going to do that. If you have a very small group that you're starting with, you are starting with a small group. I mean, I have to acknowledge that, right? That's going to be a lot of test and learn. Do you want to spend your budget there, or do you want to do something else that moves faster? Tell me your timeline and we move it through. So first, second, and third party data have use cases, but there are gotchas in all of them, and your use case must open up to your liabilities. When partnering second party data, make sure that your partner has the same identities that you do, and make sure you're protected. That's
Anything else you guys want to add, third-party data?
I think just to piggyback off that slightly, I'm looking at it from a ground truth lens and just from the ad tech industry as a whole. I think third-party data is always going to be an important complement to fill the gaps. You can only have so much first-party data, and you're losing out on a big pool if you're not supplementing that elsewhere. I will say, just from a use case for ground truth personally, obviously we want to use our first-party data and technology, but I think pairing your first-party technology with third-party can really create some magical moments. For example, we found that obviously, restaurant, retail, that's our bread and butter when it comes to driving strong visit results. But we found out that we were kind of missing, we saw a gap when it came to furniture retailers. And when it came to, that's not a CPG good, that's not a good you purchase every day. So when it came to a mattress client of mine, very serendipitous of us that we had recently partnered with the MLS. So we were able to get a consistent feed and ingest open house data. And then with our Polygon technology, we were able to map out those open houses and track back kind of those audiences among those specific brackets that they were in market for specific houses, $500, $1 million plus. And then showcase, hey, this person's truly in market. They're actually going to open houses. Let's target them with relevant and personalized ads for this mattress client. So I think that there's absolutely a use case. I don't think it's bottom of the barrel. I think it's just seeing it instead as a complement to what you're doing and to really make magic that way.
Guys, we have already filled up more than 45 minutes. What questions do you guys have for Tim, David, Jesse, and Love? Yeah, I'm going to come over to you here so you can ask it to him direct.
Good to see you. I have a follow-up question really on the first, second, and third-party data for any of you guys. It kind of goes back to the Facebook and Cambridge Analytics. I think it's a 4-year-old lawsuit now. I work for Talent Brief, so we do a lot of first-party data collection, but we also link with Indeed, ADP, UKG to find the 100 million hourly workers around the country. And and I think the merger and acquisition and private equity landscape is complicating this. There's tons of people merging or partnering. And so I'm just curious how, kind of from that Facebook to Cambridge Analytics point forward, which was the real first public data lawsuit, moving forward, how has that changed the legal landscape? And, how are y'all dealing with it?
I'll start. So I think within any organization, you have to have an individual or a team of individuals who are looking at data privacy and governance for any partners that you have, any data you're collecting, anything that you're doing. So I'll use the example of Intercon. I headed up global marketing for Intercon. And that's for all their luxury brands. All their brands, luxury or not, Holiday Inn as well, right? So one of the things we had to do is I wanted to do a forensic audit of all of the contracts that we had with anyone that would touch our data, co-mingle data. It was over 300 contracts, and even agency partner contracts, because agency partners will say, no disrespect to agencies, right? Is they will say, yes, we have you covered because we're indemnified for using this particular partner on your behalf. Yes, you are indemnified, and the organization is indemnified to a certain degree. But when there's a lawsuit, people go for the deepest pockets. So that would have put, ISG in a unique situation where maybe they wouldn't have gotten sued, but they would have been called to the stand. They would have had to answer questions. It's digging up information, and that's a whole thing, right? And it's just an aggravation that you don't necessarily want, and it's not free. So I say, and what I've seen that worked really well is just, and it's dirty work, nobody wants to do it. But having a business lead, and I served as that business lead, to interpret exactly what we were trying to do with the data that we were collecting, holding, housing, wish to collect, even if it was, collecting data about a person's allergies that, resided in a room, or anything that was collected on the chat bots, or if there was an Alexa in the room and someone asked about something that may or may not be appropriate, if there ever was a legal case, if you had to have that information pulled, you have to let people know that you're collecting data. So I just feel like the first thing you have to do is go in to your organization and kind of cull through your own agreements and look at how they map to the data that you're collecting. Just being ethical in that.
Not much to add other than, it's something that we can't ignore, right? And in FanDuel, we take sports bets in 16 different states. We have 16 different privacy regimes that we have to agree with, and data security regimes. It's something that can't be ignored. It's a pain, right? But ultimately, I think it makes us better. It makes our data better, right? But by going through that operation, you as an organization know what you expect out of your vendors, and once you can say that, you can always make your vendors, if they want to do business with you, conform to your vision of privacy and security and back it up. So I think either one thing I would add there.
It fits well with the currency because obviously to be a bank, you have to deal with an immense amount of regulation. Rewind 10 years, data was a free-for-all. People are making runs on their data currency bank, and now we got to deal with the regulation as a result. All right, we got one more question over here. Might have time for another if there's others out there.
A great session, guys. We know that the real data that we talked about as the Holy Grail is the first-party data. We also know that it's often hidden in different data silos. If you look at luxury retail, for example, they have data that's online, they have data that's in store, they have data that is, maybe in a CRM or a clienteling application, but never the twain shall meet, right? So we know Google is the last browser to eliminate third-party cookies. And they're coming out with something, that I think it's still called the sandbox that will leverage cohort marketing and things like that. But the real, power is in this first-party data that's all over. An example that the customers give me is, I may be a longtime customer. I'm online and I'm looking for something that maybe isn't available online, it may be available in store, but they never know that that person is online, and they may know that person's a medium. They may know that that person likes to wear black, they like contemporary outfits or whatever, that they could actually make recommendations based on the data they have, but they can't access it in real time. What is coming up, in the horizon, whether it's cohort marketing or something else, to replace third-party data after Google, phases it out?
So kind of if I can rephrase it, right, what are the future technologies and best practices to bring siloed data sets together?
Well, one thing, this came up at dinner last night a couple times. I remember we talked about just the problem with siloed data is translation issues. When you take item X and it's got a different label or characteristic in another silo. So reconciling those issues, I think, is going to be key to really having that full potential realized. That's the last mile issue, I guess.
So data dictionaries, absolutely is what you're kind of referencing. We did that a lot at Intercon, and the loyalty program had kind of their own way of talking about it. IT had their own way of talking about it. Marketing had their own way of talking about it. And the way I kind of explained it was like throwing puzzle pieces on the ground, and they're like, okay, make some magic out of that. It's just a mess.
From 6 different puzzles.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's kind of our logo kind of imagery is the puzzle pieces, which is basically what people would always give me, is make all this magic, you can do it, right? So first thing is, I feel that you have to kind of step back from it a little bit and look at it from the perspective of what are you trying to accomplish? What are the main goals? Who's going to be your champion? Because whoever's paying for it, they get the loudest voice. So if marketing is paying for it, their agenda is first. But IT, they have to buy into it as well, because they'll slow down your process. So what we've done in the past is make sure that we have use case workshops within organizations. So everybody's on the same songbook. Yes, we all want this to happen. This is the time we want it to happen. This is what I want to get out of it. What do you want to get out of it? You're paying for it, but I am definitely here to help you or hinder you in some cases. So making sure that everybody has that same use case and is prioritized the same, and then communicating that when you hit those goals, and then asking, what can I do for you next? Those are going to be the ways that you kind of can move it forward. And then there's going to be sharing. I find in the future, marketers are going to have to get creative. Loyalty programs are really good ways to get some great data. People raised their hand, they said they wanted it, right? So loyalty places are where you can get more information. You can do surveys, you can do giveaways, see what people buy the most, when they buy it, what's the trend, what stores do they go in, just kind of a little bit old school, right? And I think there's going to have to be more of that. It gives you that two-way communication with your customer. You get closer to them, then they buy more because they think that you heard of them.
Yeah, I think just quickly to touch on that as well. I think the best partnerships I have are ones where we ingest their CRM and first-party data, because then we get to, again, the word complement our first-party data with theirs and really grow those loyalists based on what they see internally and their POS, their sales data, their loyalty programs, match that back to mobile device IDs, and then be able to really continue to drive them in store, or if online versions are the KPI. But I will also say that when it comes to future-proofing, I'm grateful. I live in a cookieless world already in the mobile advertising space. But I think that we're seeing some of the same things that other advertisers are when it comes to losing cookies. And we're seeing that with the opt-in versus opt-out. We've already seen that with Apple's app tracking transparency policies. We're seeing that come down the line for Androids as well. And so I think it's constantly evolving your technology and not being the last one to do it. So with people, that I work with at Ground Truth, we're actually already working on new technologies that evolve this space that allow us to continue doing what we're doing in a privacy compliant way. So we have what's called on-device. It's not just theoretical. We're currently utilizing it and creating best case scenarios on how to utilize it in our current app, WeatherBug. But I think it's all about just trial and error and ensuring that what we go to market with to future-proof ourselves in the industry. I don't think our industry is ever going to go away. It's just how do we go without not taking those personal identifiers off your mobile device? How do we stay on device and still serve you relevant ads? So I think you're going to be seeing that coming from a lot of our industry, a lot of partners, and the ones that are here to stay are the ones that are embracing those privacy laws and changes.
I think the only thing that I would add is it's a little more practical or kind of roll up your sleeves is, if data's the oil and it's driving business value, I'm sure you hit the classic data engineering problems. Our data, we've got lots of great data, but it's all in silos, right? And how do we make it? But in my experience, go back to your companies. How big is your data engineering department? Is it 3 people? Is it the one smart kid? It's data engineering still, I think, lags in terms of the amount of investment that businesses are giving. If data is truly this valuable, you need to work at it to get the value out of it. And you just like you invest in software engineers, I think as we're looking ahead, encourage your leadership to invest in people to bring your data together, get it in a format and in the frequency that your business can use to make money from it.
Guys, give it up for Tim, David. Love it. Really appreciate it. This was great. Thank you guys so much. Connect with these folks on LinkedIn if you haven't already while we're sitting here. I'm gonna let you guys de-stage, if that's a word. Yeah, no, that's what I was doing. You got it? Yeah. All right, we're gonna be welcoming up actually one of our sponsors to do a keynote. So this is Nick from Radar, so thank you guys. Feel free to make your way after what's going on, man. So we'll be handing over to him, but I got a silly quick story to tell that's relevant to this, and it's literally about location data. It's like the way you would target or cohort me. I was looking for a TV mount, and I literally drove out because I'm very thrifty. I'll say the word thrifty. And I was like, oh, I bet I could find one at like Marshall's or something like it. And so I literally drive to Marshall's, like I said, made the choice, left my home, went to Marshall's looking for a freaking TV mount because I'm crazy, trying to save like $20. And I walk all around Marshall's and I don't buy a thing and I just leave, right? And so you just gotta be careful. You gotta, whether it's dwell time, whether it's anything else, it's not perfect. So that being said, I did end up finding a TV mount at Walmart for $49.99. Works exceptionally well. Nick, take it away, brother.
All right, everyone, good morning. Really great panel. I have lots of thoughts on third-party data versus first-party data, so I'll try to reference some of that during this talk and have you take questions after. Really great to be here. Really great to be here in person, which I feel like is really important for a location conference, as Steve said. So super excited. The title of this talk is Location Technology, the Next Frontier. And I wanted to talk about 3 things in this talk. First is trends that we're seeing related to location in retail, but also more broadly. The second is what that means for location tech, the space that we're all in, how we're thinking about that at Radar. And then the third is why location matters. We're all gathered in this room today because we think location is inherently important or valuable or good for the world. I wanted to talk a little bit about how we're thinking about that at Radar with some parting thoughts. Just to introduce myself, my name is Nick Patrick, co-founder and CEO of Radar. Radar is the leading geofencing platform. We power location use cases for a lot of retail brands like Levi's, American Eagle Outfitters, Joanne, BJ's Wholesale Club, Dick's Sporting Goods, but also folks like Panera and T-Mobile outside of the retail space as well. I've been in the location space for over a decade, which is hard to believe. Met my co-founders at Foursquare. Do you have any former Foursquare users? Keep your hand up if you checked in on Swarm here today. I did. I think I might be the last one. So a lot has changed over the last 10 years. There's been a lot of innovation in the location space. Foursquare was an early innovator in location tech. It was where I personally developed one of the location maps. Got exposed to all the cool consumer use cases that are possible with location. After Foursquare, I went to an on-demand services company. We wanted to build a Uber-style, location-based dispatch and routing capabilities into our apps. That was kind of my first exposure to the logistics side of location. We brought all of that together to start here. So wanted to start by talking about trends that we're seeing related to location in retail and also more broadly. So the thing that we're telling our customers and retail prospects today, the point that I would like to make to you is, I think location is the most important customer experience investment that brick and mortar retailers can make today. And I want to talk about why I believe that to be the case. So I think the first big trend that we're seeing is that consumers have higher expectations than ever. At Radar, we talk a lot about the Amazon effect, Uber effect. we as consumers are used to opening up Amazon, searching for a product, getting it delivered to us the next day. We can see exactly where it is in transit. We're used to calling Uber and typing in any address and dropping it on the map, seeing the car come to us, knowing the exact ETA. And we as consumers expect these same types of frictionless, convenient experiences from all the apps that we use. If you're a brick and mortar retailer, what is going to get consumers to download your app, to maybe use it instead of Walmart, Target, or Home Depot, to use it instead of just ordering something through Amazon? What's going to get them to come to your physical stores? Which I think a lot of retailers started to see as more of a liability than an asset earlier during COVID. So how do we reverse that? I think the second big trend that we're seeing, the folks on the panel talked about this a bit this morning, consumers are also more sensitive about their data. They're more selective about which brands they share their data with. It's much harder for brands to request location permissions to collect first-party data these days. I think these two trends are sort of at odds with each other. We as consumers want personalized, seamless experiences, but we're also reluctant to share data. So, I think the convergence of these two trends presents a challenge, but also a big opportunity. And we're seeing leading retailers rising to that challenge and taking advantage of that opportunity. So we at Radar just released our first ever study with Forrester last week. It's on our blog, you can check it out. We surveyed a few hundred customer experience leaders in retail, restaurants, C-stores, grocery spaces like that. And what we found is that the smartest brands are thinking about these things. We found that 83% of digital leaders list creating more personalized experiences with location data as a top priority. And 75% of digital leaders list creating in-store app experiences that kind of seamlessly bridge the digital and physical as a top priority as well. And so looking at all this together, when we think about the next 10 years of brick and mortar retail, we believe it's going to be all about privacy-conscious personalization and seamless, convenient in-store app experiences. I want to talk a little bit about how location touches the customer journey in retail. The illustrations here are going to show a store, but you can just easily sub in a restaurant or a grocery store or a C-store or a mall or an airport or whatever. But it's our view at Radar that location is not just a nice to have, but a need to have when it comes to building world-class consumer experiences. And I just want to talk a little bit about how we see location touching really every single part of the ideal customer journey. So, I think it all starts with attracting nearby customers. This might be something like, a location-based reminder, right? Entice you into a store with an offer. I think this is like a stereotypical, geofencing location use case that a lot of folks think about. I think this also encompasses things like store locators that make it really easy to find nearby stores, make it really easy to get there. I think the second part is seamless order pickup experiences. We saw a lot of retailers, a lot of QSRs rush to invest in curbside pickup, buy online pickup in the store. Drive-through became really popular, especially during COVID. I think those trends are continuing. We saw a lot of retailers rush to spin up a quick V1 of this that maybe didn't have a location component to it, which is great, but they faced a lot of pain when it came to long wait times or customers not knowing where to go when they arrive on premise. So I think in the ideal retail customer journey, there's a location awareness to say, hey, I'm on my way to pick up an order, 5 minutes away, I've arrived, they can notify in-store staff, maybe there's a big show to customers, they know exactly where to go, they can pull up the space, and just so kind of on the way to pick up an order is second part of the customer journey, and we see location as part of that. And then finally, once you're on premise, immersive in-store experiences. So, what's going to get a customer to open your app on premise? What's going to get them to maybe download your app on premise? I think a lot of the retail apps that we use today are kind of static. They're showing the same experiences, regardless of whether you're sitting at home on your couch or you're in store. And presumably, you want to be showing different features or content or messaging on premise. When you're at home, maybe you're showing some locator or head functionality. When you're on premise, maybe you're showing pickup information, scan and pay features, virtual assistants in different departments, so on and so forth. And we've seen folks geofencing stores, but I think as Steve mentioned, we see the indoor location and indoor positioning space kind of exploding again. I feel like there was like a moment for beacons like 5 or 6 years ago. We're working with some retailers to actually either deploy beacons in stores for really immersive, not just in-store experiences, but kind of micro in-store experiences. And we've also found that a lot of retailers like already have beacon capable devices in the store. Sales system or that fast. I think in general, sort of zooming out outside of retail for a second, we at Radar believe that the best experiences happen at the intersection. We all love the convenience of being on our phones, but it's also great to be here in person. It's great to go visit physical stores and restaurants from time to time. So I just wanted to talk about a few of the things that we're seeing outside of retail. We talked a bit about order ahead, curbside pickup, buy online pickup in the store. We talked about it in the context of retail, also increasingly popular in QSR, grocery, C-stores, many of which are launching curbside pickup type functionality and trying to sort of steal mind share and wallet share away from QSRs. Again, I think location is a critical component to delivering really seamless, operationally efficient experiences here, which again, I think are super important in time of heightened consumer expectations, but also worker shortages and supply chain challenges. Contactless payments, how do you make it really frictionless to pull out your phone and pay, and kind of pay with the right thing in the right place when you're on premise? Ride sharing, kind of a classic location use case, but also delivery as well. Make it really easy to auto-complete an address, drop it in on the map, get something delivered to you, get a car to come pick you up, see exactly when the car or the courier is going to run. Fleet tracking, fleet optimization. There's tons of trucks and shipping containers, drones and whatnot moving around the world. We need to know where all of them are. Again, at the time of supply chain challenges and worker shortages, operational efficiency is paramount. Location is a critical input. We had Tim from FanDuel up here on the panel. I think mobile gambling is becoming increasingly popular. Regulations differ from state to state. That's rapidly changing. There are compliance needs there. But also, as folks go back to in-person sporting events, what does the live sports game experience look like? Again, location is a critical input. Think about self-driving cars. It's all about location, navigation. It's pretty obvious, pretty self-explanatory. And I think there's a session later today on augmented reality. We at Radar see augmented reality as being all about location. It's all about overlaying location context over. So you look at all these big trends that are happening in mobile and in digital transformation in general. They all have a location component to them. And so it's our view at Radar, I think a lot of folks will probably share this view, that location will power the next decade of digital transformation. As Steve was talking about the market opportunity here, the fact that it's growing, this is a $100 billion opportunity across all these different platforms, all these different industries, all these different use cases, all these different data sets, applications types. So super exciting. But I think we're in a situation where kind of the old crop of location tracking platforms, location intelligence companies, geofencing companies are going to need to evolve to serve this. I think when a lot of people think about geofencing or think about location, they still think about this stereotypical, hey, push me a coupon when I'm near a Starbucks, requires background location, maybe there's some privacy risk. And if we go back and think about these for a second, there's so much more here than just that. And so I think that raises the question, what is location technology going to need to look like over the next 10 years to service all these use cases? And in a way, sort of help us graduate from just delivering experiences like this. And so I want to talk a little bit about that, how we think about that at Radar specifically. So I think when we think about the last generation of location tech, we're just talking about first-party data versus third-party data. When my co-founder Kobe and I started the company about 6 years ago, the location space was just filled with ad tech companies. We really admire platforms like Stripe and Twilio, these sort of modern developer-first tools. And we looked around and we said, there's no Stripe for location. This seems like something that's potentially be pretty valuable. Foursquare has basically morphed into an ad tech company at this point. I think it was really easy to collect data. When we started the company, there wasn't a separate background permission on Android. And I think the background permission on iOS was relatively new. These pop-up reminders that say, hey, this app has been tracking your location 50 times in the background in the last 3 days. Like that didn't exist. And so it was very easy to collect background location data. It was very easy for, we'll use the term bad actors, but for folks just to sort of collect location data freely without delivering any value for the consumer. And ultimately, that was in service of benefiting businesses first. I think that created a wide gap for folks to rush in and kind of exploit, quite frankly. And we talked about lawsuits, and we talked about cover stories on New York Times or Wall Street Journal or whatever. Huge privacy risks here, and a lot of room for folks to collect data without delivering to consumers. I think Apple and Google have since closed that gap, which we'll talk about. Questionable accuracy and reliability. I think particularly with third-party data, like where does it come from? I really trust this location data and how accurate is it. Out of the box geofencing on iOS and Android, really only accurate down to 100 meters. Maybe good enough for sort of block level accuracy or building level accuracy, but maybe not good enough for drive-through detection or for precise indoor experiences. I think very marketing centric. It was often marketing teams buying geofencing platforms for marketing use cases, or thinking about this through an ad tech lens, and ultimately tools that were not connected with other data sets and other tools that folks were using, kind of siloed into a single use case. So that's what I think the last 10 years of location tech has looked like. And where I believe this is going is the future of location tech is going to be all about first-party data. It's going to be developer tools and SaaS, not ad tech. I think third-party data is dying a slow death. I think second-party data becomes interesting to fill gaps if sort of co-op with companies is sharing data in a very transparent way. But I think the future is first-party data, and I think as folks figure out more ways to deliver value to consumers with location, it's going to be more practical to collect and action on first-party data. I almost feel like there aren't many gaps. The use of location data and location tech is really going to benefit consumers first, and businesses second. Again, if you want to get out, it all starts with delivering value for consumers. A lot of the use cases we talked about, store locators, store experiences, curbside pickup, order ahead, these things only require foreground permissions. You've seen background location opt-in rates continue to decline. I think it's going to be the case. There's so much value you can add in the foreground. And Apple and Google are also going to introduce, I think, new primitives at the OS level to show location-based content and recommendations with foreground permissions only. Flipping privacy on its head, thinking about privacy as a strength or a competitive advantage rather than a risk. Really high accuracy and reliability, so super accurate placed polygons, indoor location use cases, being able to understand, are you in this store versus the adjacent store? Are you in the curbside pickup area? Are you in the drive-through? Which floor of the mall or the airport are you on? And so on and so forth. I think that's going to be critical to serve all the experiences we talked about. Developer first. We're seeing increasingly product or digital or engineering teams purchase location tech. It's not to say that there aren't applications for marketing or operations teams, but I think the most digitally sophisticated brands are purchasing tools that are really built for developers. We're seeing this outside of the location space as well. And I think as digital transformation continues, we're going to see product and digital teams making more and more sort of strategic vendor and data decisions. And then finally, integrated and all in one. The location space, the location tech space is quite fragmented right now. There's mapping companies and POI data companies and geofencing companies, and curbside pickup companies, and location verification companies for mobile gambling. But I think increasingly we're going to see all-in-one, best-in-class location tools emerge that are really flexible and solve a lot of different types of use cases. Stuff changed really quickly during COVID in terms of the location use cases that folks were building. Who knows what 2023 will bring? So having an all-in-one tool, making it easy to sort of consolidate vendors during the downturn. And also, a tool that's not siloed, right? Like location data is very, very powerful, but it is of limited use in isolation. So I think the next generation of location tech is going to be integrated. It's going to be able to, in a privacy-conscious way, push and pull data from other systems, whether that's CDPs like Segment or marketing automation platforms like Braze, or whatever. So, I don't want to turn this into a Radar sales pitch, but I just wanted to very briefly talk about how we think about this at Radar. We see ourselves as sort of leading the charge when it comes to this next generation of location tech. We started as a geofencing platform, making it really easy to manage hundreds or thousands or even millions of geofences, not just kind of radius circle-based geofences, but really precise polygon geofences, layering in beacons, this sort of hardware-enabled micro geofences. During COVID, we launched trip tracking. So really launched this to power arrival detection for curbside pickup and overhead use cases. But we've since seen an explosion of interest in applications for delivery and fleet tracking as well, which is really exciting. And basically, this is APIs and SDKs for calculating ETAs and arrival to a destination. We're an infrastructure company, but we do have some out-of-the-box dashboards and integrations as well. And then finally, I think the future of geofencing is really going to take advantage of really precise POI and address data sources. So Radar has a points of interest data set with millions of places. We have polygons for most of the retail, QSR, and grocery brands in the US and around the world, but also in big public footprint places like airports and malls and whatnot. And we recently launched the ability to create geofences and Radar sort of matched against this places data set and kind of snap to our super active polygons. I talked about the importance of privacy and accuracy and developer experience. It's our goal at Radar to sort of really redefine what's possible with location along these dimensions. These are the three things that our customers expect us to be the best at and continue to push the pace on. So, privacy. We wrote a blog post in the super early days of Radar called geofencing in the foreground. And a lot of folks thought about geofencing as a purely background application. A lot of the use cases that we talked about in the foreground conditions require, obviously, location data is really sensitive, so controlling access to it, really being precise about what data you're collecting, what you're persisting, and for how long is really important, because we have really sophisticated access controls and retention settings. Accuracy is paramount, again, detecting somebody's in the drive-through in a particular part of the store, so accurate down to 5 meters, and also indoor use case is super important as well. I talked about matching custom geofences to our POI data set. And then finally, developer experience things is something that not just engineers, but also product and digital teams, and even by extension, other teams within our appreciate as well. All of our SDKs are open source, super flexible, and integrate them with just a couple lines of code, but you can also deeply customize and tune these things. Our SDK isn't a closed source, one size fits all. So we work with a lot of innovators, folks who are on the cutting edge, but it's our view that any customer-obsessed company in these verticals is going to adopt this next generation of location tech. If they tried to bring something in-house, they're going to supercharge it with a tool like Radar. If they've adopted a legacy tool, they're going to migrate over to a tool like Radar. We're just really excited about what we think is the explosion of innovation that's going to happen in the location space over the next 10 years. As Steve said, as well, we're still only at the beginning here. Lucky enough to work with folks, a ton of folks in retail, showing curbside pickup and store mode for their people here, powering the club mode for DJ's wholesale club, makes it easy to scan and pay or check in for curbside pickup. Joanne found that folks were opening the app in store often when something was out of stock, and so they were using sort of comparison shop or maybe order. They launched a in-store only coupon for free shipping that drove a bunch of incremental revenue for them, which is really exciting. And then outside of retail, working with folks like Panera in the QSR space. I mentioned mobile gambling earlier, but finding some of the more modern, up-and-coming fantasy sports and mobile gambling platforms are looking to tools like Radar. And then finally, in retail, but not brick and mortar, working with folks like Afterpay or Ibotta, powered location-based reminders and sort of detect store visits using first-party data for those apps as well. I want to just wrap a little bit by talking about why we think this is so important. I think we're all gathered in this room because we believe that it is important to connect with people, places, and things in the physical world. We see location as inherently valuable or important or good for the world. We deeply believe this at Radar. We believe it so much that we've encoded it in our mission as connecting digital and physical worlds. And I just wanted to kind of like zoom out and maybe talk a little bit about like how we got here and where I think this space might be going, and also what we see as sort of the ideal future. So I think it's important to step back and realize, like, when we talk about the digital world and smartphones and all this stuff, this is like really, really, really recent in the grand scheme of human history. For tens of thousands of years, we didn't have smartphones, let alone computers, right? And we were really inhabiting, the physical world only. Very recently with the Industrial Revolution, technology started to transform our physical world. We built factories and railroads and skyscrapers and things like this. Within the last century, we invented computers. They were not moving around the physical world at first. They were very large and took up the entire room. We invented the internet, and I think with the emergence of the internet, we started to create a digital world separated from the physical world. And I think things really started to change back in 2007 when Apple launched the iPhone. And I think this was the first time that we basically had a little miniature computer that we could carry around with us in our pocket that was connected to the internet. It actually sort of moved through the physical world. I grew up using Windows 95 on family PC. I could go into the computer room, shut the door, fixed point in the physical world. There was no point in geofencing. When everybody was just using desktop PCs, but not the case when we're carrying these around. When Steve Jobs introduced the iPhone, he said, "Hey, this device is three things. It's an iPod, it's a phone, and it's an internet communicator." And I think you forgot the fourth one, which is that it is a GPS tracker. It's location technology. So we're at this really interesting point where graph here, based on the vertical axis, showing the amount of time spent in the physical world versus the amount of time spent in the digital world over time. Again, the vast majority of human history were fully inhabiting the physical world. Then we invented computers, then we invented the smartphone. I think we're at this really awesome sweet spot where, hey, we have these smartphones, these computers in our pocket. This is great. This is super convenient. This is awesome. So where do we go from here? Today we're more connected digitally than ever. We're spending more time on our smartphones, on TikTok, whatever, than ever. But I think recently, maybe paradoxically, we've been more isolated than ever. It's awesome to be here in person today. I love going to conferences and meeting with customers and partners in person. We didn't do that for 2 years. In a lot of cases, we were isolated from family and friends. And I think things were pretty challenging. I think measures of depression and polarization and things like this are at all-time highs, despite the fact that we're more connected digitally than ever. So I think not to get too philosophical, but I think as a human species, we're at a really interesting crossroads. And I think there's a question, where do we go from here? I know we're going to talk about VR, metaverse later today. I don't know if anybody watched the Facebook VR keynote. I found it pretty depressing, actually. And so I think that there's a possible dystopian future 100 years from now where we never leave our houses, we just spend all day inside, VR goggles strapped to our face all day, we get everything delivered to us through Amazon and Uber and whatever. And we sort of enter this danger zone where we're just spending all of our time in the metaverse, in the digital world. I don't think that's good for society. I don't think that's good for the location industry. And so, I think there's a better future where we're still connecting with people, places, and things in the physical world. The apps that we're using are taking advantage of location tech. They're giving a reason to go out and connect with family and friends and stores and restaurants and things like this. And, I'd like to think that the group of folks in this room are going to bend the arc of human history, to a better place and hopefully find a sweet spot where we're connecting with people, places, and things in the physical world, but we also have the convenience of smartphones and augmented reality and digital experiences as well. So, I think we think about the next frontier of location technology, where is all of this going? I think if this group can work together to kind of create a future that is, privacy conscious and consumer first, that's a really exciting future, and in my mind, the best possible future. So that's all I got. Thank you, and happy to take questions.
Who's got questions for Nick? That was awesome. What you guys got? I'll start it off with one. I mean, you mentioned some end user brands that use the radar technology, but are there some pieces of software that some folks in the audience would use that leverage your SDK and your technology to then bring the end product to market? What are some of those that we might be familiar with?
Yeah, just to make sure I understand the question, are you asking about the tools that folks use with radar?
Yeah, you would essentially get the radar technology and location data that developer software partner is using your SDK to bring a more holistic product to market.
Yeah, I'll talk a little bit about some of our integration partners. If that's kind of on track, cool.
Yeah.
Course correct me. So I mentioned that my co-founder and I met at Foursquare. I went to an on-demand services company. He went to be the first seller at a company called Particle, which I'm sure a lot of folks in this room are familiar with as mobile first CDP. And very early on in Radar's life, we said, hey, location data is super valuable. It's even more valuable when you're able to join it with other data sources, kind of install location SDK or collect location data more easily. And so we set out to build these types of integration partnerships. So with CDPs like Segment and Particle. Particle actually has the ability to sort of automatically install the Radar SDK secondarily. We're increasingly finding that folks are wanting to forward data into Radar and say, hey, I'm already tracking these really important conversion events like app opens or purchases or searches or whatever. Let me enrich those with location context. Outside of the CDP space, marketing automation platforms like Braze or Airship or Interval, behavioral analytics platforms like Amplitude, attribution tools like Branch. So we have great relationships with all those folks. I think what we're finding is digital innovators are investing in a kind of modern product and growth stack. That it's all these tools that they're developer friendly, they're tightly integrated, they're all event-based, they're all operating in real time, and they're all leveraging first-party data, right? So that's kind of how we think about it, and we believe that it is easy for folks to take advantage of Radar if they can easily integrate it with or connect it with. So hopefully that answers the question.
Yeah, I got time for one quick question, and then we're going to be doing a case study here. What you got for Nick?
Hey, Nick. Good presentation. There is intellectual property and patents within this technology. And it looks like there's an opportunity for this industry, per se, to really make some movement. But my question to you in some form is, how are you guys addressing dealing with the intellectual property and patents out there in this technology? Because it's fairly new technology, but there are some pretty powerful patents out there.
Sure, yeah, that's a great question. I think patents are important. I think, patenting, I'm going to flip back to the Industrial Revolution slide. Patenting a machine is valuable. I think patenting pharmaceuticals is valuable. Kind of anti-software patents, I think they actually inhibit innovation. And I think we see a lot of patent trolls out there kind of using them not for good and slowing innovation. That being said, I think it's important to be mindful of the landscape out there. You mentioned the mobile gaming space. There's a big incumbent in that space that has a patent. We recently went after somebody with it. So, long story short, I don't love software patents. I think it's important to be mindful of them. And I think in general, my hope is that developer platforms and location technology vendors in the space work together to sort of work around patents, but also kind of defend against folks who build patents. So happy to talk more about that. I know we're short on time. That's kind of how I think about it.
guys give it up for Nick. All right, gotta fix this pillow that Love knocked over. That's okay for photo ops. Yeah, let's fix that. We've got a really cool case study coming up. Raise your hand if you use Waze or another mapping, driving. Yes, wildly valuable use case. Obviously, they're the one that we all thought of back in 2008, 9, and 10 when all this stuff was starting to spring up. So obviously, they've been wildly successful. So I'm going to welcome up to the stage Mike and Peter, Mike from Waze and Peter from Coca-Cola. Give them a hand while we get their stuff. They're going to talk through a case study. Thanks, guys. Morning. You guys hear me okay? Takes a minute. Go ahead. Flip it on and let it back. Red light should be on.
Morning, Mark. Can you hear me? I got this.
There you go. We got you.
Well, good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Koffis. I've been at Google now almost 7 years, helping spearhead our efforts on retail and CPG for the Waze application. First and foremost, thank you so much for those who raise your hand that use Waze every day. We love our users, we love our community, so thank you there. And I'm joined here today by a longtime partner that I've been working with for several years, Peter McGee. So we'll talk a little bit about how Pete and I, between Waze and Coca-Cola, have partnered over the years. Some of the great things that Coke is doing, not just specifically with Waze, but how they're leveraging location data, location signals to build smarter, more strategic marketing initiatives. So Pete, great to see you. And first and foremost, welcome to Atlanta and congratulations on your recent nuptials. So Pete, give us a little idea of your background and how we came here today and all the great stuff you've worked on thus far in your career.
Yeah, so as Mike said, I am new to Atlanta as of this year. I spent the last 10 years in New York, where Mike and I actually first met and started working together, and I started leveraging Google and Waze as a part of Coke's former agency of record, Universal McCann. So spent just over 6 years at that media agency, focused specifically on digital investments, and really where we saw the emergence as an agency of what was then shopper marketing and now called what we call digital commerce or connected commerce. So the growth has been exponential, specific to Coke, but also within the agency that focused on shopper, focused on conversion. So we find ourselves moving away a little bit from what was a little bit more of a brand-centric view, a little bit more of an affinity, those awareness-driving tactics that you think of every day when you see Coca-Cola, and more into the conversion space. I will say this was pre-COVID, so the emphasis was still small when I was at the agency, but over the last 2 years, I would say between 2019 and 2020, when I was still there, the focus and growth, not just in dollars spent, but in partners leveraged, specifically with Mike in some of those instances, ultimately drove me to have an affinity and a love for conversion-based marketing and Coca-Cola specifically. So after 4.5 years of servitude, and those who have worked in an agency before will know that that word servitude is real, that I decided to drink the Kool-Aid, come on down here to Atlanta and join Coke after a reorg and a refocus on conversion-based tactics. And that's about it.
That's a lot. So Pete, tell us a little about how you mentioned the global reorg and sort of the evolution of what I think historically we called shopper marketing, but now connected commerce. Could you elaborate a little bit more about how that transition has gone and sort of the new thinking and strategy behind that group? And also for those that may not know what shopper marketing is, maybe just kind of a quick bullet point there.
Definitely. So Coke obviously was heavily invested in shopper marketing, before my time, looking to drive volume in store. But there was less of a focus on those digital touch points and that digital connection that we see now. I was much more historically focused on brick and mortar, POS, in store, and those are our more traditional shopper marketing tactics. I will say, actually, before the pandemic, Coke took a step back from a marketing and a global marketing perspective and said, are we thinking about connecting with our consumers in the right way? Sure, of course, we want to show up on shelf and at those end caps, but digitally, knowing that these digital natives are now growing up, millennials are becoming the people that are the point of purchase and those purchase people in the households. Are we thinking about them the right way? So we took a step back. Shopper marketing still wholeheartedly exists in our company. I don't want to pretend that it does not, but reevaluation, restructure, kind of birth the connected commerce team. It still sits within the integrated marketing department, but what it now focuses on is those digital touch points, not just your true e-commerce platforms like Amazon or Instacart, but how we can leverage retail media networks, how we can leverage different programmatic DSP partners, tech partners, to ultimately find our consumers wherever they are and whatever purchase moment they are in, and ultimately make sure that they think of our brands first and foremost, or perhaps more importantly, can purchase our brands in those moments. And that was a rather large step change to where we were when we were just trying to make sure we stayed top of mind as mom was going to the grocery store and stocking up for her family. So that was pre-pandemic, luckily enough, because come the COVID-19, ultimately shopping behaviors changed dramatically, not only for those 2 years and now that we're coming on the outside of that pandemic, ultimately some of those behaviors that have stuck. So we were set up totally infrastructure-wise to support that total business during COVID, but ultimately coming out of it, that team was in place to continue to take advantage and continue to innovate alongside, a lot of our media partners, Google, Waze, Browntree, some of the other folks I've seen here.
Yeah, that's interesting. So it's almost that you feel like the company had the intuitive foresight pre-pandemic to see where the proverbial puck was going, and those sort of thinking was in place. So you mentioned a number of times in your narrative about working to support brick and mortar business, whether it's Kroger, 7-Eleven, Circle K. Could you talk to us a little bit about how that relationship with Coke, as it relates to location-based marketing, what it was, how it's transitioned to what it is now, and not to put you on the spot, but where are you thinking this could be potentially going in growth, from a growth perspective for Coca-Cola, knowing that the relationship that you have with your customers, which are the retailers, that is really the lifeline of what you did, right?
Correct. And for a brief history lesson y'all didn't ask for, Coke actually works through a bottling system. So Coke Corporate doesn't bottle our own beverages, does not ship them. We work through a bottling network, which ultimately owns that relationship, that order, that monetary transfer between our retailers. So they're an imperative part of our total system. I'll get to them in a minute, but to start off with your initial question, where location-based marketing ultimately fell within our remit, within our strategic structure for different roles of retail media channels. We'll start with CR, you said 7-Eleven, I think it's a great example. We don't just think of role of channel at Coke, we also think of the different beverage occasions that we're trying to reach people during. I think location-based marketing was imperative doing that within the C-store and QSR retail channels because of that impulse drinking moment. Ultimately, we want to make sure when someone is going to a 7-Eleven that they have the propensity to buy at that 7-Eleven because of that impulse purchase moment. Ultimately, we aren't going to treat C-store like a stock-up occasion. You're not going to go there to buy your 12 packs, to buy your 36 packs, to stock up for your family. But what you are going to do is you're on your way home from work and need a quick beverage, or you're on a road trip and need to stop, know where to stop, and we want to make sure we're a part of that occasion. And we do that through location-based marketing. Additionally, where we are now is traditionally when we would think through large retail locations like your Walmarts, like your Krogers, we worked under the assumption that you knew where they were. Now, I think that was an incorrect assumption and something that we have since remedied, but also wanting to make ourselves a part of that trip, we would leverage location-based marketing. And I saw some geofences, aisle targeting, we would do things of that nature. But where location continued to play a more important role throughout the pandemic and throughout our refocus on leveraging data and targeting was actually due to supply constraints. So gone were the days. We, of course, are a national and a global beverage company with distribution across the North American business unit. But what we didn't account for is within those large store locations, they were being serviced by different bottlers. Each of those different bottlers ran into their own supply constraints, which a lot of anyone who worked in CPG here over the last 2 years is all too familiar with. We had to get tactful with when we were prioritizing our brands, where our brands were showing up, because ultimately what we didn't want to do is to showcase a smart water product, drive someone into the store, try to keep them top of mind, and then ultimately that person couldn't purchase, because ultimately what we found is if they weren't purchasing our brands, they were purchasing a competitor. And of course, that's the last thing we want to do is support our competitive people in blue, who ultimately were benefiting from some of our out of stocks and driving people into those locations. So that's where we ended up, and where we're going. I think it's been adopted. E-commerce, digital touch points, location-based targeting in general has been adopted by a lot of these shoppers, and we're seeing it more and more. Of course, we saw that huge spike as a part of COVID-19. We expected that to go down, but what we found is it plateaued. So people who adopted those behaviors, adopting those shopping behaviors during the pandemic, are ultimately retaining them, or it has become a part. So they're still going in store, brick and mortar. I don't want to downplay the importance of driving our consumers in store, but what it has highlighted is another avenue, another touch point, another conversion opportunity for us to reach those consumers, and we need to do that in a way that they can actually convert, and it's done through marketing.
So Pete, earlier we heard a lot about the importance of data. And I know from working with you for over the years, that's something that Coca-Cola as a company, you in particular, really put all eyes on that. And as you've gone through this transition, talk a little bit about the importance of, not to make this a plug for Waze, but I know that when we've worked together, the navigational, the visitation, the time of day, talk to us a little bit about how the data you get from your location-based marketing partners is then being utilized to move a path forward.
Definitely, great question. We rely on measurement for almost all that we do at Coke. Like any advertiser, client, CPG, we ultimately are moving to prove out our performance back to our retail partners, back to our brand teams, and show that the media that we are placing is ultimately driving success. I think when we think through success, the media KPIs that I won't get into that are all too boring, but at a macro level, overall we look at incrementality and lift. And the way we do that in the location spaces is ultimately, are we affecting a behavior change? So are we reaching someone who is already on their way to a retail location and we found them, we targeted them, great. Are we impacting them to say, are they going +1? So are they going one more time? Were they not planning on going? We intercepted them and drove them in store. How do we think through and measure that? I think with our Waze campaigns, a lot of times we were measuring behavioral lift in terms of in-store foot traffic and navigations. So were we, again, driving that incremental trip to a C-store location, for example, and how are we proving that out through different partners, whether it was leveraging Google's analytics and Waze measurements based on their first-party data, tapping into a partner like a Place Foursquare, things of that nature ultimately would prove back success. But what we were trying to get away from, and it's not perfect by any means and something we're still trying to do, is just strictly relying on an attribution model, simply relying on things like ROAS or ROI, because Coke being the global brand that it is, so, we understand that a lot of people will be drinking our beverages anyway. So we don't just want to serve to those people. Of course, there's a place of retaining loyalists, but ultimately that incrementality and that lift is what we look for and what we gauge success off of.
That's great. So Pete, I think this was super helpful. I'd love to open it up to some questions from the audience. There was a lot of information that was shelled out here. Does anyone have any questions?
What you guys got for Mike and Pete? Don't be shy. Yep, cool.
I just have a quick question on Google acquired Waze a few years back. Kind of how do you differentiate the features and the marketing opportunities between Waze and Google Maps and maybe comparatively to other mapping or service providers?
Yeah, so I think it's important to realize that Waze's #1 value proposition is we are 100% driving application. It's for driving, that's it. When you look at a Google Maps platform, there's other different types of functionalities for the user. So it's drivers first. It's also rooted in community, okay? So the way that Waze operates is both passive reporting, so when you're driving and you have the application on, and we understand the GPS signals, because that's what Waze is. It's a global positioning system. So understanding the where you're starting your trip, where you're going, how you're getting there, the when you're leaving and when you're arriving. Okay, so for a marketer like Coca-Cola, that's incredibly potent and powerful information to understand and to leverage to connect with consumers and drive that incrementality into stores. With Google Maps, I think it could be real estate, it could be walking, it could be sort of search discovery. So there's just two very different use cases, right? And what we'll find is, again, it's all about driving. So that's really our core foundation.
Coming over here to your left, guys.
So how does Coke and Waze partner?
This is going to be a pitch for Mike. You're welcome. We partner with Waze, I would say primarily in that C-store vertical. Think through when you're driving and you have one of the branded pins pop up. What we really look for is to drive value for our retailers as well as ourselves. The way we drive value for ourselves is driving consumers into location and hopefully being the brand that they purchase once they are there. But we really leverage them in two ways. One, for the data that Mike was just talking about, we can very pointedly target someone who is on a summer road trip, and we want to make sure we are intercepting them as they jump off of 95 and then we go to a Circle K. We also leverage them in an instance where there is a LTO promotion going on for one of our brands. The awareness isn't there, but Waze and Google being the efficient platform that they are, we can not only get eyeballs for our retailers and our LTO products there, but we also can say, here's where you buy, please go in, and then tangibly report back out to them that we drove X number of visits, X% lift in terms of incrementality like I was speaking on before. So really it's best partnering them to leverage their data, leverage those points of intersection, and then subsequently report out in a rather straightforward nature how success was seen.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Guys, give them a round of applause. That was really excellent stuff. So we've got a bit of a break here. There's still a bunch of food over there. Heads up, lunch is at 1:15. So if you didn't have something this morning where you're getting a little tummy rumble, get something over there. There's plenty of stuff. The coffee is extremely dark. I am on the edge of my seat. Hopefully you guys are as well. Take a break, network, and we'll be back probably at 11:30. exchanging physical business cards or digital business cards or fidget business cards? Raise your hand if you've used the word fidgetal. Never. We're not doing this. This is not a thing we're trying to make happen. All right, folks over in the food zone, make your way back. We've got some metaverse action. Is this thing loud enough? Hello. Yeah, testing. Round them up.
All right, guys, let's take a seat.
Let's go. Train's leaving. All right, so we've got some stuff related to the metaverse coming up next year. So quick poll, if you have strapped a VR device to your cranium yet, raise your hand if you have entered some version of the metaverse at some point. Keep your hand up if you were called a glass hole in 2010. Do you guys remember that, the Google glasses? It's obviously changed. We got one. Good way to admit it. Early adopter right here. So obviously, it's an early adoption thing. We're really early in the metaverse, no doubt. But we've got some folks on stage who are betting big on it and have some things to really share and educate us on. I personally hope the future is not strapping one of these to our heads 24/7. But I think there's some really cool things that I'm excited to hear. So give it up for our next panel.
All right, welcome everybody. Let me get this volume dialed in. How's that? All right, so I'm Nathan Pettyjohn. I'm the moderator of this panel. We're talking about immersive technologies in the metaverse. So now that we're back from break, I want to kick this off with a little request from you. I want to hear by a show of applause, whistles, yells, and if you want to dance, that's cool too. How excited are you to hear about the metaverse in retail? That was great. All right, I'm going to ask you to stand up. I know some of you have some stuff, some computers here, but let's stand up. And then I'm going to do a little icebreaker here where I'm going to record a video in a second. We're going to do a practice round because I want to share this on social media how excited retail industry is to talk about metaverse technology. So we'll practice once, and then I'm going to record a little video, and then I'll post it after this on social media. So how excited are you to hear about the metaverse in retail? All right, so I'm going to record a little video. Stay standing up. And when I turn to you back here, and I say, how excited is the audience to talk about metaverse technologies in retail? Just go crazy, like even more than you just did. Okay? All right. All right. Hey, I'm here at Retail LOCO in Atlanta. We have some incredible speakers here. We have Rob from Peak Activity. We have Karen from MHP, a Porsche company, and Anise from 3D Cloud by Markson. They're excited to talk about metaverse tech and how it applies to retail. Some of the biggest brands in the world are here. But more importantly, we have an audience that's really excited. How excited are you guys to hear about metaverse tech in retail? Let's hear it. All right. Cool, thank you. All right, so I think we're all ready to roll here. So real quick, I'm the president and founder of VR Air Association. We're the largest global trade group for virtual reality and augmented reality. Started in 2015. We have about 700 companies that are members globally, 50 chapters around the world. We also host conferences. The next one upcoming is Immerse Global Summit coming up in Miami Beach in early December. So if anyone needs an excuse to go to Miami, and I know we all do, then that is your ticket to go. So check it out at Immerse Global Summit. I also spent the last 3.5 years running the global go-to-market for Lenovo in their augmented reality and virtual reality technologies. So I was really fortunate to do that. I'm also a venture-backed tech founder in the past where I ran a retail-based indoor navigation company where we just distributed our tech in about 16,000 retail stores. So and that got me hooked into augmented reality. But more importantly, we have some very incredible speakers here on the panel that are going to talk about what they're doing. And so first, I think we're going to do a quick introduction, and then we have a couple of videos that we're going to play on 3D Markson and MHP. So Anise, if you wouldn't mind giving a quick introduction, and then we'll play your video for you.
Sure. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Great.
Anis Hashtaib, I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Marksant. We've been around about 11 years. We specialize in delivering 3D modeling as well as configurator capabilities for the home vertical. We work with large brands such as Lowe's, Ashley Furniture, Macy's, really many large retailers. We've been on the cutting edge of the 3D. We started doing 3D before the web browser can handle 3D, so you could think about the journey we've been through. I'm really excited to be part of this panel here, and it should be fun.
Awesome.
Just a quick comment on that. We call that broad magic room. The idea is allowing users, i.e. consumers, to create and design their own spaces without having to talk to a designer. And as you could tell, it's all 3D, it's all being able to scan your own room, model it, swipe between different configurations. So that's the kind of stuff we're bringing to the market.
Awesome. And Karen, if you would mind giving an introduction briefly, and then we'll play a video.
Sure. Thanks, Nathan. My name is Karen Jane. I work for MHP, a Porsche company. We are a business and technology consulting company, and really what that means is we provide strategic management consulting all the way through the holistic technology solutions implementation. So we do the whole end-to-end for our clients. I am actually the head of the customer experience practice at MHP. And as you've seen by the name of our company, our roots and our family is Porsche. So we have exciting experiences in our blood. And really that's what my team is responsible for, really engaging customers, understanding their needs, helping our clients build an end-to-end customer journey that enables technology as well as the physical experience. And I think Nick had actually mentioned it, customer experience, and it sits at the crossroads of the physical and the digital. And really, we're going to double down on that when we talk today. I'm happy and thrilled to actually spotlight in this really quick clip our immersive experience platform, and really it's based on Unreal Engine 5. We partner with Epic Games, and it's really using that gaming technology to change the game for some of our retailers. So I hope you enjoy the clip.
I'll clap for that.
It's always much cooler.
The fidelity is amazing. There were no real vehicles in there, right?
No.
That's amazing.
It's all digital.
So impressive. Thank you. So Rob, will have you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so my name is Rob Petrosino. I'm the managing partner of Peak Activity Development and Emerging Technology Division. What that means in short is I get to work on all the cool stuff like metaverse and machine learning, artificial intelligence, VR, AR, XR, MR, every MR that you can imagine, and bringing it to life for a wide suite of customers. Peak Activity focuses not only on this custom technology side and emerging technology side, but also in the retail space. With long-standing tradition working with retailers on their e-commerce platforms, development and launching it. What I like to say is you get to work with half of Peak Activity to your meat and veggies, and then you get to come over to my side where you get dessert and have really awesome experiences. So it's really fun.
So as we talk about metaverse, right, a lot of times people think about only virtual reality, but I think it's much more than that. It's immersive technologies. And it can happen in store, it can happen out of store. The first question I'd like maybe for all of you to expand on is, where are you seeing the most adoption from consumers in immersive technologies? Is it in store, is it out of store, is it a mix of both, and kind of what's your strategy there?
Happy to start. I mean, during the early days of COVID, of course, we've seen people adopt it more in their homes. Because many stores were closed. There was no in-store experiences. I think as the world reopened, as people started, going back to malls, stores, etc., really we're seeing people starting their journey at home and finish it in store. Like thinking about people like Lowe's, where their decking application, where you can start designing your own deck and 3D, build it, change the rails, the colors, etc., and then go to the store, feel the wood, feel the tracks, feel the different composite, and then make your purchase still in the store. So we're still seeing a mix of not one taking over the other, but they both require that digital engagement.
Okay, to slightly expand on that, is that experience happening typically on a PC, on a mobile device, or is it augmented reality or a mix?
We're seeing, most of the internet traffic is through mobile these days, right? The stats, I think they're about 70% or something like that. So we're seeing people starting their journey on mobile. And then if you're working on a bigger project, they may move that to a PC. And as you guys may have seen in the video earlier, we have this scanning capability that can start the journey through mobile, move that to a desktop, and then from that desktop, finish that journey into the store. So we're seeing all of it. When it comes to the headset and the VR experiences, we're offering that, but we're seeing that as additional capabilities, not really supporting lots of the commerce journey, if that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah. Yeah, so the one thing I'll piggyback on in that regard is this idea of metaverse has been hardcore push that you need to be in a VR headset, you need to be in a haptic suit, I need to have gloves on, I need to plug into the matrix, and I'm completely somewhere else. Metaverse extends well beyond that, right? The replication of real world products, spaces, etc., and then enhancing it with digital information is probably the soonest manifestation of metaverse, right? We just saw that in your video. I'm copying the real world space and I'm adding digital information or objects on top of it. So when you look at it from that perspective, everyone underneath the sun is doing something related to the metaverse, right? We talked a little bit about Lowe's, and Lowe's did a fantastic project with NVIDIA recently. Digitizing warehouses, smart cities, all of these are manifestations of the metaverse. All of them are in some way, shape, or form enabling customers to move forward. The most interesting part within the retail space is you're now extending direct-to-consumer experiences where I can drop products in my space, make sure they fit that type of work. But then you can extend it to training for your actual employees that are working in store. You can train, you can push that beyond once you have all that information. You can push that beyond to warehouse workers for pick and pack and that type of information. So
the slow and steady progression of, oh, metaverse is 10, 20 years away when we can get these headsets and we don't get motion sick. It's actually here now. So people are recognizing that definition a little bit differently. And I kind of akin that to Facebook changing their name.
True. So in the industries that we work in, very similar to what Anis and Rob have both said, during COVID, with the partners that we're working with, it's about real life, hands-on customer experiences, right? It's the physical, it's the luxury vehicles that are being sold. You want to see them, you want to feel them, you want to drive them. That's what builds the excitement. COVID hits, everything goes remote. It was the need and to double down on, finding things, digital assets, 3D modeling that will enhance the customer experience and really help build that customer obsession that you still want with those brands, but in a remote world. So that's what we've seen in the last 3 years, and it was a boom for, how do we enable that? What's the technology? And our platform has really taken off specifically in the last few years because brands needed a way to engage and excite and energize their customer base. Now, as we're coming out of it, it is the mix of retail, as you had said, Denise, the mix of retail and digital, where from the beginning of your shopping experience, you may configure and personalize down to the threading and the fabric in your vehicle. And then you go to the dealer, and the dealer has that same configuration and can show it to you on a tablet and may not have that car in the store, but can actually, in big screens, have you experience it in a way that, the retail experience in the store becomes different when you're actually enhancing it with the digital. So we are seeing both. The retail space is a little bit slower to kind of pick it up and get the technology in their stores, but definitely something that people want to move towards.
Yeah.
The other thing to add on that, specifically for the retail industry, think about how your assortment become infinite if you provide that digital experience in the store, right? Today, physical stores have physical limitation, right? The retailers have been struggling with supply chain issues like anyone, right? So the digital experience enable you to engage the customer in different ways and not necessarily having to walk the aisle, touch and see the thing. So there's, in a way, these issues we ran into the last, 24 to 36 months accelerated the process in a way to enable these things, yeah.
Yeah, just to add one more thing, we've hit home. Data is either the currency, oil, or tender for any of these experiences. Just imagine the amount of data that you can get when you're actually occupying in some way, shape, or form someone's home, right? Because that's where they're going through these experiences for the most part. You extrapolate that to your iPhone has a ton of sensors on it. A headset has a minimum 18. And that's a lot of data that can be aggregated about the user that's going through that experience, right?
And Karen, you touched on a topic that I want to dive deeper into, which was the experience of these digital immersive assets that happen at home, that happen in store, or on different devices. And sometimes retailers, brands, or many of us get excited about doing an experience. And they say, let's just make this cool experience. Maybe you could talk more about, and all of you, the strategy behind developing, all those assets, the CRM that kind of manages all of them and how those get implemented. Maybe an example or two of how you've done that.
Yeah, no, great question. And it actually is a great segue from what Rob has just said, right? Yeah. I'm going to double down on, it starts with data. And data is the oil. A lot of what you saw in the videos that we showed are reliant on the right data. So specifically with our tool, it's the engineering data, it is product design data. It usually sits in multiple different places in companies. So taking the steps to actually pull your data together to understand how good the data is, and really leverage it. That's kind of the hygiene factors that have to go into launching any of these systems. And I think that, you know, some companies come in and they want that shiny toy right away. And it's about taking them on the journey and understanding what are the steps of getting your data in one place, getting it to be the level that it needs to be to power this. Then this becomes the platform that so many other customer experiences can be enhanced. So when you talk about CRM, that I have a whole team of people that look at CRM, look at how do we engage the customer at different phases of their journey with a brand, and how do we enable that with technology. But usually it starts with what data do we have about them, and what are we collecting, how good is it, and then what is the technology that can actually enable that amazing customer experience.
Yeah, I'll piggyback off of this. So typically what happens is someone at some level of the organization sees something online that they're really excited about, or sees a podcast that they're really interested about technology, and they're like, we should do that, which is great, right? Which is what you want. So you have to go through this education cycle that I think we all have gone through many times, which is, hey, can we do that, right? Is it meaningful for the customer that's going to go through it? And then do you have the palatability to go through and build out this experience that you're thinking of? So if you have those things checked off, great. Okay, we nailed the ability to do this. Then you look at the data that you're talking about. So we'll take furniture, for example. Furniture is a fantastic use case. If I have the size and dimensions of my furniture pieces, great. I can then convert them into 3D models. If I already have my 3D models, then I can start looking at augmented reality experiences for direct-to-consumer. Once I have those direct-to-consumer experiences, you look at the other disparate data that you have. So furniture doesn't get shipped in completed parts. You would want to know how many boxes it comes in, right? So if I know how many boxes it comes in, now I can extend it to my warehouse workers, and then being able to make sure they can do QC checks in a very real and accurate way. So this spark of innovation really does act like a seed, and a tree of experiences can come out of it. I know we'll focus a little bit more on the direct-to-consumer side here and those experiences, but that little spark, and then looking at the other data that you have available or will aggregate, ultimately leads to a massive transformation, or a massive digital transformation for most organizations that say, hey, we have this, we can do this, we can do it in a meaningful way for our customers.
No, absolutely. I mean, as a software provider, you know, in the early days, we will jump and try to build the cool, shiny, exciting, I think, because that's what we thought customers wanted. And then after a period of time, we realized that these 3D models actually could be leveraged for many, many things. And historically, and actually even today, we still walk into retailers, and the 3D model are stored in a Dropbox or in some, somewhere, and it's all disparate. So we realized at Markson that really the first step is you need to have a content management strategy, because you can create all the 3D models of the world, you can create all the shiny apps, but if all of them are not connected, all of them are not centralized in one place, you cannot scale and you cannot be able to support all of the innovation that your customer expect today, you're gonna need in the future. So really, I know it's, some of you may remember the early days of the PIM and DAM and all of those, 3 letters acronyms. We need that for the 3D world now before we start even, thinking about new and more innovation, because it's gonna get hard very quickly, because we have the ability to collect much more data than we've ever been able to. So if you don't have a content management strategy, if you don't have an infrastructure that can support the 3D growth, it's gonna be really a hard journey.
Yeah, I can agree more. Yeah. Right, and it happens everywhere. And it goes from a single marketing campaign for an AR experience, all the way through, I want to build a Roblox store, right? For you to do one or you to do the other, you need to have all this information.
And you talked about these 3D assets, right? So the file sizes of some of these digital assets can be millions of polygons, especially when you're looking at high res. So maybe you could touch a little bit on how does that impact the data storage and the cloud storage of retailers, and does this go up to like a CIO type of level to say, whoa, like if we're going to create 3D assets for everything, we need to relook at all of our data storage. Like, is that an issue or is it not? I guess you're saying.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. I mean, so I think for the 3D assets, there are two things. There is the cost of creation, which for some reason is still fairly high. I think there is a lot of innovation coming in that space. My hope and expectation is in 24 months, we will be able to reduce the upfront cost. So there is that challenge that, yes, if you're going to start your 3D journey, it may be costly upfront to invest in creating all of that content. But you gotta think long term, because once you created that content, then you can leverage it and use it for an infinite number of applications. Going back to your storage question, I don't think the storage is an issue today. The storage in general, I mean, if you think about the price of it came down over time, and there are really good technologies and cloud providers that can host that cheaply. I think it's more the upfront cost as well as the ongoing management and the maintenance of it that is much more costly in my opinion.
Yeah, I think to piggyback off of that, the modeling is a commoditized market. It'll come down. You went from having only onshore resources creating very high fidelity, now offshore, to now automation when it comes to machine learning and AI. I can take 100 photos of this flower and now it's a 3D model. It may not be great, but it's a 3D model. It's getting closer. The interesting part for me though is the deployment method. Right? If I'm deploying it to Safari, Chrome, Internet Edge, not Explorer, it is a very different model that I need to resonate than if I'm deploying it through a phone, Android or iOS via the camera, or deploying it through a VR headset or an augmented reality headset, which I was playing with in the back, if anyone saw it. That is the most interesting part. And the pipelines now, the cloud infrastructure can go from a high-res aerospace CAD model with texture, down saturated enough, and deployed to any method. Or any needs or any channel. So I think that's really the interesting part. I think storage is low, but asset deployment is huge.
Yeah, and the one thing I want to add to those comments, they're absolutely relevant, is that right now it does cost a lot to implement a platform like that. But if you look at it, it's all based on the use cases that you will enable with it, right? And that's some of the conversations that we have with our partners. It isn't just about building one vehicle configurator. It's about building the platform that will enable the configurator. It'll enable in-store, having a retailer have a digital wall that will show you the vehicle in their flagship store. It will enable seeing your vehicle, your personalized vehicle in your car on your screen. It'll enable events and sharing videos with people with your vehicle in any location across the world. So it's about those different touch points that you're going to enable. Yes, there is an investment of the money to do it. If you have all your data in place, it becomes a platform that honestly has so many different use cases that help build the customer excitement. And I think no matter what industry you're in, that's the baseline, that's the holy grail of building this customer excitement, building this base of passionate consumers that keep coming back to your brand.
Well said. I want to ask Rob a question now about head-worn devices. So that's a term in the AR/VR industry. If you're not in that industry, like head-worn devices or HMDs, head-mounted device, it's a terminology that you hear a lot. So I know you've had some experience with this, and Peak Activity is an early Magic Leap 2 access partner. So maybe you could talk about like how do those experiences differ, and are they consumer based or are they being used for like training purposes with employees in retail?
Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, we throw this big umbrella term of spatial computing out there, head-mounted displays, and it basically breaks down into augmented reality, where I can see a version of the world around me or the real world around me with digital objects over the top, and then virtual reality, I put on a headset, I'm on Mars, me personally, I get sick. So VR is all well and good, but it's a little bit hard. And then there's this intermittent scale in between. So the new Quest headset, you can do VR and pass through AR where there's cameras on it. So this kind of iterative focus. So when you think about these experiences, a device like the Quest Pro 2 that was just announced, that is a direct-to-consumer device. That will be utilized and handled in both a virtual and augmented reality use case for consumers to go through some type of e-commerce purchasing cycle. Is the end-all be-all, right? Because if I have these devices at home, they're not only going through a gaming experience, but someone's going to go through a purchasing cycle for a physical or digital product. So it is being used on the direct-to-consumer side. What's really interesting is as you move away from direct-to-consumer, you move more into this augmented reality space, where I have a piece of glass like Google Glass in front of me and there's digital objects there. That then extends to in-store sales associate training. So they can lay out, different models of their floor. It extends to knowledge-based and customer feedback training. Can I go through a training experience that's on my actual physical location and increase knowledge? And then it goes even further back into manufacturing and building new parts, doing design review of things that don't actually exist in the real world. So if you set your foundation right with data and objects and modeling and know the long-term goals and where you want to go, a company like Peak Activity will sit down with you and say, hey, what made you interested? And then where do you want to be? And then you can kind of craft the vision there. So yes, direct-to-consumer market, VR is there. It is not the end-all be-all. A lot more people are using like the IKEA Place app, right? Placing parts, and it allows the same thing where I can place a piece of furniture, coffee maker, etc. in the world around me, and then
Rob, I mean, the use case we're seeing a lot, at least in our industry, is VR and AR is being used as a measurement tool today when it comes to like your purchase experience. It's like, does this sofa fit in my space? How does this sofa look in my space? Or how does this car look at my garage, right? So I think those are the use cases we're seeing a lot when it comes to the direct-to-consumer. Is it going to evolve over time? I'm sure, but at least I don't have the experience you do in the devices, but I don't see a world in which we're all walking all day wearing our devices, and that's the only way we interact with each other. It may be, but I don't think that's that's our world I want to be part of.
I disagree. Ooh. No, I honestly think right, who thought, yeah, right. Yeah. Break us up. No, so I had a beeper, so you guys know how old I am, right? I didn't think that there's a beeper and then there's going to be a cell phone. So I think we're in that precipice where head-mounted displays are looked at as like beepers, like, oh, that's cool, that's really interesting. And then, right, it's going to happen and everyone's going to be having a contact lens that they can see or something like that.
Fair enough.
All right, I nailed it. All right, you're converted.
Contact lens gets them every time. There is a company called Mojo Vision that's building augmented reality contact lenses and partnering with like Adidas and some other big brands.
Funded by Disney, they're a great group. So check them out, Mojo with a J.
Yep. Anis, I want to pose the question initially to you, and then everybody can fill in. And we have maybe 10 more minutes. So retail, they have to look at conversion, they have to look at ROI. So it's kind of a twofold question. One is, what ticket price type of items are we seeing immersive technology being used for primarily? Is it high ticket, low ticket, everything? And then secondly, are you seeing consistent like ROI where retailers say, yeah, I need to double down on this because it does convert better?
So to answer the first question, we're seeing, given the upfront cost of the 3D models, it makes really sense for items, I would say, over $400 to be modeled, invested in. That's kind of the threshold that we're seeing today. In 2 years, I'm sure it will continue to go down. Adidas, Nike, they all experimented with the shoes, but those are, big organizations with deep pockets. I think realistically right now, anything over $500, $400 makes sense to invest in. The ROI, the conversion, just to share some of the stats, we're seeing if a consumer actually use either the retailer app or just a web AR application, we're seeing 300% conversion rate when it comes to purchase. Once I try that couch, I've seen it in my space, that chair, the lamp, the table, et cetera, we're seeing 300% conversion rate when it comes to those things. For configurable products, think Miller Knoll, for example, maybe 10 steps to pick from building, your office chair. We all have been sitting in office chairs for hours at a time these days, so we want something comfortable. And the conversion rate there is amazing because you're truly building a product that you want. You're picking your color, you're picking the wheels, you're picking, the lamper, you're picking the heating experience, et cetera. So we're seeing, for configurable products as well as single product using the web AR experience, the ROI justifies the spend very quickly. And after going live, we're seeing return on investment within, call it 4 to 5 months.
Yeah, and I would agree. In addition to the conversions that we're seeing, it's really the driving people to the site as well. So it's that excitement that's built up when people share a video and their friends see it and driving those unique visits to the site. Those metrics are way up. Then when they go in and really engage with personalizing what they want and what makes that product specifically theirs, then that's the hook that kind of, they've leaned in and you kind of have them then, and then they go through the journey, whether we allow them to, put their order in online right there, or whether that configuration is going to a retail store in order for them to complete it there. That all of the different metrics on this journey have seen an increase as we introduce digital assets, but in the right way, the way customers want to see it. So I always want to go back to when we introduce technology, it's not just for the sake of introducing technology, right? It is understanding the journey, the touch points, and what is important for your customers so that you're enhancing their experience where they are and meeting them where they are with the digital assets and the technology that will enhance that touch point.
Karen, you bring up a really good point, the ability to share with your friends and social network. Many of our customers introduce the ability, after you build your project, you can generate your own render and you can share it with your friends, and the excitement, they go, look how cool the kitchen I built, look how cool this new living room, and look how cool is my new car too. It's exciting.
Yeah, the only thing that I'll add on ROI from this macro perspective that you get pulled into, when you zoom out, you not only have the ROI from direct conversions, but then as you redeploy them in new ways, you can drive efficiency across the organization from training to all things we talked about. So it's that initial investment, and then if you really look at, well, what's my ROI? Well, yeah, your ROI direct to consumer is going to be one thing, but it then enables ROI drivers across the organization.
We see that with Macy's. They actually, so we built using the 3D assets we developed for them, we built an application that enables their store associates, or they call them their colleagues, to actually help customers build their living rooms. And it's amazing the level of engagement we see from the actual employees. And they made learning and using the Marksant app as part of their onboarding process. And the ability to see the conversion rate and the dollars associated with increased baskets, it's incredible.
Those are all really impressive conversion metrics. And I think what I heard from you, if I had to summarize too, is that there's a lot of interactivity with the brand and the product. And then that consumer becomes almost, they identify themselves with that. So when they're looking at making a purchase, it's like, oh, this is already part of me because I've built it, I've interacted with it. And, kind of in closing, we'll open it up to maybe a few questions if we have time, but what I've seen, over time is that immersive technologies in the metaverse, it accesses more of your senses. And so, you're physically sometimes interacting with these objects. Your brain starts to really become connected to the brand and the product, and that conversion then, just translates. Obviously.
We see an increase also in dwell time. When you're actually enabling the configuration. I mean, think about we see things anywhere from 30 to 40 minute sessions. Someone sitting there building their own kitchen, building their own deck. Not because it takes 30 to 40 minutes, but it's because they're going through all the iteration. How if I change this color? How if I put this fridge? How if I change this, the railing? So that session, that dwell time, actually increases the engagement with that purchase.
Well said. Do we have time for, looks like we only have about 3 minutes left.
Yeah, 1 or 2 questions would be great. Anybody, what you guys got? Wow, here's a bunch. I'm coming right here to the second row.
Everyone's excited about the metaverse. So excited. But you bring up an interesting question, Rob. You talk about experiences, you talked about the immersiveness of it. You all have done a good job of explaining it. But we had an earlier panel where they talked about the issue of calling it omni-channel. Have we done ourselves a disservice by calling all this metaverse and getting people all excited about it versus it really is about the experience and doing more with technology and data and stuff like that versus metaverse being Mark Zuckerberg's icon in the funny world.
Yes.
Are we really doing ourselves a disservice?
I completely, 100 could not agree more that calling the metaverse Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse is, or thinking of it in that one way is the worst thing. If you ask me how do I define it, if it's 3D enabled, interactive, and allows for community or configuration, you're in metaverse in some way, shape, or form. And that's what your tool does. That's what your tool does. That you're enabled and you're doing it the right way. Locking it into, I need to be plugged into the matrix, and I'm going to be, Wall-E driving around with my big gulp.
With an avatar.
With an avatar, yeah. That doesn't look like me. Put red shit in my face. Weird. Next question. Yeah, anyway, one more. Who else?
We agree with you.
Was there a question over here? Yeah, cool.
Great stuff. Curious what y'all's experience and what you currently do and what you see out there in regards to the synchronization of those experiences and being able to immerse not just one person, but other people, whether it's self-guided versus curated guided experience from remote locations.
Yeah, I'm happy to go first. So, right, that community aspect that I just talked about, collaboration within the metaverse, has to happen in some way, shape, or form. Whether it's guided by someone who knows everything about the product or experience or service that's being sold,
that's being sold, fantastic. That collaboration is great, and cross-device collaboration will always win. If I'm on mobile and you're on desktop and you're in a headset, we can have that communal experience. Nailed it as far as experience goes. And there are a lot of people that are doing it. The easiest one for head-mounted displays is if I'm designing a part for an astronaut or an aerospace company. I want to be able to call the manufacturing facility on the West Coast, want to bring in my lead designer in Houston, and we all want to look at that product that's being designed right away and be able to collaborate in a round to talk about it and then pull it apart and make adjustments on the fly without ever actually having to print it or 3D print it or look at it in a flat CAD or a CAD model.
Yeah, and that's exactly what it is. Rob talked about use cases, right? Now we start stepping into additional use cases than just the single consumer. It's about the training exercises, it's about bringing together a virtual event where people can actually participate. It's about having your engineering group collaborate and use the technology for that type of collaboration. We've seen that it started, the technology and the need for the technology started with that individual wanting to configure their very, very personalized product. And now it's about what does that open up from the perspective of your industry, and how can we leverage that technology that you've already invested in all of those other different use cases. That's exactly right. Yeah.
So maybe because our homes are intimate places, what we're seeing is people actually like that self-guided experience to start their journey. So the way they usually come to the experience is like, hey, I'm gonna scan my space, I'm gonna work on it, but at some point, we're not all born to be designers, like I'm the worst. So the ability to start the process, be self-guided, and then enable the collaboration with a design service, with an in-store person, that's what we're seeing working. And we actually A/B test the process multiple times. Should we start with a consultant first? Should we start with a self-guided first? Adding inspirational images in the process is helping tremendously. And actually, it's increasing, it's creating efficiencies for many of these retailers where, designers are probably the biggest cost in the process, right? So being able to have self-guided, inspirational, and by the time the consumer got to the designer, they know what they want. And they don't have to walk to the store, and they don't have to sit next to them. I don't know if any of you guys remodel their kitchens or build a kitchen. It's the most excruciating process ever, sitting next to someone watching them, AutoCAD the thing.
Yeah.
So removing that process is an amazing experience.
So one thing we didn't talk about for ROI, and it's across business, right? It's like time to conversion, right? They're gonna do it themselves, and then they're just gonna convert faster. It's a fantastic one. So,
let's hear it for this panel. Thank you guys so much. That was awesome. We got one more panel between all of us and lunch. So thank you for holding on here. How are we doing so far? Are we feeling good, informative, helpful? Good. Well, I'm going to welcome Scott and his esteemed crew up. This is some of the lowest hanging fruit of local marketing that's been around for a while, right? Intent-based search and voice and intent and signals. Probably the most quintessential being your near me searches. A lot of our clients at Bird, we're digital agency record for First Watch Restaurants, and those guys, they're 100%. It's all about brunch near me, breakfast near me, $1 million bacon near me. So no shortage of demand here. Excited to hear what you guys have to say, and then we'll enjoy some food. Take it away. Yeah, while Scott's doing, you guys can just do just a little intro. just to kind of preempt that, and then he can dive right in. Does that sound good for you guys?
Yeah.
Cool.
There you go. Good. There you go. I'm a character. I'm founder of 7 Media Group. We're a marketing company that specializes in SMS and MMS.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Better. Okay. I'm Ron Character. I'm the founder of 7 Media Group. We're a marketing company that specializes in SMS and MMS. The previous panel had a lot of AR, VR, MR. Our main focus is R&R, so we don't get enough of that. We try really hard to get as much as we can. We really work with the simple aspects of technology. For 13 years now, I've still got a job and it still seems to be working, but we really try to focus on helping brands, helping companies utilize their data, maximize the opportunities that they have with that data, and connect their customers with their brand, with their experiences, with their products and services.
Yeah, my name is Tanner again. My name is Tanner Gatlin, and I'm with Lynn Nation. We are a consumer brand that lend money to people in simpler terms for loan sharks. But we have 400 locations nationwide, and then about 25 locations in Canada, and then a business in India. And we also do B2B as well for businesses and give money to businesses. But we simply have 3 products, and it varies on state basis and regulations. But we also do cash checking, instant debit cards, and a number of other consumer financing options.
I'm Daniel Rustin, co-founder and CTO of DevHub. We're kind of a localized digital marketing platform. So we work with a lot of brands, retail brands, franchises, multi-location brands to manage their kind of core web presence, typically store locators, local pages, and just kind of enabling that journey on a local level for the research.
Awesome, thank you. My name is Scott McNulty. My day job is with Rio SEO. We are a software service or a SaaS platform that helps multi-location brands manage their presence across the search ecosystem. My night job has always been 7 years with TheLBMA as the chapter president for the LA chapter. It's always a challenge because I live in San Diego. And then the San Diego guys want to go to LA, then the LA guys want to go to San Diego, and everybody living in Orange County says, why doesn't anybody eat down here? So it's always a challenging chapter to get people to come together and meet and talk about this. But I'm excited to be back. We're excited to be in person. It's great to see friends and colleagues we haven't seen since we were here 3 years ago. So it's just a thrill. And we're going to start off with a topic. I was at 2 conferences in 2 weeks. It feels almost normal again. Kind of a question around Google. It's the elephant in the room. And this was a very big topic at the last conference we were at. So to the team here at the panel, we recognize that Google's still that lion's share of search. It's 83% of search engine, or consumers use them as their search engine of choice. Knowing that Google's led the pack for a while, is it worthwhile for brands to focus their local marketing efforts on other platforms as well?
Yeah, I kind of started. I think definitely it's worthwhile. Obviously, Google is the leader there, and you have to basically follow their rules, play in their ecosystem. But obviously, there's other players that are getting more into the local space. TikTok, Instagram, making more moves in the local space that I think are really good opportunities to leverage new ways to market.
Yeah, and I mean, Google being the biggest and then YouTube being the second largest search engine, it's definitely a dominator in that market. But looking at these emerging tech platforms that are coming out, TikTok, BeReal now being the new one that's coming out, I think we're kind of fantasizing over. But I mean, looking at your audience of the younger audience of being drawn to TikTok and the fast-paced, moving, interactive videos, and adopting whatever the trend is at that time, and looking at where's my audience and where are they traveling to, and where are they consuming their media, and where are they going to take action? Because a lot of people get to consume media, but are they actually going to take action on that platform? That's the necessary engagement that you need.
Yeah, no, I agree with all of that. we work with large brands. One of the largest brands we work with is Harley Davidson, and they are challenged in the fact that they have a global corporate strategy, and then at a local level, each individual dealership has to manage their own strategy. So it's very hard for them to really stay on top of things like what's going on with Google. They all know they need to be there. I think one of the positions they put themselves in, they've obviously created a culture, they have the brand, they have the ecosystem of, we're like-minded, we have friends we ride with, things like that. But I think some of their focus has been almost more direct to consumer marketing. They still have to have that Google presence or TikTok presence to get new customers, but a lot of their engagement happens more in the SMS channel or through their website or through their events that they put on. So they have to be in the technology space, but they struggle like everyone else.
TikTok is definitely what was the topic of conversation just recently. And so, Daniel, how do you think brands should approach these emerging platforms and technologies that pop up?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fast moving thing, I think obviously like TikTok grew up really fast, and I feel like that's gonna be the trend in the future is like more platforms that we need to pay attention to with that audience and bouncing around. Obviously, I think, to kind of set it up for the future is really just making sure that you have the ability to kind of market to those consumers and be able to engage with those platforms as they come up. So I think that's probably the best approach.
And Ron, as Harley Davidson is a legacy brand, right? We've been around forever. Does Harley have an approach as a brand to these technologies? Well, I know you said it's kind of decentralized, and it was very focused on the dealer network, but are they bringing an approach to this kind of new app of choice or new app of flavor or technology?
Yeah, even though there's this perception of a Harley Davidson consumer that they're of a certain age, that they're a male, they got a beard, there's this picture you have of a person that rides a Harley, but obviously they're like many legacy companies, they have to get younger. They have to find consumers that are in that younger space, but they're also a luxury brand in some aspects. You can't go buy a Harley Davidson for $2,000 as your first motorcycle. So although they approach those spaces like TikTok and Instagram and, they do it almost at a local level where their customer base may trend younger. They might be in Fort Lauderdale, Florida versus Omaha, Nebraska. So their consumers, although they're Harley enthusiasts, they're different age groups. There's different ways to look at them. So again, as a global company, they want to be in these spaces, but they leave it up to the local dealers. And I think they are doing a good job of it. They just don't know if they are sometimes.
I mean, one thing to add is, as a loan shark business, we're trying to find people that need money, and it's a need-based product. But we also are looking at where are people going. We have 400 brick and mortar locations across the U.S., but also we have a big e-commerce website that we're trying to drive people to the website. But also, just like with getting Harleys, you want a fast process of getting that car. Tesla has revolutionized, and Carvana's revolutionized buying a car. We want to get that person cash as fast as possible. So although our application process is really really long and meaty because we need a lot of information to base on if we're going to give you that product, then we also need to make it efficiently where if they're going to our website, they don't want to take a long time. They want that instant gratification, that instant funding. And so we want to get that product to them as quick as possible. And same thing with ordering on Amazon and things like that. You want to gratify them and give them what they need if they qualify.
Yeah. Well, what's been great about the morning so far is digital is still at the forefront of search. It's been mentioned on a couple of different panels here already, although the first panel kind of punched us in the gut with the whole online versus offline thing. Didn't really like that omni-channel thing, but that's so much of what we do here. As we look at the changes that are happening at Google right now, things are changing, right? The first page is getting monetized. Brands feel like they're being pushed down lower and lower every day. What strategies do you think brands need to think about as these changes happen?
Yeah, I think obviously, Google's kind of pushing people down the page. Brands have to essentially pay for their own name, to be on top to compete in the marketplace for people searching for even just the brand. So I think it's adding more, more of utility with the different sort of experiences you can provide. So that's loyalty, that's that's actually exposing them to that marketing on, say, inside of an Instagram ad, but basically more utility that you can actually then have access to that consumer, because Google's leading the pack there. They might interact with Google 100%, and you don't even have visibility for what they're doing other than that.
Yeah, I think, optimizing to your website and optimizing your website, what keywords people are searching to what has the highest viewership, is always a key indicator, but looking at the map packs and where you're ranking against your competitors on Google Maps, and then where you're ranking when you search certain keywords, we're always analyzing of how can we bring the customers to us and not our competitors, because at the end of the day, in our business, we have competitors, but they offer the same exact thing, the same exact price. So no matter where they go, they're just going to get a different experience, a different color that's going to be inside the store. So it's the same product, but we want them to come to us and be loyal to us, and find our product bestly by being at the top of the search bar and being at the top of Google Maps when they search for loans near me or cash near me.
Yeah, Daniel said, when companies or brands have to buy their own name, like Harley Davidson, you have to buy to be in the search results at the top, usually when you're on Google. That's challenging, because you go search for a Harley Davidson motorcycle on Google, there's a really good chance that the local dealership that's closest to where you are in proximity is not going to be the first thing up, because there's going to be the competitor to that dealer above you, and they're going to be in the sponsored space. So when you're relying on your consumers to be intelligent enough to find you because you're local, and with a brand like Harley, that's not something you're going to buy online. You're not going to shop, and it's not Carvana. You need to go experience it. You know how to ride a motorcycle, first of all, but there's so much more to it, and you need to be in terms of proximity near a dealership that you can go look at these bikes and experience them. And if you don't get that result when you're searching the first time, it makes it very challenging for brands. Anheuser-Busch, we work with Anheuser-Busch and Corona Modelo, and they don't spend a ton on search. I don't think a lot of people want to know where to find beer, because you can kind of find it everywhere. But if we work with local distributors, and their challenges are more about location, where can I drive our traffic to? Where can I drive our consumers to for this Buffalo Wild Wings or to this retail grocery store? So the search in that aspect is not quite as critical, but again, the location of where I am on the planet, where I am today, and finding the nearest store is still a very difficult thing for brands to really get their arms around. It's still difficult.
You both mentioned loyalty and consumers. On the brand side, for the two of you, the two brands that you both work with, how are you engaging that voice of consumer now? Does Harley have an active program to kind of respond to those reviews or engage with that consumer to drive up that relevance?
Yeah, so that's one of the really critical things that we've got involved with our dealerships that we work with, is reputation management. They all know it's important. They know there's value in it. We even talked about this previously in terms of brands now emphasizing in their traditional marketing channels that, hey, we have this many 5-star reviews, and they expect consumers to know that's important, that if you've got 100 5-star reviews, that means you're better than the next guy. So one of the things that Harley does do, or that we've worked with dealers on, is that you have a consumer that's in the store, they've had a good experience, how do you get them to give that review? How do you continue that conversation offline or away from the dealership? And SMS is a good channel to text this to this, we're gonna bounce back a link, we're gonna do these sorts of things. I think in terms of soliciting reviews online, they're not asking people that are searching for the brand to give the review right then. They're the kind of brand that needs you to experience it first. So when you have the keyboard warriors that want to sit at home and talk about Harley Davidson and they've never ridden a motorcycle in their life, that makes it challenging. But in terms of the loyalty aspect of it, they have loyalty programs that tie into some of their reputation management. Again, having an experience. I mean, really, almost any brand there is, in my opinion, has loyal customers, and there is a customer experience that can be harnessed and you can leverage. And Lowe's was talking about, or Home Depot, or any of these, you have a customer base that I think is very passionate for your brand and your product and services. Creating that loyalty is critical, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I think, creating loyalty also, is going to create an advantage over your competitors and who you're trying to fight against. And we are always searching. We have QR codes throughout our spaces in our brick and mortars, giving us a review, because the majority of the time, even though we are loan sharks and we have high interest rates, but all of our stores have almost above a 4-star rating, which is shocking. We don't get a lot of reviews, but we do average around 6,200 reviews per location. And as we're adopting more, and so we also send emails and SMS texts after their experience at a local store saying, hey, give us a review, how was your experience? And then if it was bad, then we'll follow up with an email saying, how can we make this better? And then we'll have somebody reach out to you. So it's always about improving that experience. And then if it's poor and it wasn't great and you had an issue, then how can we make it better? And someone of our team will reach out to you personally. And maybe that's a regional manager that will meet you at a store afterwards, or that's someone that will give you a call or an email and figure out what happened.
Retail LOCO, we've got a gambling app now, and now we've got a loan shark on the stage, so we're moving up in the world. Daniel, I know at DevHub, you guys have an opportunity to work with some of the largest brands in the world. And a focus of what you guys do is helping those brands really highlight that online to offline experience. What are you seeing in that space as it's been mentioned before, everything starting with digital, it starts with a search on their phone, maybe then on a laptop, and then it moves to the store. So as DevHub with that experience that DevHub has, what can you share with us that you guys are seeing today?
Yeah, I think obviously attributing that offline sale is obviously difficult. There's a number of different mechanisms to figure out what was the actual source. It's very blended, because customers are engaging with your brand. A lot of maybe it's not a direct conversion. Maybe they've seen a lot of your interactive with you in different channels, all over the place. So really, what we've seen is obviously in person still is highly valuable. So what we've seen is people will spend 4 times more in store than they will through an e-commerce experience. Typically, like an e-commerce, people may be buying 1 or 2 products, where they go to the store, they might increase their basket size. So, really the way we help brands enable that offline is really around, especially like some of our luxury retail brands, like Saks, is enabling appointments, any sort of, which kind of ties into loyalty, which is if they're tying in that action of setting an appointment at the local level. You can then track back to where did they come from, how did they get there, and then what was the actual dollar value generated from that.
Are there any particular partners that you guys are focusing with on the attribution side right now, or is it really just kind of help that brand itself kind of bring in that data?
Yeah, it's really just that visibility of basically which campaign, or maybe they drove into the corporate site and use the store locator really powered, and how they can make sure that they're tracking that whole journey, and then hopefully set an appointment to kind of get that off.
As a contender, from the loan shark side, what are you guys seeing on that offline conversion?
Yeah, so we've been doing a deep dive into our audiences, and our audiences, they transition out of our system of who we want to target and who we are trying to get a loan to every 2 to 3 years. So our audiences are always changing every year, because they're either moving out of the scale of that credit score or moving below it. And so we're very need-based product, but we look at where these people are wanting to go, whether they're looking for a brick and mortar and they're in a small town and they don't really have access to a desktop or a major cell phone. So they're most likely going to visit a brick and mortar store because they're in a smaller town and everybody kind of knows everybody. But if you go to a bigger city, they're going to want to go to a website most likely. Or if they're a younger audience, they're going to go to a website. And brick and mortar, we have a much older audience as well, and they're going to visit those brick and mortar locations. So how do we translate looking at the sales of them going to the store versus them going to e-commerce, and what are they mostly, are they getting a higher, we have maybe title loans, we have installment loans, we have payday loans, and so the more money they get, Are they going to e-commerce? Is that a younger audience or is that an older audience? So we're kind of looking at all those different metrics and combine those together to see where we're getting the most value, and then where are we going to drive the majority of our future success and where we're going to invest more.
And what about Harley? Is it kind of just push back down to the local dealers themselves, or?
Yeah, so Harley has a structure where online leads that are generated through search get filtered down based on the consumer's location to the store that's near them. So they do help at that level. So that data is being put into the CRM of a local dealership through, like I said, through the corporate process. And their ability to use that data is another thing that they, if they don't utilize it, if they don't see the value in it as some other brands might see, they get left behind. There's, again, these dealerships operate independently. So some of them have a really good grasp on technology. They have a really good understanding about the value of their data. Other exact same products, exact same, structure of their business and brick and mortar, they don't have the understanding and the value of the technology, and they're not as successful. So having the data and using the data, is two different things. And so them learning the more data that they can layer together, and then how to reach that consumer based on how that consumer wants to be reached, right? So that's one of the things that we notice a lot. A dealership might send out a text message about a specific sale or a buy, or that sort of thing, and the consumer might reply back and ask a question. Well, we have some dealers that want to call that customer. Like, whoa, wait, they didn't call you. They sent you a text. They want you to communicate through this channel. So understanding not just the data that they're collecting and using and leveraging, but the consumer's preferences is another layer on that as well. And they have to acknowledge that and use that. And they're doing better about it.
Yeah. So we're going to kind of move into transition a little bit to the voice search side of things. And there's 4 people here. There's definitely 4 different things about voice search. But I'm going to start with Dan. Dan, how can businesses optimize for voice search terms to help their product and services better?
Yeah, I think so. Voice search, obviously, it's been growing. With people interacting on their phones, with Alexa, and really the way we help brands, it comes down to really simple things, which you might not think about, but kind of really softball one is, maybe is Nordstrom open on Christmas Day? Like holiday hours, making sure that's accurate across the web so that it gets picked up, because it really comes down to the data. And then kind of the second piece of data is really about the presence, what we typically power, which is like the local page. A lot of our customers have a FAQ section, which forms, questions that someone actually might search. So not just like generic FAQs, but really just valuable information on the local level to expose them. Because Google picked that up, and will then get picked up by other different platforms that are all enabled in voice.
Really, so at the end of the day, we always kind of use Google, talk with Google like we do our mother-in-laws. So the Google voice search tends to be a lot more long-tail keywords than it does when I just say, Nordstrom near me, right? So is it really more just that foundational layer of information that helps a brand, even though we're looking and we're asking a 2-sentence question once we use voice search?
Yeah, I think the long tail nature of a voice search requires you to have a little bit more information on your site, because that's a source of information that they use for voice search results. So you can think of maybe a consumer looking for your brand, a good brand you can carry in your store, to have that part of the local page, so that, because you can see it if you do a search, it'll say, this location says it has this brand on their website. Or it can also be indicated of reviews. So, your consumers are generating this content for you for reviews, and they might mention certain products, they might mention certain brands that you carry on the retail side, and all that information is getting bubbled up with search results.
I know, Ron, you got a different experience with Harley on the voice search side and how it's applied.
Yeah, so for them, there's approved vendors that Harley Davidson allows to do business with the dealerships. They have 5 or 6 different website companies that are approved. Of those, only one of them has acknowledged voice search. They have voice search built into their inventory feed so that you can actually audibly speak what you're looking for. I don't think it's necessarily groundbreaking technology. It's very similar to what you could do with your laptop or your phone. But they are they're planting that seed in the consumer's mind that you can audibly request things and you can ask for information, and you can do it right from the dealer's website. So it tries to bridge that gap between technology and traditional communication. And again, like I said, you have these companies that are doing business with a global brand, you would expect them to all really trying to push the envelope of technology and give consumers as many options as possible. But when you only have 1 out of 5 or 6 that have started moving into that space, that tells me that either, it's not important enough or a priority, obviously, for the website companies, or Harley hasn't made it a priority that's important to them, that they want consumers to be able to voice search. So I don't think it's there yet, or it's at least not something that I think they figured out to utilize and implement on an effective level. But I think it just takes time, and I think they will figure it out. It's going to have to be the right thing at the right moment, utilizing the right technology.
Yeah, Calvin, and I can too. I just don't think it's there yet. We're just not seeing it with our minds. It's not adopting it yet. So kind of, my stomach's grumbling. We're the last meeting before lunch. So kind of looking towards the future. What challenges and obstacles, I'll start with you, Dan, do you see as we kind of go forward in this area of digital, online to offline, this whole global search topic that we have today?
Yeah, I think the, obviously the concept of like these kind of, very popular apps that blow up like a TikTok, obviously you need to pay attention to that, and, it's a constant distraction. You also have Google, who's constantly changing. They're making new changes to, one, their rules, the way you interface with them, how you're providing data to them so they can take it, and it's constantly changing. So, it's kind of like, are you going to use a platform to do it, like a third party that can bring you on board, or are you going to try to do it in-house? And the challenges there really rapidly landscape.
Yeah, for us, we use Google as a platform to advertise on, as well as YouTube, and we see that, everybody's visual now. It's very visual representation. Always on your phone, looking for videos, looking for photos. That's the main engagement that people are seeking. Whether you're young or old, it's still there. People want to be visually given their product or shown what they're receiving. Just buying a product that doesn't have a picture, no one's going to do that. And so, there's filters out there now. When you buy a car or buy a motorcycle, you can filter no images when you're trying to buy a car, and then we'll show you all the listings and the images. And so we're trying to be more transparent and visual of what products we're offering, what we're giving you, and it being fast. So now YouTube has ads at 6 seconds. So we have ads at 6 seconds, and they're the most popular and most engaging because people want an instant. What are we offering? What is there? Okay, I'm gonna click on it, or I'm not. So I'm gonna skip the ad. And I think, emerging platforms, as you have TikTok, FBS, Reel, Snapchat, all these platforms that are kind of trying to lead the innovation, kind of go away from Facebook and Twitter. We're seeing different new tools that are coming out, and that we've been trying. We're looking at testing in the future of what that'll look like, because everyone's visual, and we want to hit our audiences, but we want to hit the audiences where they're going to engage us, not where they're just going to view us. Because brand awareness is always good, but if brand awareness is fading, it's ROI. It's not really there anymore.
I'm going to kind of shift gears a little bit and talk a bit more about the challenges of being that technology is so far beyond advanced of what consumers can understand it today. That I know we're here to talk about emerging technologies and what's being developed and what's available, and they're all fantastic. And I consider myself a very heavy consumer of technology. But when you look at it from the base level, at the ground level, at the brick and mortar level, or even online, and you need to get your message out about how awesome your website is or how awesome your brand is, you have to have people that can share that can explain that to the consumer, and they're not there. I don't think they're there. I feel with the Harley Davidson brand, you have marketing people that have all of these tools at their disposal, but they're 25 years old and they only have so many hours in the day, and they haven't been educated about some of these technologies, and they've got 4 or 5 different departments pushing at them. I think simplifying some of the technology, not lessening the impact of it or changing the purpose of it, But really educating those that are responsible for putting it in the hands of consumers is kind of getting lost sometimes. I think it's important because again, it's like selling someone a motorcycle that doesn't know how to ride a motorcycle and go, here you go, right? So you have marketing people responsible for the brand and they don't really know how to promote the brand. They're given all these tools, they don't know how to use them. And the TikTok, the Be Real, all of these platforms are fantastic. And when you find success on it, in some ways, some people just go, I don't know how the hell I did that, but it worked. They don't really understand it. And I think there needs to be more in the education side of it. And being from a family that has educators in my family, I see the struggle every day. The workplace is challenged in finding good people for good jobs that can be completely successful, but they need to be nurtured a little bit. So again, like I said, I think all the technology is fantastic, but I don't know how many consumers are really getting the full benefit from it.
Fantastic. So we just have a couple minutes. Anybody have any questions for this great panel today? Anything at all? Before we turn it back over to Steve. All right, Steve.
Don't let them off that easy, guys. I know we're hungry, they're still prepping some lunch stuff, so let's have a little bit more time.
How you doing? My question is for Ron. You said earlier that you specialize in SMS marketing. What challenges do you see ahead rolling out the 5G, if there are any challenges? And also with that, what advantages would it be with geolocation or location-based marketing?
So there's challenges with SMS and MMS in terms of location because all location marketing is really essentially based in applications or the phones, GPS positioning. But there are ways that we've implemented to where we would have a loyalty program for, say, a Harley dealership, and you have a loyalty card that you put in your mobile wallet. Now that is activated in terms of location. And so now what happens is that we can geofence that wallet, that mobile wallet, a loyalty card, and then send a text message instead of a push notification. So there's some simple things like that can tie in the location aspect to the simpler communication channel of SMS. One of the things that years ago it started and has become more popular in Europe is RCS, which is more of the rich media experience within the SMS app. So a lot of people don't consider their text messaging an application. It's an actual app in your phone and native to your phone. RCS is allowing brands and companies to interact within that SMS app more like an application with rich media in it, meaning video and text and conversation back and forth. The problem in America is, and I'm sure no one has experienced this, is that our cell companies and our phone device brands, they don't work very well together. So Apple doesn't want RCS; they want to do their own thing. Google, they want to do RCS, but the carriers have to adopt it all. And Apple's over here saying, you're not going to do this because we're not going to adopt it. So there's challenges in that I think it strengthens SMS more as a channel. I just don't think it's utilized enough, really, because in my experience, when you communicate with someone via SMS, they'll do almost anything you ask them to. Click this link, watch this video, share this message, reply, and share data. It's still been very strong and very successful and growing, in fact. You see now so many advertisements, commercials, the QR codes are coming back again, but you still see a ton of SMS call to action. I very rarely see, download our app, go to the Google App Store and search, blah, blah, blah. SMS is kind of making a comeback a little bit.
Great question.
What else you guys got? All right. Coming to the front row here.
I love being the simple guy, come in and talk about text messaging. They're like, what the hell, you do text messaging? Yeah, I'm gonna do some VR texting. How about that? Headset, we're just gonna watch messages go across the screen.
Just a quick question on voice assistants. In the US market, which of the platforms are the most popular? What does it look like for you guys? Just curious.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to track because a lot of the interaction is just from, for example, when you talk on Alexa, we found a web result, but you're not navigating to the web result. It's essentially just reading it to you. Same thing with Google. So it's hard to actually understand which platforms are there that people are using, but definitely on the Google, on mobile device. And it's really, you can kind of think of it as not really like a separate avenue. It's more of like, it's just ways people are searching. So like with Google, all you're doing is transcribing your search that you would have typed, but it's just more long tail, it's more specific. Like you could do the same search and you're gonna get the same kind of results back.
Well, you know more about this than I do, but Google, Amazon, they're not giving brands or companies access to those searches, right? I mean, as far as like.
Yeah, not a direct access. You can influence it with your content, all the different things you're pushing out. With Alexa, you can build apps on Alexa that people can have certain sort of actions. Less on the local level, but it might be like, adding things to your cart, doing things, different sort of interactions. They have an open marketplace for them to brands.
Got time for one or two more. What else do you guys want to know?
If you need to borrow money.
If you need to borrow money, or if you want to have lunch. Guys, thank you so much. Let's give it a round of applause. All right, so I believe, hold on a second, lunch is getting just set up. We do want to take a second because obviously the whole event and the lunch, we have these folks to thank. So shout out to Radar, to DevHub, to Glimpse, to my company, Vert, for being up here and trying to make this a little bit more fun. Ground level insights and best retail cases. So thank you guys so much. Round of applause for you all as well. Lunch has just been set up. We've got a little extra time, so more time to network, more time to eat food. Anything you want to add before we let everybody break and make things some food?
Yeah, refuel and come back ready to go for the afternoon. And there's a ton of great sessions this afternoon, a lot of interesting brands speaking, and we're talking about loyalty. And Wes is back there going to bring the Kroger message to us later today. So yeah, lots to look forward to, but enjoy your lunch.
Awesome, be back in about an hour.
Hey folks, sorry to interrupt, just want to give you a time check. We're going to start up in about 15 minutes, okay? 15 minutes. Thank
Vielleicht könnt ihr vorstellen, dass wir jetzt mal essen. Oder für eines das passiert, was wird dann schief.
Oh, I know. What is that clear stuff?
Und das wird inzwischen immer deutlicher. Also das ist wirklich richtig. Also das sind
Got a little big.
Yeah, hear me? Okay, guys, we're gonna get started. I'm just gonna take a few minutes before the panel comes up because as I was contemplating over the lunch break, we were having some conversations about, what's old is new again and SMS and, at the end of the day, like the LBMA now, we've been around since 2010. So there's kind of like an interesting history of watching how things have evolved. So I decided to go back into my archives from a project that we were involved in Singapore back in 2011, just to get you guys pumped up. Start with a little video, and then we'll go from there. So this is, you'll watch this and you'll be like, wow. And then this actually was executed in 2011 in Singapore. So here we go. Oh, hold on, we don't have sound. We need sound for this one. Okay. 1 second. I have to run it outside of the keynote. Sorry, guys. I'm just running a second ago. Let's try this. Now we're just here. Okay, I don't know why it's not getting very ideas. There should be a tech person somewhere in here. Anybody know what's going on here? No? Yeah, I'm just gonna, it doesn't even want to go in the center of my screen. That's so weird. I'm not restarting now. No, there's still no sound. What is happening? Hold on.
Expanded now.
What's that?
Your top bar has an expansion now.
No, it should be, it literally was just running like 10 seconds ago with sound. Try to unplug this. If all else fails. Reboot. Reboot. And if not, let's keep it. No? Why not? Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do. Let's try internal speakers, see if that'll work. How about that? Give it a go. Give it a go. Trying everything. I can hear it, sort of. It's not doing anything else.
We got help here, see?
You got help?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. We got help. Sorry, guys. It's coming out. Yeah, that one is fine. Okay. We're on Chris now. Are we good? Let's try it.
There's one thing I know. This was the morning of a slumber around. It had been a bluebird, spelled his name out. He's so great, they always want to say how. Born on Monday, such a very good day. I have seen a girl as I spoke to 16 days.
All right. Everybody out of the food coma now? Yeah, we're good. All right. So, I mean, 2011, okay, that project was executed in Singapore. And we're still talking about proximity SMSs, and geo-targeted messaging, and using sensors and RFID and all these things. And we're still figuring it out, right? We're still finding new ways to engage. So I just thought that would be a great way to sort of just bring us back in for this afternoon. So with that, I'm going to invite our panel up to have this.
All right, here we go. Hi.
Wake up. You need caffeine, we have Starbucks here. Thank you so much for coming. I was so excited when Steve called me. I thought he was butt dialing me. And I was like, what's up, man? And he asked me if I'd come host a panel, and this is amazing. So thank you for having us. I'm Melissa Berger. I'm with Digitas, which is a global digital marketing agency under Publicis Group, if that's familiar. I lead strategy, and I also am the CRM and loyalty lady. So I thought, what greater topic than to talk about how we can use location-based data to drive loyalty. So we'll do a little bit of a setup, but I'm going to let our panelists introduce themselves. I've collected some of my friends and clients to participate today. That's what we do in business, right? So hopefully you'll find some interesting nuggets of information. We do have some questions we prepared, but hopefully we'll have time at the end if you guys have anything you want to ask them as well. So Lana, let's start with you.
Hi everyone, I'm Lana O'Connor. I'm the Director of Loyalty and Digital at Racetrack. So we are a collection of C-stores in the Southeast region. So it's north from Kentucky, all the way to South Florida, over to Dallas is really our footprint. My team does everything from really owning our digital presence, so anything from our app, our website, self-checkout units, everything that our guests would interact with, our team owns that. We also do everything related to our loyalty program marketing, and really the end-to-end customer experience from when you step foot into the store, you engage with our digital platforms, and you ultimately convert.
Get that one here. Hey, good afternoon. I hope you're all full of energy and not ready to sleep after your delicious lunch. My name is Jen Lakey. I'm the CEO at Dragon Army, which is a digital solutions company here headquartered in Atlanta. And our focus is really bringing design, strategy, and development to bear for almost any platform. So we do a ton in web, we do a lot in AR, VR, mobile-based, and in particular, we have a lot of work that we do building and designing for location-based execution. So we'll talk a little bit about that today. We work with a lot of big brands here and globally, so our roster includes brands that you're very familiar with: Coca-Cola, Delta, Great Clips, Home Depot, Red Bull. We're really proud of all of our partnerships, and we'll share a little bit about what we've been doing for them today. So nice to see you.
My name is Zach Slocum. I'm a market development manager for Starbucks here in the Southeast. I work on the licensed business side. So I work with licensees, we call them licensees, think of them as franchisees, trying to find locations for them that work in terms of profitability, but also don't pull away from other stores in the area, cannibalization. I can talk about that a little bit later. Prior to Starbucks, I've been here about 6 months, so not hugely tenured, but I came from DoorDash. I was there for about 3 years, pre-pandemic, post-pandemic, so that was interesting to see. And then before that, Coca-Cola. So always in the food and beverage type space.
Awesome. Jen's also being modest. She just became CEO, so congrats to her. Female leaders, love it. Congrats, Jen. You're welcome. I can't help myself. So a couple things. Loyalty. Everyone in here probably has a different definition of what that is. So one of the things we want to do is talk about how we really think about loyalty. For us, it's really kind of two pieces: big L and little L. Big L is how do we get people to purchase your product, your services, your brand over anybody else, right? So how do you just drive brand loyalty? Then there's the program, which is really the little L. So obviously a lot of the brands here, especially from Starbucks and Racetrack, they have both. They're trying to get people to pick their product over anything else, but there are programs that contribute to that. We talk a lot about the principles around loyalty. How do you recognize your customers? How do you make sure you're providing a value exchange, which is probably most important? How are we making sure that it's easy to communicate, easy to understand, easy to participate in, and then ultimately that community that surrounds it. So that just level sets a little bit of how we think about loyalty. And as I was kind of prepping for this, I did a little bit of a deep dive. This was interesting. Even though rewards programs have been around in some capacity since the 1700s, which is interesting, loyalty programs as we know them were born in the 80s, kind of like some of us. And it was the introduction of the American Airlines, which, you know, living in Atlanta, most of us are Delta loyalists, but I found that to be interesting that American Airlines was the first value points for flying that came out. So I think it's interesting, and 82% of businesses in the coming years are going to revamp or create a program. We know consumers are less loyal today than they have been in a really, really long time. So this is definitely an important thing to be thinking about for your business. So let's go ahead and get started. So Zach, let's start with you. How are you using location data in your role today? Because it's a little bit different than I think some of the other team members that we'll be talking to.
Yeah, so we really look at it in a three-pronged approach. We look at where people live, where they're going, and where they spend their money. So where they live, obviously census data helps us with that. Where they're going, we look at DOT data to look at traffic counts of where people are moving around, and then we get kind of more granular into that with cell phone data to see where they actually are within that area. And then where they're spending their money, we want to be where consumers are consuming things. So we try to find those pockets where they're actually spending the most money, where we can ourselves sell products to them, and our licensees can make money, or company can make money as well. Then we kind of feed all that into a system internally where we can see if we're putting a store here half a mile from another store, is that going to cannibalize all the business for this current store? But we can look at those three things I mentioned and say, well, this store is getting their consumers from this type of traffic pattern, or they're coming from here. This store that's half a mile away, they're going to be getting consumers from down here. So it's not really going to affect that much. So we use quite a lot of data and quite a lot of things to make sure that the store makes sense for us and for our licensees.
And so a lot of that goes into determining whether you actually want to, either buy back or even open a location in those places.
Exactly, and I think we've all seen this. Like, you go into any major city, there's a Starbucks every 2 blocks, and you're like, how the hell are these people making money? But it's really interesting when you look at those patterns. It's like obvious that these people are going to this store. Somebody that's a quarter of a mile away down here is never going to go to this store because of this barrier. So it's very interesting to watch the way people move and where stores should be.
Yeah, you always think about when they're across the street, but there's a median in between.
Exactly.
You probably aren't gonna take the hard left around the corner. Absolutely. So I know, Lana, we've been working with you for a little bit, and I know there's a lot of evolutions you're thinking about for the Racetrack app. Tell us a little bit about some of the new things your team is working on and kind of what you're looking forward to in the evolution of your app.
So for those of you who aren't familiar with Racetrack, we have a program called Racetrack Rewards today, and it's a simple earn points to redeem for rewards in our rewards catalog. So it's anything from food and beverages inside our store to fuel discount. So we are working with Digitas to really revamp not only our overall program, but also our app. And our guests can interact with our app. Right now, we really see our guests using it to redeem those rewards in store. So there's a lot of activity when you're on our property with our app, but really that's all you can do with it today. So we want to make sure that when you are on property, we're giving you a valuable set of tools that you can use. So that can include everything like using your mobile phone to activate a pump and using your digital wallet within our app to pay for that transaction. So we would know when you are within a certain proximity to allow you to activate that pump. When you go into the store, we want to be able to surface up some of those key actions that you would want to take. So think about your digital wallet, letting you know how many points you have to redeem. Some of those key events that when you are on property, you're going to be doing already. So how can we bring that to the forefront of your phone once we know that you're on site? And then lastly, we're looking at really expanding our e-commerce play. So today we have an online ordering platform, which is pretty basic. We stood it up in reference to the pandemic. So it was really an MVP that stayed MVP for a very long time. And we're looking at really enhancing that to allow not only you to order, be able to let us know you're on your way so we can ensure your order is ready. To if we know you're already on property and you're placing that online order, that probably means you're in a really big hurry. So you want to fuel up, but typical fuel transactions less than 5 minutes, depending on the type of driver you are, so that within those 5 minutes, we want to make sure that that order is ready. So understanding where you are when you place that order is also going to be very important in our revamped app. But those are just a few of the things that we're looking to do. But really, we've seen that the C-store industry, you may or may not believe this, but it's a pretty innovative industry in terms of technology. So we're behind the ball in some cases. There are a lot of our competitors that already do pump activation and paying through your mobile phone, but we feel like if we're not doing this to chase the competition, it's because that's what our guests really want. So we're working to implement that.
I know there's a few things you're batting around we'll talk about later as well. So Jen, you're in a little bit of a different role where you're on the agency side. You've worked with clients, ranging from small all the way to large enterprise clients. So we talked earlier, but what are some of the products that you feel are most innovative using location technology and what you've been doing?
Yeah, it's a great question. I've seen a lot of interesting things out there. I think what we focus on as a team and when we're working with a partner is trying to figure out how we provide incredibly valuable offerings to the end user. So we're thinking about what are the really practical, functional things that a user is going to love inside our products, which are going to create that affinity for the brand. So an example of that, we recently completed an effort in partnership with Warner Media. We work with a lot of their sports platforms and a lot of their live streaming platforms. And what they want to be able to do is transform and evolve the way fans watch sports and engage with sports and recognize that fans are mobile. They're going to be flying on business to the West Coast. They might be headquartered in Atlanta. They might be driving home from work, and they don't want to miss a moment of action, right? So how can we use the location-based data and the information we know about these sports fanatics through social and other platforms to be able to take all that data, create a really smart algorithm that we can then use inside the mobile products when layered with location-based data that allow us to make amazing product content recommendations for them. So for instance, one thing we've done with them is we've taken that algorithm that we've developed and we've applied it to this idea that when you're maybe out away from home, sometimes you might want to grab a beer and watch the game. And what you want to do is be surrounded by like-minded fans, right? So what we're able to do now is recommend to you, hey, Jen, you're walking down the street, that's a Bills backer bar. And you want to go and watch your team surrounded by other passionate fans. I don't ever, sorry if any of you are Dolphins fans, as a Bills fan, want to be in a bar with Miami Dolphins tickets, right? So we're trying, again, to really find the ways to use the data in a compelling manner so that the users have a more seamless experience, but also we can tap into their passion points. And likewise, in that same scenario I just described, if I know you're a Bills fan, then I can also make assumptions around things you dislike, right? You dislike the Patriots and the Dolphins fans. So we're able to likewise create really smart suggestions by even thinking about the things that maybe a user isn't engaging with, what they wouldn't want to engage with.
I love it. And let's be real, sports fans are the most loyal, and you don't even have to give them anything to be that loyal. So
it might be a cop-out.
No, but it's true. I mean, it's a great way to take advantage. And your point is correct. I'm sure everyone in here, whatever team you cheer for, you absolutely don't want to be surrounded by the competition of team you don't like. So I love that example. Zach, I know we've talked a little bit around the data that you use to help kind of determine locations, but is there anything you're doing in store? Obviously, Starbucks is one of the top loyalty programs, I would argue in the country, but in the world. Are there ways that you guys are taking some of those insights as well into the work you're doing?
Yeah, we do some, you guys might be Starbucks members, a lot of bonuses and things like that recently to kind of push certain products that we're doing. Something I'll talk about is kind of a miss for Starbucks, in my opinion, and something we're working on. I work on the licensed business side. It's not something that's mandated for all licensees to have Connect. That's our POS. So you can go in a store around the country and you can't use your Starbucks gift card, or you can't use your points, or you can't even find it on the Starbucks app. So next spring, we're actually mandating that across the board where all licensees will have that. And the biggest kind of challenge we're running into is on college campuses. So think of college campuses, they use campus cash. Like your parents or you reload your card and you got $100. You want to be able to use that at anywhere on campus. Our Connect POS doesn't connect, no pun intended, with that product right now. So we have 23 million active users on our app, and there are college campuses all around the country where people aren't using our app. So next spring, I think we'll see another big influx of active users, and it'll be interesting to see what happens there. But that's just a big miss for us because we're missing a ton of data on those really important consumers in that younger kind of generation. So I think that's something in the future that we're going to expand on and get better on.
That's great, and that's a hot commodity market, I think, with the college students feeding them caffeine at all hours of the day and night. We all remember those days. It's interesting though, because when you do those bonuses, is it truly based on the location? Could you be like, all right, this location needs a boost, we're gonna do a 2 to 4 and that's done fairly on the fly, or are those kind of planned a little bit more ahead with the bonuses?
So I won't get too far into that because we might get some infighting with licensees and company operate, but there are times when company stores are opening up where they might need a boost, or it's in an area that we just haven't been before, so we do kind of provide more stars. It's not something we do all the time, but it is something we look at.
Lana, I know we talked a little bit around kind of the evolution of the app. It's something else that you all are working on is just the evolution of the loyalty program specifically, and how you're kind of driving stickiness. And again, we were joking earlier, people go out of their ways for racetracks, raceways, even, quick trips, right? You want a clean bathroom, you want to get in and out, you want to have it easy. And so I do feel like we actually see so much in social around people's desire to even remodel their own bathrooms after a racetrack, which we laughed hysterically. And as you think about that stickiness, what are some of the things you're really focused on for the evolution of your loyalty program specifically?
One of the things, and this is going to be a real shocker to all of you, that anyone who is a C-Store loyalty member is looking for is a fuel discount. So a lot of our competitors have evergreen fuel discounts, and right now we offer fuel discounts, but in a different way. So you have to redeem points for that discount. You can pay for our VIP subscription, which gives you an automatic discount, or you have to subscribe to our debit card, which means you have to link it to your bank account. So there's a group of customers who will never do that. So we're looking at ways to ensure how we can rework our program to offer an evergreen fuel discount, no matter who you are, what level you are within our program. It can be a hit to margin when you start looking at things like that, especially because that will bring in a lot more members. So we're going to run some different scenarios, and I think that would be if I could change the program without having to include everyone across the business, which we obviously have to do because there's a lot of different stakeholders involved. That would be the one thing that I would like to do. We're also looking at some exciting new things around subscription programs, whether that be for different food and beverage items, but working with our loyalty provider to understand what those different constructs could be, and testing and to bring those to life. But right now we're still focused on our points for rewards structure and testing in really different segments to understand what they really want from our program, and that's what we'll be doing over really the next year as we get the program to Digitize as well. One of the things that's really important to us is we have a core group of guests who really never step foot inside our stores. They pump their fuel, they get out of their car, they get right back in and head off property. So really from a location standpoint, it's understanding when that group of users is on property and how we can target them in real time with an offer that's compelling enough to actually get them to walk inside the store. A lot of those folks have never tried our food offerings, they never will try our food offerings. So we have to think a little more creatively around what are the big players and some of the big categories that would potentially drive those folks to convert in store. We're testing a little bit of that now, and we'll be more into next year, but I think if we can unlock that puzzle, it'll be a huge game changer for the program to understand those people that have never stepped foot inside, and we get them to come in once, and if so, are they going to come again, and how would we continue that pattern just to really change the behavior there.
You mentioned earlier some of the stuff you've been doing with the Braves. For those of us who are Braves fans, I would love for you to talk just a little bit about what you're trying to figure out there from a location perspective.
Absolutely. So I'm going to throw this out to this group because you're going to probably much smarter than I am in this realm, but we have a partnership with the Atlanta Braves, and there is a special inning called the home run inning, where if the Braves hits a home run during that inning, you get a coupon for $5 off your purchase at a racetrack store in the next 24 hours. Right now, it's very analog. You have to either show your ticket or your phone with the ticket inside the store, and there's a button on our point of sale systems that the associates hit. So it's kind of a clunky experience. So we really want to bring that into our loyalty program next year. And what our kind of North Star would be for this would be to figure out how we can understand who was in the stadium that night, and serve them in real time the coupon for racetrack rewards while you're in the stadium. So, really fun surprise and delight as soon as that home run is registered. Now, there's going to be a lot of factors that play into that. Number one, is having the right sports data pulled into our system to understand when that home run hits the books. And another complication is the home run inning changes every game. So it's not always the 5th inning or the 7th inning. The Braves have full discretion of when that inning will be for each game. So that's part of what we're trying to figure out is how to make that happen.
Definitely the challenge. All right, do you have an idea? We'll talk to you after. Okay. All right, so Jen, again, I know you have tons of different clients you work with. Where have you seen loyalty or location-based data integrated into more kind of a loyalty play, whether that's big L or little L? But would love to know how you're helping drive stickiness with some of your clients.
Sure, I'll go back to similar to the example I gave with Warner Media, and this is much more big L. I think you guys are giving fantastic examples of the more programmatic and maybe promotional rewards. As it relates to how we establish deeper affinity for our brand partners, one example is we work very closely with TK Elevators. You may or may not know that name. Oddly enough, they are the world's largest global leader in people movers. So elevators, moving sidewalks, escalators, that's all them. But they have an interesting take where they don't actually brand their elevators. So when you're in an elevator or one of their products and you don't see a name, it probably is a TK elevator. So anyways, side note there. I try and rep for them because we haven't convinced them to put the brand on anything yet. But the example I want to share and what we're doing with them is we've been working on a new mobile application that can be used in their properties. And what it does is it helps passengers, without having to take any action, identify where they are in terms of what floor they are in the building, and also recognize based on previous data that we've collected from them where they are most likely to need to go. So we're able to preemptively make suggestions, which if you're in a building that's 2-3 floors, that may not seem impactful, but we're talking about their properties and installations where we're talking about elevators that are running 50 plus 100 floors, right? So the efficiency that we're able to give a passenger by being able to identify where they are and where they need to go and which elevator is lowest capacity so that they can have a smoother ride really does, at the end of the day, create a better stickiness and a better affinity for the actual brand. We're also doing some really innovative things coming up with the same program where in certain cultures we've started to understand different things. Like in Asia, we've noticed that there's an increased sensitivity to dogs being inside an elevator. So in residential applications, we're now able to identify things like, oh, there is a pet, there is an animal in this elevator, and make a recommendation to a passenger who is potentially more sensitive to that, an elevator that is in use and active, free, in terms of capacity and does not have a pet inside it. So we're really, again, trying to take all this data and just make the passengers experience and ride as pleasurable as possible.
Really interesting. I probably wouldn't think that that's something that the company is doing. And you're right, if you're in an 80-floor building, you think you're going to the right place, you might not be, there's multiple floors. So it's really interesting to think about that. So you actually are kind of leading into the next question, which is just really around location data leading into customer service. There's so much that when you're waiting for a long time or again, you don't know where you're going. There's so much that can impact the customer experience and ultimate loyalty. If you have a bad experience, again, you're going to be like, I don't want to shop or buy this product anymore. So I'm curious if there's, location data tying into changes in customer service, changes in customer experience. And even we were talking about do we know how long someone's in a Starbucks or do we know how long someone's in a racetrack to determine them being a more loyal member? Are they getting on the Wi-Fi? So we'd love to just hear from all of you, how are you seeing location data being infused into experiences?
Sorry. Great, so we've recently started. Can you hear me? No? Okay.
Dying. Switch. Round 2.
Hello. We have recently started using security camera footage to understand happening within our stores, which helps our merchandising teams understand, are the products organized correctly? Is there a clear path to our beverage area, which is typically someone comes indoors, goes straight to the cooler for a beverage? How can we make that path a lot easier for customers. So where they're experiencing obstacles is something that the team is beginning to look at. This is a very recent change. We've implemented some tech that also has some AI capabilities to help us in our security camera footage analysis. But it's the team that sits outside of my team, so I don't know a ton about it. But from a location standpoint, that is really where we're going today.
Cool. On the note about customer service, we had a really interesting experience over the last couple of years with our AT&T client. So one thing they really struggle with is really how pleasurable the experience is to come and either buy a new phone or have your phone service. I'm sure you all have it at the top of fun things to do in your life, right? Well, add on to that a average wait time in most of their stores of 90 minutes or more, and their sentiment was just tanking miserably. So they came to us to try and figure out how could we change this and what could we do for customers that are there in the store. And so we did two things. Immediate upon entering, we were able to use data that we collected by the customer in terms of location in their account to put them in a queuing system. So there's something reassuring. I know I'm gonna wait 90 minutes, but at least when I get to the 40-minute mark, I know where I am, right? So we now started to communicate with transparency a little bit more, kind of where they fit in the sea of people sitting in the store with them. The second thing that we did was try and make a more effective use of that 90+ minutes that we had in the store. As people are getting more and more upset, they're less likely to buy more products, to engage with the brand. And so what we did there was try and find ways to more organically serve up content that might be relevant and product accessories that might be more relevant. So you paint the example, I just bought myself my iPhone 14 Pro Max. I'm going into AT&T, I walk into the store, they know that I have that 14 Max, I just bought it. And as I'm walking past the accessory aisle, I'm now, through the use of beacons and other things that we have arranged in the store, I'm able to get an offer for screen protector and a case that fits that phone. Then as I go to sit, wait my time, I'm presented with direct TV content that I can stream free off my phone that matches some of the other content engagements that I might have had previously with the brand, so that they're showing me programs that I like to watch and whatnot. So we're trying to really reassure where they are in line, but then also provide a better experience while they're there. And it really did have a remarkable impact on the sentiment lift for the brand and the experience that those customers had while they were in the store.
Yeah, we all hate going and getting our phones fixed. It's very painful. Zach, I know you had told us a funny story actually about your life at Coke.
Yeah. So when I was at Coca-Cola as a customer marketing manager, I worked on specialty retail accounts, so think big box retailers. One of my customers was auto parts store, and we did a contest, under the cap contest, buy 2 Cokes, get entered to win a trip to the Coca-Cola 600. And we had a lot of success from it, but I think the main driver of it was I put in some geofencing into the promotion. So whenever you were near that Coke cooler, something would pop up on your phone about this contest, enter this contest. Everybody seemed to be very excited about the results. It was great. We got to Charlotte for the Coca-Cola 600, and one of the higher ups, a VP kind of on the ops side, came up to me and asked if I was behind this Coca-Cola contest, and I said yes. I thought he was going to congratulate me, but he actually reamed me out for like 10 minutes because he was in stores a lot. So every time he'd go into the stores, he'd get this pop-up, and he's like, it makes us look cheap. It makes us look like we're just chasing beverage sales, which, I mean, I guess it does, but we're just trying to bring excitement for the promotion. So that's just a good example of how you might have good results, but still there's somebody that pissed off. And Melissa, back to your previous one that they answered. I think Starbucks is interesting because we were really founded, and the genesis of Starbucks is around this third place of where you can go. It's not home, it's not work, it's something different. And through the success of our app, we started realizing that people don't really care about that much. They want speed of service. They want to go, go, go. So we've actually evolved into the third place is always going to be a thing for Starbucks. But we've morphed into more of mobile order and pay, pickup only locations or drive-through only locations where there isn't even a third place anymore. So I think we've used that data to see that maybe they don't necessarily want to have 2 hours in their coffee shop, and that dwell time, we don't make a ton of money off of that person that gets one coffee and sits there. So it's just interesting the way we used it to kind of go the opposite way, speed of service more than anything.
It is interesting. I've noticed more of the just drive-throughs or you can walk up to the window versus actually sitting inside. Now we know why this happened. All right. I know there was a metaverse topic earlier, the hottest topic in the world. Let's break that down here. A lot of you may be experts, proud of you. Hope that does something for your career. But I think Jen's gonna help break it down a little bit, and then we're gonna just talk about Starbucks, obviously one of the first blockchain loyalty programs that they just kind of launched the evolution of that, I think coming soon. So anyway, I think, well, let's talk a little bit about that because it's hot in the loyalty space right now.
I'll do my best. So, and I approach a lot of this because a lot of our work is rooted in the technology behind what we talk about in marketing, right? So I'll say that first. I might have a slightly biased perspective here, but from a very practical level, right? Web3 is a reimagined internet, right? That is based in blockchain, NFT, cryptocurrency, decentralized financial systems, right? At a very, very basic level. But I believe that much like other things we do in marketing, it has been bandied about and interpreted in many other ways. Much like social was years ago, I think Web3 is being defined by the old first market players, the players with the dollars to invest in it. So you see Meta, Google, others really trying to, and doing so, shaping what our perception becomes of what Web3 is. So I say that just to acknowledge that it requires kind of deeper investigation. We can understand it at a theoretical level, I think, but when you try and say to someone, okay, here's an example of what Web3 really is then, I think it becomes much more vague. You need to turn to those big brands or people that are spending money in doing this to see what it really means. And so I would just say, keeping an eye on that is really critical to understand what it is. From a fundamental technology standpoint, I think it poses several different challenges. While it came from an idea of solving some wealth inequality and systematic challenges that we have, it has a very idealistic spirit behind it. There are some practical technology challenges with it fundamentally, right? And I call this computation problem, the bandwidth problem, and the storage problem. And what I mean by that is it is very challenging to scale. Even though you will be told that data is more open and it's all democratic, at the end of the day, that stuff stays on a server and someone owns that server. So who is protecting your family photos, right? There are these practical questions that I think as we dive deeper into the question of Web3 that we have to resolve. Not to mention the environmental impacts. This is an incredible stat that I like to talk about. A single crypto transaction requires the same amount of energy as 700,000 Visa transactions. So in a way, we've imagined this new solution for the centralization that we had that is really even more challenging than what we have today from a technology standpoint. So yeah, I mean, we can go deeper, but with it.
No, but it's really helpful. And as an agency person, we're getting a lot of RFPs now for things in the metaverse and, Web3. And the first question, I got a 92-page brief from a client. Nowhere in it did it say why the customer gave a shit, right? So that's actually the perspective we took. We took a step back. Our strategy team, I have some brilliant strategists on it. And we were like, okay, why does this matter? Why is someone going to come in and actually have an experience and want to give you some valuable exchange there? So it's been really interesting. And I think from my perspective, yes, there's the tech and so many things behind it we to consider, but also why? Why do you care? So Starbucks Stack, I thought it was super interesting that they're almost making it that you don't even really know you're necessarily in Web3 or blockchain. You use your Starbucks login for different generations, it's just gonna give you different things to do. So I'm really curious to see the response once that formally launches. So I'd love to hear just any thoughts you have on that.
Yeah, and I think we hear this a lot, but what we're getting internally is that we're giving consumers what they want, experiences, giving them attached to other companies that they can use their points for. Delta is a good example. But I think it really goes back to being ubiquitous. Like, we just want to be everywhere, and that includes the metaverse. Like, anywhere you go, if you're using your points to go on a plane, like, they want you to know that came from Starbucks. So I think there's just something about being everywhere, and the metaverse is the next place that people want to be. Exactly.
Another location. I know, Lana, you said you guys are like not really in there yet, but I'm sure it's coming up in conversations.
Yeah, it's absolutely coming up. We may look back in a couple of years and laugh at ourselves for being so hesitant, like we all did about the internet in the late 90s. But, right now when we look at our core segment that shops at a racetrack most often, we don't feel like it's the right play right now. We may change our minds in a couple of months, but for right now, we're still working on what's our point of view around this. Is this something we should be really dipping our toes into, or should we wait and see what everyone else thinks first?
Which I think is smart. Yeah, it's interesting to see. We've all seen some have been successful, some have not, and I think as we continue to see the evolution of what's working, what's not, and then to the point back to the customer, is it something that your customers are interested in and will ultimately drive loyalty? Because that's what every brand's trying to do. All right, last we've about 10 minutes left. Lightning round around walking the line of value versus creepy. One of our favorite topics. So how do you make sure you're using data in a way that you want to, and this could be a personal perspective, this could be a perspective from your company, but just curious how you're kind of thinking about, the line there.
We talk about the line all of the time. So one of the things that, we've considered, feels a little creepy, but others do it, is around license plate readers. When you roll up to the pump, we can know you're there before you even let us know you're there. So something that would be very valuable from a business perspective, but what would the customer really feel about that? So that's one of the examples of how we've debated this over time. But, I feel like right now, especially when you have a loyalty program and you're a member of that program, you expect a more personalized experience. You expect a little bit of creepiness because you want us to be able to provide you with the offers and promotions and messages and do it in the right time when you're on property or you're even thinking about going. So we're getting a little more comfortable with that creep factor, but there are still some areas where we've drawn the line and we're still exploring whether that's the right path or not.
I think for loyalty, it goes back to what you were just saying, even about the Web3 thing. It's like, figure out if it's right for your brand. Does it make sense? Is it a good fit? Is it gonna provide some sort of meaning or value for your customers? We are the team that engineered a lot of Coca-Cola's freestyle hardware when they changed out machines to include an optical sensor. We are very careful to not say a camera for the creep factor. But when they had new machines that had cameras in, it was really a question of how do we utilize this new technology in a way that's going to actually provide value. Their goal as a company is to increase pours or throughput, right? More pours at the machine, more pours at the machine. So having a camera that recognizes, oh, Melissa, you're wearing a Spider-Man t-shirt at AMC Theaters. Good for you, let's show you the Spider-Man trailer. Maybe isn't as much of a value play as if I'm at McDonald's in the middle of the lunch hour and I have limited time and I've gone up once and gotten my drink and now the line has 20 people in front of it. If that UI on the machine can suddenly change and shortcut to the two most popular pours in the last 30 minutes, chances are that's going to be my pour and 3 of the guys in front of me. So I'm getting my drink faster and I'm on my way. Or if I'm a family and I've got 3 kids with me and I'm trying to pour all these drinks and keep them from driving everyone crazy, the idea that it can size my pour to a smaller, more child-friendly ounce, that it could highlight maybe the more health-conscious fruit and water beverages that Coke has under the umbrella, those are things that actually can provide end customers with some value and still be a really innovative use of the technology.
I think right now, Starbucks, we do a good job of not being too creepy. I think the creepiest thing that we do is all the emails we'll get about bonuses and things like that. But I'm interested to see what it looks like once we kind of move over to what we've been talking about, because it kind of changes the way I fear that, I don't know, you walk on a Delta plane and it pings on your Starbucks app something about Delta. Like, I don't want that much cross-germination, if you will. But I'm interested to see what happens.
I think it's coming.
Do it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the evolution of all these brands too, like the Delta Starbucks partnership is a great one. We've seen so many brands really leaning more into the partnership side on loyalty programs versus just the kind of points, button, see, earn, and burn. And I think that's helping evolve, and it's helping kind of tie two customer groups together. I immediately tied my Starbucks and Delta accounts together, interested to see kind of how it works, but I think that's what's coming. Your seat back, you might get targeted with an offer in the future because they know Zach is sitting in that seat. So really interesting to see where things go.
So we did that about 5 years ago with Lyft, very similar program, and it didn't do that well. So I think using a company like Delta, it might help us a little bit. They did it in Canada last year with a company called Aeroplane, and they had a huge success. So I don't know. I think we'll see a lot more joint partnerships coming once this goes well.
Absolutely, and I think that the creepy versus value factor, I found it so fascinating that some of the most successful campaigns that I've seen some of our clients do is like the year in review, right? You get it from Delta, you get it from Lyft, you get it from Dunkin', you get it from Starbucks, Nike. So many brands do it now, and they've done it we've evolved a lot of the recommendations we've made to clients around like personalized videos. There's so many ways to do it, and you might feed that information to a customer in one way and it feels creepy, and in other ways they love it. They love bragging to their friends about how many flights they took, what percentage they're in, and I mean, it's so interesting, and actually those campaigns drive tons of revenue for these brands. So it's amazing how you can leverage data, location data to actually just say thank you, and it'll actually drive a lot for your business. So that's one thing that I've always found fascinating is you give them data in that one way, they think it's weird, you give them it in a different, they're gonna celebrate it on social media. Who knew? So, well, we are almost done. I probably have time for one question if anyone has one for the team. Otherwise, you can have a little bathroom break. And yes.
We got one over here.
Okay, so speaking to the Little L loyalty programs, how do you guys measure incrementality or ROI? So knowing that there are some people who are already brand loyalists who would come in and not necessarily need an offer or points versus people who, like me, I love loyalty programs and I'm pushed by it. So yeah, just how would you measure that topic?
It's very difficult. You know, we look at it against our non-loyalty data to understand really what is the average loyalty member driving above and beyond a non-member. But from a user level, it's hard to say pre and post joining the program, because really the only way we can track that, track who you were before joining is through a tokenized credit card to understand you're using this credit card, but you're still using this credit card, it's the same person. Let's bridge those together, and we're still trying to figure out the best way to do that, because a lot of people use a lot of credit cards today, and we're not able to identify everyone. So really, we're looking at it more on that holistic level of loyalty drives this versus a non-loyalty member. You know, on a campaign level, we're able just to use control groups to see how campaigns really perform, but that specific user, it's not for sure.
I don't know, Jen, if you have anything to add. Incrementality is tough. Okay, so here's what I'll say. One of the executives at Racetrack asked us the same question, and I mean, the easy answer is you really do have to do like a universal control group, right? You really need to be able to show the value of marketing. So many marketing departments are, you cost us money, you're actually not a revenue generating machine. It's like all we do is defend work, right? But the reality is marketing does help drive sales and revenue. So that's one way. The other way is for another client, we built this loyalty indices. And we basically are taking all the different offers that you could have, and then we're gonna match them through a recommendation engine based on where you land in loyalty. So we basically did like, how much you engage with the brand. So this is for a streaming service. So how many hours, right, are you spending? Versus are you, opening the emails? Are you clicking on, how often are you on the app? How many different devices are you using? And we're using that to determine, because for some people, you're right, they're gonna watch 20 hours a week or 30 hours a week, whether you give them a benefit or not. And some you're gonna need to encourage because they came for one show. So that's another way I think you can use, analytics in an interesting way to actually kind of map their level of loyalty and match offers or not to that. So it's a hot topic for sure. All right, well, I think we're wrapped up.
Give him a hand, guys.
Thank you for having us. Sorry guys, we gotta do a photo op, y'all.
All right, while they're taking a photo, I'll set up the next one because Steve's going to get him a photo here, and then I think he's got a little announcement. But those last questions and a lot of last discussion is setting up the next panel really well, especially on the customer experience stuff. We've got 2 more multi-location brands, a couple faves, a mine personally, BurgerFi, Tropical Smoothie, which we're going to hear from explicitly as a bunch of how location relevance, real-time location data helps you have a better customer service or customer experience, build the brand. Huge piece of that. So I'll hand it over to Steve, and then we'll get the next panel up.
Yeah, so just real quick, just because I know some of you are only here today and not here tomorrow, and we've got some interesting panels and just heard about loyalty and whatnot. So I do want to just take 1 second to highlight something, this logo that you see down at the bottom of your screen, Best Retail Cases. So this is a platform that is part of the LBMA in our European operations. And what we're going to be announcing tomorrow at the end of the day, for those of you who won't be here tomorrow, so just thought to mention it now, is we're bringing this to North America. And it's essentially a case study submission platform with an awards component to it. So any brand, any agency, any vendor here that's in the room that's doing work in location, be it in the retail sector, in the restaurant industry, in the hotel industry, or in sports, whatever you're doing, we're in part of the follow-up to this conference, we'll send out, how you can submit your case studies to the platform and, get them included in, the jury and the competition and things like that. And then at NRF this year, for those of you who go to NRF in New York, we'll be there, and that will be where we'll announce the first North American awards for the case study platform. So just thought I'd highlight that. We'll tell you more about it tomorrow and show you what it actually looks like and all of that. So with that, I'll invite our next panel up, if they could, please.
Got a lively group back there.
Oh, yes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Amanda Wilson. I am here with Flyby. Radius Networks is the company. Flyby is our product. It's a pleasure to be here, based out of Washington, D.C. And we do a lot of work with restaurants, retailers, grocers, C-stores, hospitality, hotels, you name it. And definitely see some familiar faces in the crowd today. But today, I definitely wanted to have a conversation around off-premise, loyalty, some of those challenges associated with, pickup, delivery, curbside. How did you handle it? Technology that you perhaps utilized to overcome some of these challenges. So on the panel today, wanted to obviously not speak for them, so I'll allow them to introduce themselves. But at a quick overview, Carl Goodhue, he's the Chief Technology Officer at BurgerFi. Braden Turner, VP of Product Management at Tropical Smoothie, and Jared Hinshaw, he's Vice President of Technology at Walk-Ons.
Hi everyone, Carl Goodhue. I've been CTO for 18 months at BurgerFi, and we own 2 brands, Burger Concept with 120 locations, 27 corporate The Rest franchise, and then 61 corporate-owned pizza restaurants that are casual dining and the burger joint is fast casual. So from a technology perspective, pretty diverse. Went through an acquisition of the pizza company last year, and so we've been, I won't say struggling, we've been managing the difficulties of on-prem, off-prem for the last few years. I would say that we're at a distinct advantage that most of our stores are in Florida, where COVID actually never happened. I'm pretty sure. Thank you.
Good now. All right, hi everybody, Jared Hinshaw, Walk-Ons. We're a casual dining restaurant. Should be at about 78 units by end of year, around 5 million AUV. We're from Las Vegas to the southeast, up to the Carolinas, heavy concentration in the south. It's a sports themed casual dining restaurant based in Louisiana. We have an office here in Atlanta. It's got an occasion twist to it. We currently struggle with off-prem. We're doing a lot to overhaul and revamp a lot of the programs we have in place. It started at Walk-Ons a little earlier this year, came to Inspired Brands. We're doing a lot of great work. My time there, I was over digital data my time there, so bringing a lot of stuff to Walk-Ons, trying to improve the guest experience and move a lot of it.
Good afternoon. My name is Brayden Turner, VP of Products at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. My favorite smoothie is the Bahama Mama. For anyone who is a customer of ours, it's the best. What's that? Chicken wrap. We've got lots of good stuff at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. I've been with the brand for just over 2 years, so I joined 6 weeks into COVID, which was fun. Right at the start of probably most of the QSRs trying to figure out this off-premise world and to live with the third parties. So yeah, it's kind of 2 years in that space. Yeah.
Awesome. Well, I want to start out with a very high level. I'm going to crack that egg open and talk about the elephant in the room, which is what are the biggest challenges that each of your brands are facing today? And, describe how you guys operationally overcome it from maybe an IT lens, operational, corporate, like how do you kind of tackle that and what are those challenges that you are working through?
Me first? Okay, I just haven't. Okay, that's fine. So I'm going to take a different lens to this. We BurgerFi, our burger joint, it was a family-run company for 10 years, and it's chef-inspired. And I think that every time the chef came up with a new item, it went on the menu, and we never took anything off. And that's fine when you're 90% dine-in, because you can manage expectations of how long it takes to make something. But when everything shifted off-prem, all of a sudden, first of all, we weren't set up in the DSPs to manage this complexity of the menu. And it was essentially, the mindset at that time was, I am a chef, I want it to taste like this, therefore it comes with this. You can remove items, but you can't substitute. Well, that all had to change. And that impacts every department. Operations especially, marketing, IT, menu board, everything gets impacted. So that we could give customers that menu that was simplified, but also operationally efficient and didn't annoy too many customers, right? And the problem that you have to remember, what you have to remember is that your loudest customers are not necessarily representative of your customer base. So all those folks that were really mad that the spicy chicken sandwich went away represented like less than 1% of sales. And yeah, you gotta bear with that and give them comps and help them understand, well, we have other things on our menu, we'd love you to try it. But from an operations perspective, it really helped. And now we're rolling out phase 2, which is a little bit of context again. All of our items are a la carte. So now we're doing bundles so you can add a side and a drink. And what we're seeing in our test locations, this is really helping with our off-premise average check, because traditionally if you're a la carte, you've got that olive Coke at home or your rum and Coke at home. Why would you get a soda? You're just paying for it. But when you bundle it, say you get your fries and your drink for a small upcharge, we find that the incidence rate of beverages went through the roof for off-premise. So for us, it was a win-win and really helping operational.
Yeah, so for us, when we think about third party in particular, it's been a challenge to lose some control of that experience, the guest experience. We can do everything we can. We can make the food nice and fresh. We can make the smoothie is blended right. We can have it ready when we told the guest it would be ready, and then we hand it off to a driver who we don't really know. They're not representative of our brand. And at that point, we don't know what happens. We don't know if it gets here on time. We don't know if everything is delivered. And so we lose control of that, which is difficult. And the guest looks to us. The guest looks to the brand. That's where they made the purchase. That's where they transacted. You need to fix it. So that's been really tough. And for third parties, those companies, the DoorDashes, the Uber Eats and whatnot, they're trying to figure out their role still in this space and how they can become profitable. And that brings its own challenges as well. It's a difficult relationship to have. It is a necessary evil, but that's changing, especially with some of the legislation that's coming out around how people are going to be treated, drivers, employees, or contractors. I think that's going to have a big impact on our industry, and the importance of owning that guest as much as you can is going to become critical.
Yeah, we've kind of got what I would call a three-headed monster of challenges. Our current online order platform leaves us constrained from a consumer experience perspective, where the UI and UX of it is dated, and the workflow is cumbersome. So we see a lot of customers drop out of the format early and often. So that's hurdle number one, that we're not generating own channel sales that we should be. So they're going to third party. So I'll get to that part in probably three. But the second is, even when they go through our own channel, when we do make it through the funnel and they actually convert, we don't have a good check-in process. Mainly around curbside, right? So when they get there, we're living in a legacy state. I'm not sure how many people are in the restaurant. We don't have an aggregator at the moment. So if you go into the back of the house, there's 6 habits in it. Own channel, all of your third-party deliveries, and it requires some 18-year-old male, female, whoever's working back there to transcribe each order, third-party talent into the POS. It's a huge problem because either they don't notice the order or they don't actually transcribe the order. So that's creating accuracy issues. But then at the same time, when the customer arrives, it pings on the tablet. The other problem is when it pings on the tablet, it doesn't actually say the model of the car. It just says the name and order. So you grab the food and then they just walk around. So number one, the actual experience itself is the web app. 2, the curbside friction is causing based on transcribing and also delivering the food, and then the dependence on third party, because our first channel is so difficult to navigate. We do get a lot of third party.
Jeremy should speak in.
Yeah, we do get a lot of third party, but it's an issue for many reasons, right? The upcharge they receive, but then also the quality of the food that's being delivered. And we can see it in our merchant citric scores and all the other reviews we get that it gets there cold, it's soggy, or it's been flipped over, or it's thrown on speed, right? So many different things. Like I said, they look at us for that. They're not looking at DoorDash, Waiter, whatever it may be. So these are all hurdles that we know about, and we're in the process of figuring out technologies that try to get this kind of.
For sure, and I'm going to piggyback actually off of the topic around delivery. And I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of different restaurant brands, and this concept of you have a pickup vertical channel, and then you also have a potential curbside channel, and then you also have a delivery channel. And you have to always think that a guest could be a pickup in this pickup channel today, but tomorrow something in their life might change and they might develop to be a potential curbside customer. And how much are you nurturing each channel, right? And delivery like you had said, is one of those channels where you almost have no control over it. You do, but you don't. So I would love to hear some creative, innovative ways that you guys are trying to have the brands take more ownership or take back those customers. Whether that's trying to reduce the wait times of these drivers are waiting around, right? Is there technology that you're inclusive of in addition to your delivery, DoorDash tablet, your Uber tablet, and so on and so forth?
Sure.
Well, first of all, I can't.
I gotcha.
It says bat.
Bat, that means battery, right?
Thank you. So first of all, I was very scared to hear the number of tablets that you got back there. That's an insane problem. I would say that we do a couple things. First of all, we heard from our customers, they were fed up of walking into our restaurant and being first in line ordering and then waiting 45 minutes because of the number of orders that were being created for these drivers, right? And they're watching all these drivers come in and take food and they were annoyed. So what we did was we split, it's KDS, industry term, kitchen display, so that we split out our in-store and our delivery orders so that we can make sure we're taking care of our, what we consider our best guests, right? They took the time to drive to our store, they give us a good, healthy check. So we're gonna take care of them and make sure they're treated right. So we kind of take a different lens on it. How do we make sure that we're taking care of our first party customers the best? And then, of course, we want to meet all the SLAs. We want to make sure that we're delivering for promise time. And that's key there, our promise time. So what we're doing is we work with an aggregator called LOCO. It's one of the biggest in the restaurant industry. And essentially we manage it so that every 15-minute block of time throughout the day that we're open, we say how many orders we can take. And then it's our GM's job, our general manager's job to say, oh, I'm down one person, I need to reduce that online. So that you're setting customer expectations as to when the food will be ready. And that all flows through to your Ubers and your DoorDash so that when you order online and it says it'll be an hour and a half, you as the customer have the option, do I want to wait that long or not? That's much better than saying it's gonna be 20 minutes and then you're super upset when 90 minutes later the driver drops off the food. So it's all about managing expectations. And I'll quickly add too, we try to make sure we hit those promise times because we use that in our negotiations. Everything is negotiable with the DSPs. And we actually say that our food will be ready on average within 3 minutes of the promise time. And if we are, then we get a discount on that commission rate. So we use that to our favor and closely monitor those times.
Yeah, very similar. So the aggregator is going to be a big win for us, right? Because that thing removes a lot of the friction of juggling the in-store and then the delivery service partners as well as online ordering. Because similar, we're going to have to throttle in peak volumes where if it's a busy hour within lunch or dinner, we can throttle and make sure that we're only getting 2 orders, 3 orders per hour online versus smashing the back of house and then hitting that guest experience on the front of house, right? Another thing with our new partner that we're going to be leveraging for web and app online ordering is with the enhanced experience, we're going to do a lot of marketing, backdrops, and things of that nature to push everybody to the own channel where we actually do have a preferred system-wide partner in DoorDash, where we get the best experience and we have a lot more leverage just because of the buying power and the contract that we negotiated. So we want to push more and more of our customers through the own channel with a preferred partner that we have a lot more leverage to, but then the aggregator with the throttling is a big thing for us because today, all they're either doing is turning the tablets off so they can receive orders, which is loss of revenue, or they're just crushing back of house and then everybody suffers. Online suffers, in-store suffers, and very similar. I mean, we value people that come in, the average check is bigger, but also they took time out of their day. And we also consider ourselves an experiential because we have 80 plus TVs and a big bar, so we want to be able to sit in there, right? So that's some of the stuff we're doing to really get that.
For us, it's not all about technology. So we introduced cubbies. So when people come into our cafes, if you're a driver, you know that you've got to come in and look for those cubbies that say DoorDash or Uber Eats. And If you're a guest that's ordering online or in the app, you're going to go to these companies. So it's something really basic. Yes, we would love to advance that, apply some technology to make it really smart and say you're looking for your smoothie and cubby number 3 or those types of things. So it's a little bit of that. We looked and have been using curbside technology across the number of our locations. I like to think of curbside as the drive-through that you don't have. If you're an operator, the fact, we've got 30-ish% of our locations that are drive-through. More of our new locations are, drive-through is a big money earner. If you've got a drive-through, you're doing well. And so for those locations that can't have that, they're in the middle of a mall that they just don't have the ability to, curbside is a great alternative. The challenge for us has been around labor. Throughout that pandemic, it got pretty tight, and so the ability to have people that can make the smoothies and make the food and serve and clean up and take food out to the car can be tough. But we're coming out the other side of that, so it's getting a little bit easier. One other thing I'll share, just recently we learned last week, our third-party customers were actually able to scan the receipt and earn loyalty points. When we launched that loyalty program 18 months ago, we're not allowing that. Cost of sales too high, so the economics of the loyalty program didn't work. And we've learned that that's actually been in place since at least January of this year. And so panic stations, of course we want that. Something changed in our tech back in January. And we dug into the data, and actually what we're seeing is those people that are scanning, they are shifting. So they're actually starting to purchase through our own direct channels, because to get those loyalty points, they've got to give us their email address, and now we can leverage our marketing programs through loyalty to engage with them with the offers and drive them in. So the silver lining is at this stage we think it might be okay, but don't go out and scan your receipts if you're a third party.
Well, going back to, I want to take a little bit of a left turn to talk about operations, right? COVID, every single brand, no matter what vertical you're in, everybody had to pivot, right? I feel like that was the word of the last few years, right? Pivot what we're doing, how we do it, especially with the pandemic. And we all know we can change our app, we can change our UI, UX on our web ordering, but if the staff, if our team members aren't going to nail it, it doesn't roll over to the guest. So we can start them great, but that order handed to them, if it's just not top notch, that's the taste that they have in their mouth when they leave. So knowing when the pandemic happened, there were some brands that had either started to look into off-premise, did it, but it wasn't a full-fledged, innovative channel for them. Where did each brand start during when the pandemic started, and how did you pivot? Where were some of those challenge pain points? Did you have manual, when a guest arrived, call in, I had a trailer out front with a tent? What were some of those creative ways that you may do, and how did you kind of turn it around thereafter to have a fully mature program? Yeah, we'll start over there.
We scrambled, like we didn't have anything. I don't think we had any locations that were signed up with any third parties. So we had a very antiquated mobile app experience, similar kind of on the website with our online audit provider. So we scrambled. We had to work with our franchisees. So we have over 1,100 locations across the country, one corporate store. So everyone else is franchised, and we had to work with them to say, you guys have got to get on board. Like, sales were tanking. This was a kind of a shining light in that time, but it was difficult. A lot of the procedures, a lot of those things went by the wayside because the priority was sales. We're going to get people in. Over time, we were able to get back and reintroduce some of those formalities. We were able to get our field team back out, and we actually saw improvements once our field team got back out, reminded cafes not to put random posters on the walls and stickers on the windows and keep it clean, and we're starting to see improvements in some of the satisfaction results. And yeah, scramble is what we want, I would say. We just take nothing at that point. And now all of our locations are on at least 4 providers or more.
Yeah, so I wasn't at walk-ons during that time, but I do know the history. When the pandemic hit, they didn't have online ordering. They didn't have third-party ordering. It was much more expensive than most, right? So they quickly had to pivot, sign contracts, get online ordering, get third-party in place. All of the restaurants were closed, even though we're in the Southeast, we all closed at some point, right? So they did put tents outside. And then now we're kind of digging ourselves out of those very quick decisions that they made out of survival mode, right? Since they had nothing in place, they made quick decisions that got us through the pandemic. We were great, but now we need to take that next step to enhance that experience and remove friction and increase revenues, which is the phase we're in now. The other thing is, through 2020, 2021, we were doing about 20% off-premise sales. This year, we've seen that tailor down. We're about 12.5%. So once we get all this new technology in place, it's a push both from marketing and ops, how can we start to increase that off-premise sales to get that back up maybe 15%, 20 not be realistic, but how do we start to claw back the sales? Because we've noticed, and what we do know, is that the off-premise sales aren't cannibalizing the dine-in sales. There are people that are sitting at home on Friday night, they know they don't want to go out to eat. They want to sit and watch Netflix or do something else. So we need to capture those sales again once we get the technology in place. But it was a lot like tropical smoothie, where it's rush, do what you can to survive, and it worked.
Well, I think, again, I wasn't there either when it all hit, but I did some research and some digging on this. So we were very fortunate. We only had 3 corporate stores that closed for a week during the entire COVID. Again, Florida, right? So they closed until they said, okay, it's not the apocalypse, there's no zombie. Okay, we're good, reopen, go. And I think their biggest issue was signage, putting it in the parking lot, and then dealing with the landlords who were like, hey, in your lease it says, but this is a different time. A lot of negotiations to try and get that. And we've noticed after about a year, the landlords really started to crack down and say, okay, it's over. You can't have curbside anymore. You can't have dedicated spots unless you start paying. So I think we realized the benefit of that, and we're able to do that wherever we could. And we're very mindful when we open up new locations, how many parking spots can we get? Can we get curbside? Is drive-through an option? And we're looking at every avenue possible to facilitate that off-campus experience, right? Your off-premise experience. But I think we're extremely fortunate. We had Olo before it was hip to have Olo, and we were already integrated with DoorDash, and we were at the time. Grubhub was a tablet, but yeah, we're fully integrated. And I think we were just they were very forward-thinking before COVID, so we were lucky. Let's just put it that way. We were lucky.
Well, talking about luck and also numbers, but not like we're in Vegas. Wanting to talk about average ticket size, right? Whether you have an in-person guest that we're seeing dine in really start to explode again, guests are feeling much more safe, lack of a better word, to come and dine and spend time in your 4 walls, which we all know is extremely valuable. But if you can expand around what you're seeing, your average ticket size, your average basket size, that transition where you were all off-premise, now you perhaps may have a split, a specific percentage to be delivery, off-prem versus dine-in. Love to hear kind of the numbers and the thought around how you guys focus your time based on those numbers and data points.
So I think what we see is the dine-in is one of our lowest check averages. We don't sell a lot of beer and wine in the burger space, in the burger concept. In the pizza restaurant, it's got a full bar, so our dine-in is a much higher average check there. What I will say is that we always say our third party is the highest check, but then you have to back out that inflation, food inflation we put in there, because it's all artificial. We put in 15 to 20% increase in food costs, because we know we're going to get hit with a 15 to 20% commission rate, so that the customer is paying at the end of the day. So, when you back that out, I think it's about even, and then you got NA Bev, which, is much lower on third-party delivery, your soda, sorry. And so what you're trying to do is balance that mix and understand what does the customer want and what can I entice them with to increase that cart size without increasing pricing. And it's difficult, right? Because it's very hard to sell you an ice cream for delivery. It just is. And because it's going to be, everyone says it's going to be melted by the time we get it. So, and I can't sell draft beer. All of our locations that do sell beer is draft beer, it's not bottled beer. They won't let us sell that for delivery yet. So I think it's a tough conversation that we have. So what we try to do is maintain each channel and understand if there is a shift, are people moving from here to there? And that's a very tough question to answer, by the way. And if it is declining, why is it declining? Right? Is it okay that it's declining? Are we making it up elsewhere, even if it's not the same customer? So those are all questions that we ask on a daily basis that we don't necessarily have the answers to. But at the end of the day, it's about driving check average, to your point, and incremental sales. I can do it artificially through pricing all day long, but that doesn't help anyone, and it's going to bite me in the butt on traffic eventually. So, it's a conversation.
Yeah, we obviously see higher average checks in restaurant too. So all of them have a bar. It's all BWL sales that are incremental versus off-premise sales for the most part. But also in restaurant, you have a better opportunity at suggested selling. So every time you touch a table, you can see if they want something else, push something else, right? We have opportunities on the web app through online ordering to do better at suggested selling and cross-selling, and that's where we'd like to get here in the immediate future, which we will see incrementality from. But it still won't be the same as the human touch in the restaurant, where you can interact with somebody. If they like you, then you just buy something, right? It's just human nature. But we feel good about where our average check is in restaurant. We need to increase, we know, online, and that's through suggested selling, cross-selling. And loyalty, right? Loyalty programs help there too. Everybody knows it online as well. And offering certain specials online versus in restaurant, just like we do in restaurant versus online. So that's good stuff.
Can I offer a counterpoint that we've seen that people don't like interacting with people, and they actually buy more through the kiosk and tip better through the kiosk than they do when they talk to a cashier. And I don't know what that's saying more about the cashier or the technology. It is fast casual. So kiosk, yes, you're correct, 100% correct. But fast casual, the kiosk has helped tremendously. You're seeing a 15% uplift, 50 to 60% traffic sorting on the kiosk. And I don't like to say that impacts our labor model. It doesn't, but it really impacts the in-store check and the customer experience.
Kiosk. Kiosk 100% made sense in fast casual and QSR. I mean, that's been proven, right? Casual dining is not good. People don't go to casual dining to eat a kiosk.
You're 100% right.
So we're, as a brand, maturing in the digital space. We're kind of early on in that journey. So for us, kiosks are so far away. Our opinion at the moment is everyone's got a kiosk in their hands. It's their phone. So I actually would argue a little bit that I think I can be more effective with an upsell in our digital channels and be more effective than having to rely on that person, because I can use data to recommend the right product based on previous purchase behaviors and whatnot. I don't have to worry about the person selling who's new, it's their first day on the job, the sales pitch and whatnot. But I get it, we would still do that in our cafes as well. For us, in cafe is the lowest. We don't have the other alcohol products and things that might bump that check up.
That may be something you can test.
Yeah. So we come out with mocktail smoothies all the time. We've got a red sangria smoothie at the moment. We have a watermelon mojito at different times, and we're constantly trying to pour alcohol into those to see if it tastes good. Not in the cafes. Just at the office. So yeah, so third-party check is higher. That's artificial in some respects. We put minimums. If you want to get it delivered at a cheaper price for free, then you've got to spend a certain amount. But also the guest it's a different guest. Like if you're ordering delivery, you're probably ordering for multiple people. If you're ordering in the app, it's your go-to on the way to the office. It's after the gym workout. You're possibly ordering just yourself. So we kind of see some of those dynamics.
Talking about those guests that are preferred, meaning they prefer your brand, they go often, and talking about loyalty, like we heard on the previous panel, there's a lot to unpack around loyalty. But a lot of times brands are focusing on those guests that give the brand more business, right? You get more bang for your buck out of just one customer versus the customer acquisition costs around trying to attract more, right? Getting them into your loyalty. So I'd love to hear how are each brand trying to attract guests to your loyalty programs, and how do you retain them?
I think we're challenged in that we don't want to discount a lot. And it's a challenge because everyone expects something free with the loyalty program. So we have to use the word balance it a lot. But from a loyalty perspective, we have to really consider the total cost of a customer over their lifetime. And acquisition is part of that. Loyalty cost is a part of that. And because we're franchised, we get a lot of pushback as soon as we start to put out offers out there that are beyond a free welcome fries. But at the same time, we get a lot of feedback, which is you're giving me $4 worth of fries that probably cost you 40 cents, and on a meal that's $25. That's not a great offer. So it's really a balancing act between franchise wants, the bottom line, and how to attract customers. I think that you see Dunkin' in the news because they slashed their loyalty rate, and we don't want to be that person. But at the same time, that brand. Sorry, but at the same time, it's how do you even have that conversation and get up to that point? We don't have the frequency of a Starbucks. You don't get burgers every day, or you shouldn't at least. But I think that what is that loyalty for the 100 to 200 unit restaurant that makes sense? And it's a challenge. We just struggle with that all the time. And I don't think I answered your question.
It's interesting, the whole loyalty thing. We're similar to a franchise organization, and we can get pushback. So we have to make sure that the economics around the offer are going to work for our franchisees. Otherwise, they're not going to buy in. So we spend a lot of time working with our franchisees at various councils to really get their buy-in. So that's one way we kind of manage that. It's interesting. This is where I think technology can play a really big part. We have a number of our cafes that offer a happy hour between 9 and 11. It's managed locally, so it's not a national program. It's run through the point of sale as an offer. Every single purchase between those hours is by default a happy hour purchase, so it's discounted. Even if the person that's come and asked for that smoothie has no idea that it's happy hour. So that person's going to purchase anyway. Why would we discount that if we don't need to? So at a national level, through our loyalty program and through that platform, we can be a lot smarter and actually offer that to people that engage with the loyalty program, become a member, and that's something we're talking about we should be doing.
Very similar franchise model, so pushback from franchisees always. Similar model though. Most campaigns we go to the Franchise Advisory Council for. We get their approval, they go evangelize for that campaign. And that's typically through a business case, right? You've got to show the incrementality in return of that campaign, and then you're held accountable by the franchisees if it doesn't work out that way. So the other thing about where our loyalty program is today, similar to what I was talking about, is we're more in like keep the lights on mode at the moment, just because we're not a fan of it. So we don't want to drive more people to the loyalty program at the moment. Q1 of next year, we're going to do a heavy push, start to convert people to more loyalty, and then future state, where we're looking to get, and where some other brands have already gotten in the casual dining space, is around VIP and tiered loyalty. So some use cases for that would be, you can get onto the app, you're a loyalty member, you've got X points, you can jump the queue on the wait list, or preferential seating. So you show up and we know through the loyalty program, through our customer data platform, you always like table 6. We reserve table 6 for you, right? Tiered VIP would be theater specials, theater special stuff like that. So that's some of the campaigns we're looking into, and some other brands are starting to look at it as well.
That's super innovative. I love that. 1-for-1 loyalty does not equate to discount. So I love the thinking outside of the box. And what's kind of taken off in the restaurant news market space is this concept around ghost kitchens or virtual brands, which is just leveraging your same brick and mortar location, spinning up a new brand, perhaps leveraging some of those same ingredients, maybe additional ingredients, and you are able to make a full-fledged new restaurant, albeit it is virtual. I'd like to know, how are you guys thinking about that? Is that an option for any of your brands? If so, have you implemented any? And what have been the successes or some of those challenges that you've learned throughout any of those experiences?
We have both a virtual brand called the Roasted Wing. So we offer wing flavors that aren't available in the store. So it's just different sauces that we have. Very successful until wing prices went through the roof, and then it's very, very hard. But wing prices have come back down, and I think we're in a good spot with that. And then from a ghost kitchen perspective, we opened up 15 GoPuff locations. I don't know how many people know GoPuff. It's essentially late night sundries, and people who smoke like to eat. So it's a good match. And so we sell a lot of fries through that. It's been very successful. And yeah, it's essentially a non-CapEx way to expand and get your name out there and have people try your food without having to find your restaurant. So we love it. It's easy. The hardest part is quality and making sure that we're on top of that. And contractually, we can come by, test to make sure that they're abiding by our standards. And so far, so good. We're loving the results there.
No real discussion around virtual brands at the moment. There is some discussion around ghost kitchens, particularly that use case would be as we expand into new markets and new states, open up a ghost kitchen in that specific market 6-8 months in advance so that you can start to get your name out there, a marketing push out there, as well as food in people's mouth. That way it's not cold the day it opens. And people are wondering, what's this new brand, what's this new concept that's in town? They've already been exposed to it through marketing pushes and food being delivered to them. And potentially even getting some training for the back of house team members, and they're cooking too at the same time, right? So that's one idea that we're playing with. I'm not sure if I'm moving forward, but it's one way we can leverage it.
Nothing.
I love that.
We don't even offer Apple Pay or Google Pay in our digital channels yet. Those kitchens and things like that are just not our priority.
Keeping it real. I love that. That's great. Well, I kind of have a double question, just looking at time here. You guys each brand has just been tremendous in the last few years. I think everyone would be interested, is there any technology, whether that's location-based, off-premise based, whatever it is, has any technologies that you've leveraged help you? What are those technologies? You don't have to reveal your whole tech stack. But also, what is in the future? What is on your roadmap? What is your team focused on in looking to the future? You have competitors, everyone's rolling out with things. I hear it all the time. Oh, what's Chick-fil-A doing, right? Are you going to different brands and testing out their experiences, or do any highlight in your mind? Sorry, that's a lot in one question, and take it as you wish.
No, so for us, payments, obviously, I mentioned that it's an area that we are focused on. Also, some of the in-cafe purchasing capabilities as well. That's a big area for us. We have a white label web experience, so through Olo, we can't do anything with it. We mentioned that before. So we don't focus too much time on that, but data is the next piece. No surprises there. Building out our customer data platform, trying to connect in different data sources from the back end so that we can start to build out those custom profiles, create those segments, and leverage that in our paid media, and then also within our loyalty program. So that's some of the things that we're really focused on at the moment. We've just completed a rollout of our point of sale system. We had 2 versions, a micros version and a Power Brink. We flipped all of our locations in a year over to Power Brink, lightning fast. That has been probably one of the biggest tech unlocks for us, to have everyone on the same platform, pushing out updated menus, updated operating systems down to the point of sale. It's been seamless, and so that's made a big difference for us. Supporting that, all the things you expect, so it's been a big win for us.
Yeah, if you can think of it, we're doing it. POS swap starting now through next year, that'll be a big unlock for us as well, moving to a cloud-based technology for POS, new order loyalty programs, platforms, website. Let's see what else we got. Yeah, okay, it comes with our new platform. Yeah, so building CDP as well at the same time, and then new data warehouse and BI tool on top of that. Yeah, there's other stuff. If you think of anything in the stack that a restaurant company would do, we're in the midst of it and all the service we do.
I don't often get to talk about the accounting ERP implementation that we're doing. So. Yeah. So from a location perspective, we Flyby, we are testing and using and rolling out to our corporate stores. I'm not going to talk about BurgerFi's experience. I will say 2 best-in-class experiences I've had. Well, McDonald's seems to be doing a really good job with their drive-thru. I was welcomed by name before I even told them anything. I just said, I'm here for a order, and they said, oh, Carl, you have to drive on up. So that was amazing to me that occurred, and that to me is adding that personalization at curbside or pickup window. That's really, it adds that extra level of, oh yeah, the brand knows me, that's fantastic. Or, oh, they care about me. The food I'm gonna get is good because they care about me. And then one thing we're doing is we're testing out a pickup lane. It's not quite ready. We've got all the permits, but we're gonna be doing that in conjunction with Flyby. And I think that's another one where, again, you gotta think about the operations perspective. It's really tight, this location, it can only hold like 2 or 3 cars, so we have to make sure that the food is ready when we say it's ready. Otherwise, we're gonna be backing up on a US 1 and it's gonna be a nightmare. So I'm very excited to see how that works, and it's gonna work. Yeah. So I think that's something that we're excited to test, and for us, it's gotta be test, learn, and roll out. I can't just buy it for 120 locations and cross my fingers. We got to do that. And sometimes that's difficult because a lot of the technology that you implement, it's got a big upfront lift, and then that sunken cost if you don't end up rolling it out. So you have to be really selective about your roadmap and what you can test and what you're going to spend your time on. There's only 24 hours in a day, and it sounds like there's 28 here. But your franchisees expect you to be driving innovation and helping them be successful. And they don't care necessarily about a lot of things that you do. They're caring about their bottom line. And so it's got to be at the forefront all the time.
Well, we have just a few minutes left, and I just wanted to see if anybody had any questions for any of these gentlemen. Okay.
Cool, come over here.
Thanks, Kevin. I heard y'all mention about using ghost kitchens, I think, for adding capacity. I wondered if you looked at these platforms like Olo, or I know one called Ordermark has something called Nextbite. That's like ghost brands that you can use to fill your existing capacity. Have you guys looked at or used that, like virtual brand for filling capacity? Ghost brand, rather?
So are you asking about filling capacity that's available in the back of house now?
Yes.
Our volumes are too high at the moment, so we're at max. It just wouldn't work for us. But I'd be interested if we ever got to a point where we had capacity.
And our kitchens are really specific, so I do know that Applebee's and Chili's are doing that, where they have the capability of fry, grill, salad. We just don't. It's pretty limited back of the house, so no, we're not doing anything like that right now.
I've got a quick question, and I'll come over to you as well, because at Verb, we do a ton of this work for, any, especially food service, hospitality, 50 to 500 locations. And one of the things we encourage our clients to do, because we've been talking about a lot of actual cash register ROI, have any of you guys ever measured brand sentiment ROI as a function of better customer experience through technology as a KPI for investing in seamless curbside, et cetera, because the value there, in our experience, can be just as important as incremental sales or the correlation with sales.
We have not done that exercise at BurgerFi. However, I will say, just from my past life, we did that at a retailer in Texas, and much bigger. And we actually saw no correlation between customer satisfaction and whether they returned and purchased. And that may be because the pair of Levi's that you buy is still a pair of Levi's, even if you had a bad experience shopping.
Right.
I think it's very different in the restaurant space though.
Yep.
So I believe you, but that would be very hard to measure, and especially with the 50 to 500, you don't have a lot of capital to spend on that kind of exercise. But I do think it would be productive. We've got a million things to get done.
Yep. Oh, we got it.
Yeah, my comments would be it's tough to measure, really tough. So it becomes a little bit too loosey-goosey to kind of hang your head on that and go, yeah, I'm going to sign up for X hundreds of thousands of dollars based on this ROI that we think is going to get. Yep.
When you got a CFO breathing down your neck, it's convincing. Yeah.
Good discussion, guys. Just real quick, how many app downloads do each one of you guys have for brands? How many downloads do you have, apps?
A lot, but I don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah. I can tell you we did a promotion with T-Mobile yesterday and we got probably 2 weeks worth of downloads in a day.
So you don't know how many customers have downloaded your app?
Not off the top of my head.
I don't want to give you a bad number, but what I would say is that we are going to be driving our app a lot more. We allow interaction at the kiosk. We just changed over loyalty providers. We just notified our old loyalty provider today, so.
Right now.
Yeah. So I think once we get through that transition, that'll be happening very shortly. We'll be pushing hard on it. I will say this, it's tough. I've built the mobile app for Home Depot back in the day. I've been in the mobile app space. I think it's very hard when you're not a Starbucks, a Chick-fil-A, a Home Depot, Macy's, when it's not top of mind and you're not going there every day on your way to work or every weekend to pick up the equipment that you need. BurgerFi is something that you eat maybe once a month, once every other month. So is it worthy of a spot on your phone? I believe so, but that's a hard thing to persuade folks to do. So I'd rather spend that customer capital on telling them how great the brand is, making sure they're on our loyalty program email. If I can get them in the app, great, perfect. That'll make their customer experience better at the store. But we have to be realistic about who we are and what we can offer. So yeah, we have an app. It's going to get better, but for me, it's secondary to the website, how people shop for our size store.
I'm curious, what was the follow-up question? Because a number is a number and it's very contextual, relevant to each of our companies individually.
Your number. Your number basically tells me as a marketing guy how important apps are to a brand.
Hugely important.
Now,
Here's your answer.
yeah,
And
that's,
we
and
continue
I'm
to-
surprised at your answer about
But you
bringing,
can go to the gym and have a smoothie every day and not get.
but engaging, moving, measuring, and retargeting is the future of,
I don't disagree.
yeah, that's the future of marketing.
And on that note, give these guys a round of applause. We've got an afternoon break, so take a breather, network some more, see some new fresh faces, shake hands, and grab some coffee or something else. Thanks, guys. That was a great chat.
get up off your lazy ass and get takeout, right? Or like me, true story, about a month and a half ago, I got a dress for my sister's wedding. And I'm 5'1", and these dresses they make for like 6-foot models. So of course I had to get it tailored. And I was at this, somewhat high-end department store, and they said, "Great, we offer alterations, go online." I said, "Okay, great." I go online to find out, after many clicks, that the particular department store that I had bought my dress at doesn't offer alterations. I'd have to go to the state over that department store to get alterations. And to even go further to attempt to go online and book an appointment is nearly impossible. So after many phone calls, a very frustrated consumer, I decided this is not working for me, I took my business elsewhere. So, it's a real problem. And this is the type of thing that breaks consumers' trust. So, 74% of consumers will stop purchasing from brands that break their trust. And these types of digital hiccups is what creates the frustration, is what creates the mistrust. And, it's some of these things that are basic, that are foundational. But it's really not always the retailer's fault. Who knows where consumers, found that wrong location information, right? They could have clicked on an ad, they could have, clicked on a random website, they could have found something on social media. Managing location data, or maybe I should say managing location content, so back to definitions here, all of the information about your, specific location is hard. Because it's really not just about, hours and address information. Content goes well beyond that. Content goes to consumer-generated content, to reviews, to testimonials, to content that lives on, that Google, sort of searches all throughout the web to find that content, and that, content lives on well beyond a store being closed, as an example. And I really am talking here about Google. So I know that we have been talking today about the future, the metaverse, and thank you for that, because I really did, I'm looking at this very differently now, the metaverse. But all that said, Google is still, the 800-pound gorilla that we have to think about. Google is foundational. And if we don't get it right with Google, if brands don't get it right with Google, there are going to be challenges. And there's tons of out there, DevHub included, that can syndicate location data, right? So it's easy to take, hours information, address information, and easily get that information out onto the right channels. But it's not just about your listings information. It goes well beyond listings information. We're talking here about hiring needs, events, promotions, products. So let's take Saks as an example, Saks Fifth Avenue. This was not, by the way, the department store that could not alter my dress. Saks has 41 physical locations, and they really focus on that high-end, personalized customer experience. And with Saks selling so many different brands under their umbrella, they really, are focused on location loyalty. For Saks, it's all about, let me walk into my Saks store and let me meet the stylist that I've been working with for years, or the beauty consultant who knows all the different, structures and sort of shape of my face and knows just exactly how to make me over. So Saks really focuses on location loyalty and bringing, customers in to engage with the people that actually, are there in the store. The pandemic, for obviously every industry, presented some unique challenges for Saks. And their consumers really wanted more. So it was everything from, buy online to pick up in store, to let me meet with my style advisor and let me do so virtually. But the pandemic, what it really did for Saks is it exacerbated what we already know about Saks, which is every location is different. So every Saks location has different store hours. They have different departments. They have different services. They have different beauty consultants and style advisors. Their services have specific hours that are different than their store hours. So all of these very unique, location-specific differences were once again exacerbated by the pandemic. And what Saks really realized is that their digital front door did not at all relate to their in-store experience. And they needed to figure out a way to really upgrade their digital experience to make it as personalized as their consumers expected. So for the Saks Fifth Avenue team, that's what we focused on, was enhancing that digital front door, creating a personalized online experience for consumers. So everything from, let me book that appointment with my very particular stylist, and let me check out her schedule, and oh, she's not there on Tuesday, so I'll go on Wednesday, and let me do that online. Let me make it easy for me. Let me not just request an appointment, but make sure I book it and get the confirmation online, make it that easy. We supported them, obviously, well beyond appointments, but with things like fashion events, bringing people in store, helping them understand, registering online, looking at sort of the fashion experience online in a more immersive way, seeing what products are in and out of stock. So seeing that sort of live product feed on that local store's website to understand what products are relevant to me, what clothing is currently in stock, that dress I really want to buy is actually somewhere else. Let me talk to my stylist and make sure she can get it for me. So, the Saks solution is one that might be specific to the Saks customer, but it's really not unique at all, right? So the challenge here in connecting with your in-market local customer is not one that at all is unique to Saks, or even, again, folks in the retail space. This goes well beyond, retail clothing stores. So, location loyalty is really at the heart of any multi-location business. And being nimble to meet the needs of your customers, as well as, obviously, the changing environment is critical. About a few months ago, I'd say, Starkey, a hearing aids company, came to us. We've been working with them for a while on migrating a bunch of their existing dealer sites. They've got about 300 dealers, we're coming out, they've got about 300 dealers across the US who are currently on the Site Core platform, and they were migrating off that platform because they needed a more nimble solution. And they've got 300 dealers. These are non-marketing folks. So these are audiologists. They were leaning on Starkey and their support from a marketing standpoint to help them grow and change as the environment changes. And just about a month ago, over-the-counter hearing aids is now a thing. These audiologists are now competing with the Walmarts and Best Buy. And how do they do that, right? These again, non-marketer, sort of mom and pop audiologists, how are they now to compete? So, as their tech provider, we've got to be nimble, right? We've got to look at these challenges and figure out what are the solutions that can best support, Starkey and their audiologists across the US to continue to connect with their local customer, to make it just as easy and hopefully more personalized than, of course, walking into your, Walmart or Best Buy. How do we do this? There's lots of different ways. Everything from, bringing e-commerce in to, featuring specific products. But the point being is we've got to be able to be there for our partners and flex with them. And, the truth is MarTech providers, and there's a lot of them out there, they need to be nimble, they need to meet these needs, but they're simply not location focused. And, they'll hack it, they'll create sites and experience that work for the now, but not necessarily tomorrow. And in order to really work with brands that do have this multi-location focus, you too need to have a multi-location focused business. And that's where I'd say, you know, to avoid this statistic out here, you know, the safe bet is not always your best bet. And to really understand what it means to engage locally, you need to work with organizations that get that focus on that prioritize that. So where do you go from here? You know, it's not a one size fits all. And I would say there's no silver bullet. So, you know, when you're, you know, a brand and you're beginning to look at your digital online presence, figuring out how to, you know, connect the consumer, you know, from all parts of that journey, there's, you know, no necessarily one place to start, but there's lots of different components that you need to think about. Everything from listings to local pages to websites to, you know, SEO to paid search. This is all part of your strategy. And pick one, start somewhere. Again, no silver bullet, but, you know, together and thinking through sort of a nimble strategy is what, you know, will best set you up for growth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. So we have got a little schedule shift here. We are, this is the big keynote for this afternoon. So the debate in the South, so raise your hand if you're a Kroger person. Now raise your hand if you're a Publix person. All right, you guys all gotta leave. No, we get to welcome somebody who has a very important job now that Kroger has publicly announced their acquisition of Albertsons, making one of, if not the, is it the largest grocery chain now in North America?
It's a merger.
It's a merger, not an acquisition. I apologize. Don't let me mess your press. Huge ass grocery chain problems. That is what our next keynote is going to give us a glimpse into. Thank you for being here. Let's give him a round of applause while he gets set up.
All right, we're going to change this up a little bit because it seems like a fun crowd. So what I'm going to do is invite you to a staff meeting.
Yeah.
So let me give you some ground rules. For one, everybody gets to disagree. So what I'm going to do is kind of roll through a lot of material really fast. So you're going to have to kind of clear your mind, stop your other stuff that you're doing, and engage in the material. So I'm going to go pretty fast. So I'm going to leave some time at the end for you to argue. So debate is good. You don't have to agree. Don't feel like you must disagree. But the whole idea here is to debate and understand and to figure out how these things work. Now, what these slides are is the first readout from our discussion in my group on metaverse when it came out. What is the metaverse? Does it matter? Is it anything different? Is it new? Is it not? But I need to give you some context. Number one, let's talk about Kroger. It's a big company, but it's a very unusual company. Let me tell you what we're for. We absolutely want to stop hunger, so we want to eliminate that. And number two, we want to stop waste. Those two go hand in hand. We have plenty of food, we just need to stop the waste. And we need to get it to where it belongs, in people. And number three, we wanted to make our customers have an outstanding experience. And we want to make our associates have an outstanding experience and a really cool place to work. Now, R&D is an interesting place inside of Kroger because most of Kroger is focused on what we'll call now. And my group focuses on next and later. So we're the oddballs. We're looking for the future. Everybody else is really optimizing right now. Now I'm going to give you a little bit of an idea on what my perspective is because that's going to be important when we start rolling through these slides. I've been at Kroger for almost 5 years. Prior to that, I was with IBM for 18 years. While I was at IBM, I had 3 jobs. Number one, the program was in trouble, and we had the lawyers talking with each other. And my job was to go in there and fix it. Fix it quickly, get everything working, get the monies back to IBM that are being held, get the customer their value, get them back on their timeline. Job number 2, anything else I wanted to do in the company. So I went to corporate strategy, I went to M&A, went to all kinds of different parts of IBM. That was my cookie for doing all the extremely stressful work. Because I also specialized in transformations. That tells you that a lot of things that went wrong were transformations. And the third thing I was the Deputy Chief Technology Officer for U.S. Federal and NATO. So read that as national security and defense. And so think about that as very large, terrible, intractable problems. Things that have got to get fixed, things that have got to be built, large information systems, global wide, everything that needs to be known now. So just think about that as insight. I've got to know this very second. And there's a lot of importance on it. But one of the things that I found that helped me figure out these intractable problems, they just don't know how to solve, that have got these list of the hardest IT problems that have got to be resolved. And they're not resolved for a reason, they're really hard. It's something that I found out when I was a Prince of Wales scholar at MIT. I learned this at the Swansea University in the UK. It's biomedics. So it's a little technique that we also use in every one of our systems. So the 2-minute version of it is you start breaking down your problem. And then you get it down to smaller elements. Then you ask yourself, is there something in nature that nature's already figured out how to solve that's like this? And then once you get something that's close, you start asking yourself, what's the IT equivalent of their solution? And that begins the process of figuring out really hard problems that get you a long way. If you want an example of this, just look at the bar now. And you'll see some technology that in computational speed up was borrowed from the bar now. Don't have time to go over that here. Kroger. It's not just grocery, pharmacy, clinics. We own Analytica, 34 manufacturing companies. We have our own private brands. You get the idea, it's an integrated large company. So now, let's go to the problem. We are trying to figure out metaverse. Question, what is metaverse? So in our group, we have to start down with the original essence of something. So the metaverse is, after large amounts of discussion, and this is the readout from our 4-hour meeting. It's something that compresses time and space, compresses time. Our customers complain that they don't have enough time. So as we see the retail metaverse, it's there to address that problem. It compresses time. It compresses space. Our customers say, I am so crowded with everybody else's concerns, I can't serve mine. It's just so much noise. So it's a way to move everyone else's concerns out so we can get a tailored space for them to address their concerns. So we need to align on some concepts. Number one, let's reaffirm what we've already talked about today. It is all about the customer. And it's all about the associate in our concern. If you do lose trust, you've lost the customer. So security has to be a strategic advantage. We'll see that in a minute. You're absolutely right. You lose trust, you're done. You've lost so much value, it's unbelievable. It's all about data. That's the key input. It's all about the insight, that's your action. And you gotta make money. So it's all about the ROI. We have to line on another concept. Commerce isn't something that starts and stops. It's continuous. Now, this happens to be a fundamental thing that you've got to understand. It never stops. So earlier today, you heard from some of the sessions that you have to harmonize your digital and your physical properties. Yes, you do. You have to understand when they're starting a new thread of shopping, where they pause and they're beginning again, but they have a different subject in mind. They're buying something new. They have a different thought process versus the continuation or prior thought process. So you have to disambiguate that. It is not a discrete event. It is continuous. You have to understand that so when they come into your physical properties, you understand how to address them and how to speed them through the process. You have to understand their intent. Am I there to explore and have a new experience, or do I want to get the heck out of that store as fast as I possibly can? And there's ways you can figure those things out. Now to the customer, they've always thought this. Their mind's been made up for a very long time. So let's go and get some more information from our customers. It's been quite a while that we have taken to recognize that tie between digital and the physical. Well, by the way, just a quick understanding of the tie. If a customer comes into your store, they're more likely to go into engaging in the digital domain. So those are reinforced. So what gets a customer into your store? Fresh product. So you have to win it fresh. And you have to be convenient to get them onto your online properties. And then when you're on the online properties, the digital properties, you've got to have a good enough experience to shoot back into the stores. So all these things work with each other. So let's go look and see what else the customer tells us. They say, I have too much to do. With all these time savers, with all these advantages, they still say, I don't have enough time. I've got too many places I have to be. I've got too many decisions. Again, I don't have enough time. I have not enough information. Oh, I have too much information. Is that what they really mean? No. It means I have too much data coming at me all the time. I can't make a decision. I do have not enough information. Too much data, but not enough real solid insight, not enough real solid information. So what is a key element of the metaverse? You're not going to be doing metaverse if you don't have hyper-personalization. Fundamental core, that's really an outcome of a lot of work. So what is hyper-personalization? It's your friend. Very few have hyper-personalization. So what's the difference between a person that's got it, a company that's got it, a company that doesn't? If you can only see them for the slice that you're doing business with them, you don't have it. Because what the friend knows is what you are in other domains. Whenever you're presenting yourself in just a small relationship, you're presenting how you want to be seen. What your friend knows is how you are in the other ones, the other times, in your good, in your down times, when you're sad, month after month after month, and you're in one domain versus another versus another versus another, and they know you so well they can predict how you're going to feel about this, that, and the other, no matter when it is. That's hyper-personalization. And going back to the theme that we just heard just a minute ago, security is a strategic advantage. If you don't have it, you're going to suffer. And we'll talk about edge processing in a bit. That's what allows you to get good edge processing. Let's talk about personalization some more. And then we'll go talk about the computing model that's necessary for them. And what these things are, the readout from what we discussed in the first staff meeting, we're talking about the metaverse. This is what we came to as the fundamental processes and the key elements that are necessary from a computer science perspective. So we looked at the life wheel as a way to think about how we establish hyper-personalization. So we have to see them in all the different elements that they have in their life, and we have to understand where we have blind spots. And number one, look at this life wheel. It has, this is a very high level one. There's much more complicated ones. We've got 16, 32 slices and so forth. But what it represents is understanding the different elements of their life so that you understand to put a data model in each one of those slices. Now, the data model, you put in what you see. You then also make arrangements so that your ecosystem partners can put in what they see. So now you're starting to collect all this highly personal data, this really detailed data of what you see within your ecosystem, what you see as first party and third party, so that you can make your predictions. You can also begin to see what you don't see. That's equally as important. So that tends to then give you better insight into your ecosystem strategy. Oh my goodness, look at what I don't know. If I knew that, would it help me make better predictions? And then you can decide, do I buy it or do I go get a partner? Do I go into that business? Do I go get a partner so I can skip and go into another business and later on come back and then do the business that I just skipped? That's how you start making your data. That's your business decisions, partnering decisions based on a data need so that you can understand your customer better. There's really an awful lot about a 3-day talk on that, but in essence, you're starting to make your decisions about what you do based on how well you can capture that customer and know them well, make predictions, and skip over sparse data. Sparse data, you know what you're jumping over because it's right here in your map. So let's get off that. That's a really long topic, but you kind of see what the deal is. Let's go to how we exploit that. So in the 1950s, the US was not doing very well with dogfighting. We were losing. And so John Boyd, the colonel, came up with a way to mathematically and in the framework define what a dogfight was. So when I was at IBM, US Cybercom was trying to be developed and I got attached over to do that. So I brought it up with the Air Force in 2009, then 2010 was working with General Alexander to go set it up for US Cybercom. And we used this model to begin the first elements of the format. Same one that John Boyd had developed for dogfighting. It's called an OODA loop. Observe, orient, decide, and act. It works for cybersecurity. It also works for everything else. It's basically a model that lets you figure out what to do when you're in a chaotic situation. And if you just think about it, it works for almost everything when you've got a competitive situation that you're up against, an information-oriented problem. I need to observe my situation faster than the other person, orient myself to that chaos, decide what I'm going to do, and then act faster than my competitor. If I can do that, I can beat them. And I must have a process that I can constantly get better and better and better at this. These are the real-time systems you have to have. Now, let me just, I've got some data that you can read that just points to some lines, but let me go mention a couple things. That's why you need your information systems and these data models and all these other things to be in real time, be thought of in real time. That's why you need your data science program to be done in real time. Your data science in real time, you're stupid. No, not. You have data science in real time because you know what models affect what that function is, and you constantly have them running. What the trick is to be able to recognize when you've got a new pattern, and then you automatically put that in play. And now you start back over. So you know that I've got 6 different patterns that can be affected by data science. And off we go. So let's move forward. Here's a slide on foundational technology. Now we're almost done. I'm just giving you the data that we can talk about. Here are the rest of them that are key. Now, these are what I would call the technologies of disruption. So if you want to be disruptive, you've got to be familiar with those tools. You've got to have a handle on that within your company. If you don't, somebody else will, and they'll disrupt you. They'll disrupt you with them. Digital twin. Digital representation of a physical thing. Now, let me take it back. A physical thing, when you think of that, it's also anything that you can have as metrics. It's metered, so that means it can be a process. If I can meter a process, I can have a digital twin. I want to make that jump because there's so many processes that we have that we can use as substitutes for actually observing, trying to figure out a way to call it a physical thing and observe it. So if you can do it with processes, it really opens up your ability to improve your company. Simulation, real-time telemetry, that's getting in data. Computing paradigms, edge, clouds, IoT, all these are platform plays. You have to have platforms so that you can constantly improve and can have reuse. We already talked about security as a strategic advantage. By the way, we talked about first-party data being super cool. Yes, it is. Third-party data, super cool. It'll make the difference. What do you need that most companies don't really have very well? It's the next bullet, context compute. Oh, I know what context is. Do you have context compute? Do you have those puzzle pieces flying in? And you are constantly putting those together to get real-time insight, flying all the time. See, that's what happens for you when you have people that have got different experiences. Because we do these things in those intelligence programs all the time. So people that have got non-retail experience are really valuable. I call that diversity of thought. And so most of the people on my team don't really have retail experience. They've got airline, they've got petroleum, they've got manufacturing, they've got automotive. You want a lot of them have military. You want people that see the problem differently than you. That's how you disrupt. Context compute is a way that we put puzzles together quickly. We're normally able to resolve them within 20% of the pieces. But you have to have the technology, you have to have the models, you have to have the data, and so forth. AI and avatars. Oh, that's a subject. So, what's the metaverse about too? It's about making things simple for the customer. Customizing an environment, making things simple. By the way, I'm not really talking about the games where avatars are working with each other and so forth. That's a whole separate thing. I mean, that's really kind of easy to think about it because the author of the game, they make all the rules. They define everything. Everything is bounded. In this case, in a retail metaverse, the customer makes the rules. It's much, much, much harder. So I'm not talking about avatars interacting with avatars. I'm talking about an avatar that creates that you can get a trust relationship with. And now it's making things easy for you. It's knowing more and more about you. And it's now creating that simplicity for you because it can take the data and help deliver goods because it knows your schedule. It's helping you figure out how to take your company from business A and get you to business B and business C and business D that you're onboarding because it knows that data, it knows you better. It's taking the complexities of dealing with all the different things of your various connected systems and back ends out of your purview and making it easy for the customer. By the way that really works, to give you 2 seconds here, is what the studies show is as a person looks at an avatar, if it's cartoonish and so forth, it's kind of fun. But as it gets closer and closer and closer to be realistic, you start to get creeped out. And then it's that distance between pretty close to realistic enough that you can say, ooh, I really bond with that avatar. It's called the Valley of the Can. Once you pass over that, then you have the ability to create a trust relationship with it. Now, just think of the power of that. If you then bond with that, the ability to then swap that out and understand that maybe for medical you have one avatar, because you're not going to do that. I don't want my mom to say, "Oh, let's get popping up. I don't want to tell her my medical problems and so forth." If you can switch those avatars out, then voila, I can be my most trusted person for all these different things in my life, and then you take it from business to business to business. Just add a bonus there. Then the virtual environment. So, metaverse, what is it? Well, I think you have a function to describe the metaverse. I think the metaverse can be thought of in this 1D, 2D, 3D world. And then that is more of a function of how detached can you be from the consequences of inattention, of the environment that you're in. So 1D means I really got to be paying attention to my environment. So maybe that's text. Number 2, maybe is mixed reality. I can just get information. Think that maybe is Google Glass and that kind of thing. I've got to see what's going on. I've got to be aware of things. I've got to cross roads and so forth. And maybe the 3D, we'll just call that where I can I'm sitting in my house and I can be fully immersed in the environment. The thing is that there's a level of detachment from the consequences of your environment and focus and immersion. I think that's going to start driving us to how much of an involvement with that realistic environment there's going to be. So there's going to be all kinds of radiant capabilities there. Now, last one, biggest inhibitor. I just told you the input was data. So how good is your data program, your analytic program today? That's your big, big source. That's what you're going to have to start with. Your ability to go take care of this environment and to accelerate through it is going to be dependent on how you can use the data you've got now. Because it takes years to go get this stuff right if you're in really bad shape. So that's what I proffer. What do you think? And we have time to discuss.
No questions?
I've got one in the back there.
Yeah, so I shop at Kroger all the time. That's the delegated duty that I have among others. You guys know when I come into the store, but I can never find cucumbers. Why can't you guys solve that problem? They're never there.
I kind of just what the problem was, that we don't have cashiers up, or what was it?
No, it's just that I shop at the same time after a workout on Saturdays, let's say, and that's when I shop and I come in there. I can find almost everything. I use the digital coupons and I look at the weekly specials and all of that kind of stuff, but I can't find any cucumbers. So I was just hoping you could help me with that.
That's amazing, because I see them all the time. Maybe because I don't like them, they're there. Well, if it's a supply chain problem, that you just don't like them, you just, I don't know, maybe I'll just take that as a note. Send me the store so we can find out what's happening to the cucumbers. I assure you there's not a run on them.
Wes, you gave us a framework there, I guess a contextual framework, but how do we get in this metaverse room with you so we could really discuss? Because what do you, is there more on-ramp that you can give? That's a lot to process there.
Well, the intent was to give you this very broad view. This was the output of the very first meeting we had on metaverse. So I'm not saying Kroger will build it or anything. It's not a representation of anything Kroger's going to do. But obviously we've progressed since then. But this was how we looked at it at first. Now, the next set of progression was what are the technical hurdles to go through? And they were in the computation paradigms, and then the how to get the real-time data and so forth, and data stores, and get past how to get more complex experiences on mobile and all those kinds of things. And we went through the other paradigm that I gave you on using biomimetics to try and figure out how to do that. But because I think this is going to be a highly competitive space, I'm not all that willing to go jam with those things.
All right, we're in the meeting, right?
You're in the meeting, you can argue anything you want.
All right. Why the hell do we need metaverse in Kroger?
You know, that's a good question, and that's precisely what my boss would ask. So let me come back, but you did ask that, so let me give you the answer I gave you. So the question, I think, that needs to be answered first, besides why what I would or would not need it, is it new? Or does it already exist? And so the analogy I gave is, it's kind of like this. So we have a village, and we've got 10 buildings in this village, and they all serve a function. But you know what? It takes a long time to get our people to all these 10 different buildings. Those people are the customers. And they're saying, I spend way too much time traveling from building to building to building, and there's harsh weather. So we have one building that's a little bit taller than the others. So our solution, basically, if you think about the metaverse, is we're taking some of these buildings that are there, and we do it today. We're just stacking those functions, those buildings, on top of an existing building. And we're just making it higher. But now they're out of the weather, they're already in one place, and it's all available to you. It's just now in a vertical instead of all this laid out, flat, lots of distance you have to go, takes a lot of time. So, number one, I don't think the metaverse is new. Number two, it does have some new problems. Not necessarily new functions, it does have new problems, such as you would think like you would think in a skyscraper. I don't have a fire department that has ladders that are long enough. I've got elevator problems now, and queuing theories, and water pressure, and things like that to go deal with. So I think of the metaverse, I think of that, but was there gain in that? Well, I come back to what the customer is telling me. I don't have enough time. And so I have to handle this problem about time. I also have to handle this problem about I want a tailored environment where I can move everybody else's concerns out of my way. And so what other way can I go do that? I'm borrowing from things that exist. So it's my fastest way to solve a problem. And the person that's going to win this is the one that can think about how to do that more economically. So a lot of the technology exists. I just have to figure out how to use those Lego blocks differently, faster than somebody else. That's number one. Number two, I've got to figure out a new information paradigm so that I can get the insight faster than my competitor does. And I just showed you a method, a large framework, that OODA loop, on how I'm going to go about it. Now, I might use some different hardware accelerators and different ways to think about real-time data science, and I might think about streaming analytics differently, and I might think about metadata differently, and all those kinds of things, and video analytics differently on how I take the video. Somebody, see, it was earlier they said it wasn't a camera, it was a optical something device, but it was kind of a cute little way to say camera. So I'm going to pick up that. I'm going to have to go back and look at the film and see exactly how she called that. But the optical thing, I think it was the Coca-Cola thing. But why do we need it? Because I think I can get there faster using what exists and solving the new problems than somebody else.
Next question. We're in the meeting, right?
Yep, still there.
How are we gonna make money off of the metaverse?
Well, that's a good question. I can tell you how we're not going to make money. So that immediately starts putting a lot of options right off the table. Avatar.
Oh, I just asked you, how are we gonna make money? I don't care about how we're not gonna make money.
Oh, yes, you do. Yes, you do, because that's how, when things are not necessarily so clear, that's how we start working our way through to it. You first come up and you say, well, I know some of the fancy ways that are being talked about, that's not for me. Avatars coming up, talking with other avatars and walking around and throwing stuff in a cart, that kind of stuff. No, that's not gonna make money. Looks cool, easy to do, not gonna make money. So what I'm gonna make money in is, number one, an assistant for the customer that really does save time and really does save them that complexity. So complexity, time, that customized environment. All right, so when I start lining up with what that customer really wants, and I've got a top clarity on what really delivers it, then I'll start making the money when I can also say, and I understand how to then drive the efficiencies within the organization. So that mapping. So how do I know I can do that? Because I also know how to drive and correlate the efficiencies within our organization to every other action that I then use to drive the personalized environment and the delivery of the goods, that time factor for the customer. So volume helps you do that.
So do you believe our shareholders are going to accept that?
The shareholders accept results. So if you lay out and you test and you show this works, then they'll say, let's try it a little bit more. We don't go and just throw everything across our entire organization. That's you bet the company every time. We don't do that. We come up with a concept, we test it, we make sure that it works, and then we just sort of eke it out until we see it work in this geography. Okay, I'm gonna come over here. Does this geography look any different? All geographies do not act the same. Yep, technology works. I got the expense down. Let's take a step back. Is there any components there that I can reduce it in? I go through another cost reduction if I can possibly streamline it, get on lower computational intense algorithms. I go to another geography. When I've got it good, making sure that I've got every cost bent down as fast as it possibly can be, get it as low as possible, then boom, send it out. That's the way we do it.
I just wanted to say, I really like what you shared in the presentation about adding value and then saving on time. So in answer to the question, when he was saying, how could it make money if Kroger joined? I was thinking if Kroger joined forces with the metaverse, they can allow consumers to do two things at once in an immersive experience. On one end, they can have consumers grocery shop in the game as they're playing in the metaverse and in real time. So if I'm talking to a friend in the metaverse, she lives in California, I could say, hey, let's have a meal. And we're eating the meal from the Kroger's in the game, but also it arrives at my doorstep. So that way we're having fun, but we're also ordering food. And that's a win for the consumer because then I don't have to step out of the metaverse, get online and grocery shop, or get in my car and go to Kroger's. I can do all of that while having fun.
That's an outstanding suggestion. It makes for sure that we got the fundamentals down, and we're able to deliver on the capabilities, then how we go leverage those capabilities, those APIs are just endless after that. So that's an outstanding viewpoint on how to do that.
Another one here?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and ask this question without using the word metaverse, because if I called something else in 5 years, but pre-pandemic versus post, when I go and put my Kroger cart back, instead of shopping in store, I now have 4 choices: online, delivery, Kroger pickup, and in store. Thinking about the digital space out there, and that's extra cost, extra services, extra labor, filling those 4 channels with product, and keeping not just your customers happy, but your employees happy, which are currently at a shortage. So how do you balance all that? And you put like a percentage of the digital space that you work in, do you prioritize that across product, service, labor, customer?
Really good question, not one I'm going to answer. I think of it like this. The consumer is going to have an objective. And those are the options that will be available in the store. And each one of those maybe have a complex relationship to the objective. So if we have a way of then quickly analyzing what best suits that objective, they have a trusted way of accepting the response or the answer. Let's just say they have a button. Let's say, hey, what's your suggestion? Hit that button. Whether that's an avatar that says, or whether that's just a button that's on the API, it's on the banner, then one of our secret sauces, I would say, is the ability to go do that very quickly, no matter where they are. And they already analyzed it and says, hey, to meet your objective, this is the most cost-effective way, whether it's pickup or it's what. There's other ways to ensure in the future that we'll be able to deliver that. But again, let me just say that this is what we think about in R&D, the kind of conversation we have. By the time it makes it to the store, it's harmonized with many other things, and so it typically comes out different. But this was the first conversation we had when thinking about the metaverse. We moved on since then to clarify a lot of other things and so forth. I want to give you an idea of just kind of how we think about it and then how we start moving down through these things. Games aside, what is the metaverse? I don't think it's new. I think the technology is there. The question is what new problems and how do you solve them when you stack it all together and you now take it to a commercial purpose that makes money, that solves problems. And the real issue is to have clarity on exactly what I'm solving that customer wants.
I think we're at our time, so thank you, Wes. It was amazing. Give a round of applause. Thank you, Wes.
All right, we've got one more session before the Epic Rooftop action. So without further ado, I had the chance, I'll go ahead and introduce these folks if you guys want to come up. I had a chance to meet Cami over at Glimpse last night. Absolutely amazing energy that she's going to bring to this particular panel here as moderator. Eddie from Rollins, Jeff from Robbling, and I believe you mentioned here from Bed Bath & Beyond. Is that right? Or no? Not so much. That's okay. That's okay. I almost made a joke. Who remembers the movie Office Space? Not Office Space, but the one where he's like, "Oh, we got a pretty big conference today. Maybe we'll talk about, Chick-fil-A and Bed Bath & Beyond if we have time." But unfortunately, he's not mentioned. That's okay. All right, grab the stage. Let's talk about it, and then we'll all congregate on the rooftop. It's a beautiful, beautiful fall afternoon in Atlanta.
All right, you guys, guess what? There's a saying that they save the best for last, and I know that's why I saved the best for last. So, yes, Umesh could not join us from Bed Bath & Beyond. We were originally going to have someone from IKEA here as well. The Bed Bath & Beyond, Umesh, a good friend of, I believe, both of ours, Jeff and I, said that unfortunately he couldn't make it. They have to kind of not do any public speaking right now, just because of, as we all know, many brands go through different things. They're just having some issues that they're going through, and I think we can all appreciate that. So, but the great part about it is he's exactly right. I had built quite a lot of energy. I had a lot more energy this morning, but I usually come back to life about 9 o'clock at tonight. So once that party gets going, we'll see what tonight brings. My name is Kami Zimmer. I am on the Location-Based Marketing Association's Board of Advisors for probably about 5 years now. And I usually attend the Seattle-based, events that happen in April. So I believe we'll be having those again.
Yeah.
I think so. Please consider coming to the West Coast. I do have a Minnesota accent because I'm based out of Minneapolis. I think I know there's at least one person from Iowa here, and the Mall of America people are here as well too. So apologize for that accent. I am so happy today to be here. Glimpse is a 14-year-old company, location-based. We have a consumer app. If you don't have our consumer app, please download it. We also have an enterprise solution, which Eddie, when he worked at Rollins and UPS, took advantage of. And so I'm here today to talk to us about bringing in all of the topics today. Really crazy day filled with many things. And we're trying here to kind of wrap some of that up. We don't want to bore you or anything like that because I had a perfect skit and the gentleman just took the beer away. I found some beer back there, 4 cases of beer, and I actually asked if I could buy it. I know it would have been perfect for you to take the curtain back. The dude totally left with those 4 cases of beer. Literally like 3 minutes ago. No, they're going to the roof, but I literally like, don't take my beer, please. That's what I know, yeah. So the great news is that you get to listen to us and this excitement of energy, and then I'm buying beer for everybody because those are my beer cases on the rooftop. So today, like I said, we're going to try to take all of these topics. One of them, the really scary reality that we talked about today, that for most retailers, and I would say I'm in the service industry as well, and I don't think it's any different in the service industry as it is for retailers, is there's so much data that's coming at you. And unfortunately, many companies, whether they're retailers or any of them, are not really taking advantage and doing much with that. And that's what we're here to talk about today. So with me, I've got Jeff Buck, CEO of Roebling, and Eddie Northern, Consumer Services Advisor, formerly of Rollins. He was the CFO, and then 25 years at UPS. Very happy to have him here. Would you guys want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Sure. Hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Buck. I lead Roebling.
We are a data analytics company that focuses on the specialty retail space. We are actually an analytic infrastructure company, so we are all of the parts behind and underneath how people get information about retail in a lot of different ways. I've been doing this kind of business for over 20 years, and this is my second company in the space. So it's great to be here. Thanks very much for having us. It's tough to be in between you and beer, but let's make the most of it.
Hey, thanks. I'm Eddie Northern. As Kami just said, I worked for 25 years at UPS and had a chance to learn a lot about data there. I spent a lot of money for a long period of time on efficiency, customer experience with data, mostly in the finance areas where I worked. And then the last 7 years, I worked at Rollins, the world's largest pest control company. You might know in the US, the pest control brand Orkin. So I was the CFO there and I retired in April. And so now I'm doing some advising and I'm going to get a chance to share some of what I was able to learn over that time.
So basically today what we're going to talk about is the fact that there are many companies out there that need to make better, faster decisions with data. It's basically the mission critical for businesses. I did a little researching on things, obviously, before I came here, and retail specifically found out that 58% of retail sales will be digitally impacted next year in 2023. However, while processing all of that data that we're talking about today, all day, what we get is one thing, that fully harnessing it is different than collecting it. And that's kind of what we're going to talk about today. Many are not doing that. In fact, only 13% of organizations say that they're making the most of their available consumer data. So with that, I wanted to see, Jeff, would you lead us off to talk a little bit about how today's retail environment is different than in the past?
Sure. So, well, I think it's been mentioned many times today how different the world is after 2020 than before. We are dealing with a very different retail environment than we've ever seen before, and I talk to retailers every day about some of the basics that have really changed. I heard in the last few talks about harmonizing your physical world and your digital world. Believe it or not, in most companies in retail, that's just not done today. And it comes to bear in the understanding of just how product is getting to their customers through the fulfillment strategies. It's also coming to play by how they inventory their stores. So we're still dealing with stock outs in stores every day. How many people have had a stock out recently of a product that they wanted to buy? Right? That seems like a computational problem that we should have solved by now with everything that's going on. But it's not. And it's not because of how drastically different things have changed for retailers when we've gone from just a few nodes that deliver product to stores, for instance, and that was maybe 20 years ago, and then 10 years ago when we had distribution centers sending them to you for your online purchases in addition to stores, and now we have all of the nodes of the stores delivering product to you wherever you are, as well as when you come in to shop, which creates an enormously complex system that's all around the location. And retailers are really struggling with that paradigm, not only just how to do it, but how to make money doing it. So my business is about helping them figure out where they're losing money. And I've had some amazing stories recently of how we help people optimize that. But it's what's happening right now that I see is just how much lack of knowledge there is about what's truly happening in the operations of retail space. And so for those of you that are retailers, I'm sure that's part of your world. For those of us that are consumers, I mean, we have to empathize with retailers a little bit with how complex this whole thing has become. So that's one aspect of it.
Anything to add to that, or?
I would just say from the UPS time that retailers, both on the origin and the destination side, if you have something that you know is not going to be delivered on time, you as the consumer or the receiver now can make an adjustment, right? So if you had something you thought was going to be there on a Wednesday, and you see through the data, through the information, the tracking that it's not going to be, you can have something resent, and maybe it's sent overnight, so that it still gets to the destination when it needs to be. But ensuring that the accuracy of the data is paramount, of course.
That's great. Earlier today, Nick of Radar spoke a lot about, he was talking about privacy and then consumer experience, or that consumer, the importance of the consumer and what's important to them. That's exactly where we've been talking about here at Glimpse forever, is the privacy, data privacy, and consumer experiences. Eddie, working with you over the last couple of years, that was super important to you, both at UPS and at Rollins, that end consumer mixed in with the privacy, which I don't know if we ever talked too much about, but do you mind telling us a little bit about that end consumer experience, the importance of it throughout the whole process?
So at Rollins, so we have pest control technicians, and just like any other service that we would have at your home or at a business, you know, we've all gone through times when we've said that the person or the individual is going to be there between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m., right? And we all know the struggle that we have with that. It's a horrible customer experience. So what we did is we moved forward to ensure that our operations were closing that window down. Once we got that window down to a 2-hour window, we could tell the customer it would be between now 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Then we gave them the ability to be able to see their technician in real time. And that just escalated that customer experience in a positive way, just in an unbelievable way. We saw it over and over again. We saw it in our NPS scores that improved dramatically. We saw it in our customer retention rates, which was the most important thing from a profitability. And again, I was the CFO, so the reason I was pressing for this is knowing that better retention, you know, means better profitability for us, and I knew that would be a positive. The other thing that we saw with that is when we enabled that technician's day to be a better day and have better visibility with their customer, the technician enjoyed their job better. So rather than just not knowing what that day was going to be like and not being able to communicate with the customer, now that was taken away. The technician had a better day, and we retained our technicians at a higher rate as well. So we really had both of those things that were very positive outcomes, and our customers appreciated what we saw.
Dr., do you have any experiences in, from your side on the data? Any experiences from your side of the data that you're collecting, because your company is so focused on the data, that might have anything to do with the, I don't know, the end customer experiences? We talk so much about that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, that's a big part of the change that I see happening all over my customers today. So when we begin working with a customer, generally it's in the merchandising arena. So we're dealing with sales and inventory, purchase orders, receipts, plan, the whole supply chain, as well as store operations. What has happened recently is that every operational area of the retailer has realized that they have a need for customer information, which has historically been the kind of exclusive territory of the marketing side of the business. So I know that's a big part of what today's talk is about the marketing side of the business, but there are so many other parts of the organization that need customer information to understand how their business is performing from the customer's view. So when you have a CEO saying, we want to be a more customer-driven organization, I think that begins with having analytics that tell people how their customers are behaving relative to their area of business. For example, if you're a buyer in the merchandising department, and you buy men's shirts, for instance, you have an idea for who your customer is, but oftentimes that's actually a guess. It's not something that you know. Well, how many of those customers came in last week? How many new customers of that same type came in last week? For example, in a store, you have the anecdotal information about who's coming in, but you rarely get information delivered to store managers about who their best customers are, or who the most important customers are, who the customers are, what kind of customers are coming on certain days of the week or in certain hours of the day. And a lot of things would change if you knew that. So customer information is becoming a part of everybody's responsibility now. And it's a really exciting time to be kind of in the middle of that and make it happen.
I'm going a little off script here, but bear with me. It's a question for you again, Jeff. When I had originally spoken with the VP of product at IKEA to join my panel today, he wanted to talk about what's called the bullwhip effect. And I had no idea what that was, but I thought it would be funny to have it be a prop up here, but then I thought that wasn't very appropriate. But so he said that you were helping companies like IKEA with the bullwhip effect. Are you familiar with that? Or am I making that up?
I am not.
Well, I will tell you that from a UPS standpoint, I'll tell you what the bullwhip effect is. And that is, before we really had good scanning information, you had a best estimate at what volume levels would be like when it came time to deliver. So I'm going to talk about it from an efficiency standpoint. I think probably what this is from stockouts and things kind of along those lines is what I think that is. But with UPS being the largest deliverer, that's going to be an impact as well. But before really the scanning was there, you really didn't know how much volume was going to need to be delivered in a day. So you made your best estimate on the amount of drivers that you would need, things along those lines. As scanning has continued to become better, the data analysis has become better. Now you know when a package is picked up in Atlanta, Georgia, and it's going to be delivered in Dallas, Texas, you know the time in transit through the analysis of that is going to be 3 days. You know when you look at the entire system, all of the packages are going to be in Dallas, Texas on that Wednesday, and you can be staffed appropriately to ensure that you have the right number of drivers to get the end package out to the customer that's needed. So if you're a retailer, you're going to want that on the delivery side to ensure that your delivery is on time. You don't want somebody who's going to be receiving this, and it could be a store, it could be something along those lines. And you talk about that stock out problem. If you don't have enough delivery drivers to be able to get it there, you're not going to be able to get the product there as needed. So ensuring that you have the right staffing for that through that analysis is paramount.
Yeah, and that was an important thing with IKEA, especially if y'all remember in 2020, everyone was buying office furniture because everyone was forced to be home. They didn't have enough office furniture. Christmas came, everything happened. And so all of a sudden, then they had too much inventory. They didn't know what to do with it. So yeah, I find that to be in the retail and the service industry, whereas we're struggling to find drivers or anything. Having that data is paramount to keeping their bottom line and being efficient. So has anybody experienced any of that here at all? The king's completely sleeping right now. So do you have any customers that come to you that talk a little bit about that topic? Because it's all about the data and the importance of it and being efficient.
I'm not sure this is the bullwhip effect, but my customers have definitely been whipped by the managing by average. So I heard this story just the other day. The finance department delivered a number to the merchandising department for shipments, and it said it's $1 per order to ship. That's how much it costs. I said, really, that's great. Well, if we have a $6 order and it costs us $2.50 for that, that's still a reasonable profit margin for us to basically ship from store. So they got whipped by the problem of averages. So that average did come from the finance department, no offense, but it was delivered because it was an average over a large period of time, over tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of orders. When it came down to it, though, the specific orders did have quite a range in terms of the cost of what it was to deliver that order. And they didn't consider the fact that when they turned on ship from store after the pandemic hit, that there would be orders for which that order would be split over multiple stores. So there's two factors that really changed the whole story of this. And what we found is that there were a number of orders that had multiple split shipments inside of them. That customers were going and finding these items in stores that were obscure or even discounted back in the store type things, and then ordering them across all of these different geographies and sending them to the customer who's only paying for shipping once. So they had as many as 17 different split shipments in an order, and for all of those orders, they were losing hundreds of thousands of dollars per weekend. And if you manage by averages, which is what everybody does in the world of store shipments or ship from store in retail, at least today or in the near past, you're going to have a big problem with the profitability of that function in the business. And so, seeing that, they stopped the looping.
And I would be an advocate that the data analytics group should sit in the finance department for that very reason. Because if the data analytics group is sitting somewhere else, they don't always have focus from a profitability standpoint and with that in mind. So I would recommend that that be the case.
And that's what I see in research, as a very recent shift, is where I have started to see the finance organization beginning the sales cycle for our product and our service in resellers, and that is healthy. You know what else they know? They know the ROI, and they can generate for you a return on a business intelligence or an analytics project very easily. I just sat in a meeting this afternoon where they said, because we paid twice on one purchase order, it was $100,000 mistake. I'm like, oh, really? So glad you told me that. That's fantastic. So, I mean, one order, they can make a $100,000 mistake. Yeah, I think you're right. It should originate from the finance department.
Hopefully they're going to spell ROI at least.
The one thing I like about these events, and I think most people in the room, I think I've met almost all of you, what I really like about it is networking with people and really actually hearing their stories. I've heard more stories today, and I love to learn from people's stories. So I might have a use case or a problem, and I think I've spoken with a couple of you about some of the issues and challenges that I have at my company, coming to you to see if you have a story or a solution or a partner or somebody that could maybe help me with my use case. That's what good networking is, right? So I'm curious, for both of you, it might be a good challenge, and I can tell stories until midnight if anybody wants to hear them, but I won't do that, leave it up to you too. That's why I'm the moderator. But I'm curious if you have any, given the conversations that we've had today on data, efficiencies, privacy, customer experiences, any stories or partnerships or solutions that you've found out there that might help all of us with the issues that we're so much engaged in that we're here today, and give it a day and a half of our time. And they can be terrible stories that have, like you've learned from. We always learn from our mistakes, right? To be those.
Yeah, so again, my experience has been with people, consumer activities and things like that. And as opposed to just the technology part, by the way, I'm probably the least technical person in this entire room. I am on TikTok and Be Real, so I'm trying. But I'm a believer that the connection between the employees and the customers is so critical. So in order to ensure the profitability, we talk about lots of technology things that can help with that. I think, Amy, the thing that I would point to is a technology that helped with the safety of the technicians. So there's a company called LOCO that has in-vehicle AI that will tell when a technician, when a driver is either distracted or drowsy. And if they're distracted or drowsy, they have a much higher chance of course, having some type of accident. The most common type of accident at both of my companies was vehicle hit in rear. So it's our vehicle hitting another vehicle in the rear. And one of the top reasons for that is because you are distracted and or drowsy. So this technology helped to be able to see when that was occurring and was able to give an alert to the technician at the time and get feedback back to their operation to let them know that this technician was having this issue. And absolutely, we were able to see return very, very quickly on technicians not only getting home safely, which is the most important thing, but then not having that accident or that injury that would take them off the job and then allow them, not have them be there for their customer. So for me, that was one of the ones more recently that I've seen has been very positive.
Anything from that you've seen or experienced from customers, or don't name the customers, but in general?
Well, first of all, that was a great story. The one I thought of, this is actually more of a personal story. So I'm in analytics, and I need to try to explain what my job is to everybody in my life, right? When they want to understand it. So especially when I'm in retail analytics, they don't understand what that is. But I recently got this ring on my finger here. It's an Aura ring, and I think it's probably the greatest example of how analytics can really change your life when you just have a little piece of information about something that's important. So I've struggled with sleep for a long time. Wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes I can't go to sleep. I had stressful jobs, we've all had stressful jobs. Who knows why that's the case. But I thought maybe it was because of alcohol. So, how do you sleep after you drink alcohol? So there's a good ending to the story. So when I got this thing, it tells you how you slept every night. It tells you how much deep sleep you get. It tells you how much REM sleep you get. It tells you how much light sleep you get. It tells you when you are awake. All right, those are all just analytics about your sleep. And then I could cross that with when I knew that I drank 1 glass of wine, no glass of wine, or I had a bottle of wine with my baby. I'm very happy to say that my sleep has greatly improved since I got this ring. But I think it actually improved, but I have 2 pieces of information on that. I think that it's improved just by looking at the data and understanding it and being interested in how and what the quality of the sleep is. So that's what analytics can do with any function. And I'm very happy to say that it does not correlate with drinking. So,
Did have a happy ending.
Well, I was just at a Women in Analytics event in St. Paul, Minneapolis, St. Paul the other day. And what was fascinating was to have some of the Best Buys and I'm trying to think of the other companies that were there, the Targets of the world, and listen to how they talk from the big box, like analytics. And what they were saying is exactly that, is the importance of taking the analytics, and in your case, looking at it, and then making those changes is just highly important. And what came of that discussion and those discussions is probably no different than all of us understand that we can take all of the data, all of it, but unless we make those changes and put that data into a place, then to actually make those changes, so you don't have to stop drinking also, that's even better, because I got 4 cases of beer upstairs. But to make those changes, and then that's the struggle that today, in talking to and listening to all of you talk and have the questions, that's the challenge. I'm not sure what the future brings. I'm an entrepreneur by heart, so if anybody has any ideas on how we can make money with that, that's not already being done, let me know, come to find me. But I'm curious if you guys have a crystal ball, knowing that that's where we're trying to get at even more. What do you see happening in the next 3 years? And maybe that's a question that I open up to all of you so that you guys can join in the conversation as well too. So, go ahead.
I first wanted to compliment Eddie, because you're the first speaker today that has linked, and I work for Talent Group, we recruit about 1 in 10 hourly workers in the country. And you linked not only systems and data, but the employee to customer satisfaction. And if you look at the data since the pandemic started, and then since the beginning of 2022, we've lost this year alone about 18% of our hourly workforce. And so I think 3 years, in the forward, it's going to really affect the 4 main verticals that we focus on: restaurants, hotels, services, and long-term healthcare facilities. So that's just maybe a comment, but also a compliment to Eddie. I think it's really important and one that gets overlooked by marketing for sure.
any other questions that anybody has or comments? Again, always about engaging.
Question? Yeah, here.
I was just gonna say, I see a rise in AI, just a lot of, I see these new robots that's dropping off groceries, and to your point, service workers, they're gonna rely on robots now to take the food over to people because we are struggling to keep staff. So my question would be, what are some ways that we can get people back motivated, aside from more money in the pocket, of course, that's always a great motivation. What can we do to get people excited about coming back to the workforce?
I think the same problem that we're trying to solve with customers on making it easy to use your service, to me, I think a lot of it is the same way with our employees. You know, what is it that we can do to make that job more attractive and to make them want to be back into the workforce? And I talked briefly about the technicians. I didn't really go to that in depth, but before we put the technology solution in place at Rollins for our pest control technicians, we basically told the technician to, we gave them 10 pieces of paper for the 10 jobs they had to do for the day, and we said, go have a good day. That was basically it. So they had to go through and figure out, where do I need to go? What order do I need to go in? How do I communicate with my customer in order to be able to go through and get done what I need to get done today? So now compare and contrast that now to an iPhone that tells what 10 jobs they have, the order that they're supposed to go in, the Waze technology or the other technology to be able to get them there. And oh, by the way, we're also communicating with your customer to let your customer know when you're going to be there, whether you're going to be on time or a little bit late. We're communicating with them proactively. That job is a much better job. I think whatever we can do to make jobs better like that, I think make people want to be in the workforce. And we saw that with the retention rates of our technicians. I mean, they continue to improve every single quarter as we had this and as we were implementing it and as we were rolling it out. So, you know, just finding out, we have to start by asking questions, right? What is it that the pain points in your job as an employee, and then figure out how or what can we do to be able to take those away from them.
Other questions? Oh, over here.
Question for Jeff. Jeff, I've known of you, I've known of Constance for a long time. Would love to get introduced a little bit later. Came from Aptos, so that's how the connection. Really, you know, I'm in the field of building enterprise applications and really scratching the surface on AI-based applications that require a ton of data into the retail domain. So the question really is, are retailers really getting better with respect to managing their data? Because every time I talk to someone, it's always a struggle about getting access to data. I don't have data. It's going to take a lot of time for me to give you what you need. For someone like me to really dream about the possibilities of using that data to drive operational efficiency, if you will. What are you seeing, and is there any hope?
Thank you for the question. I'll tell you just a short story. I sold my company Aptos in 2014 called Constance. And then I was very, very depressed for a long period of time trying to figure out what I was going to do next. And I ended up taking a job with IBM in the retail division, and they said, go sell people AI, Watson. And I said, okay, let's do that. And so got kind of a crash course in what that was, and went out to sell them stuff. And I was pretty good at the presentation. But you know what they said to me? This is great. I love what you're saying about AI and what we can do with it here, but our data is a total mess. And I heard that in retailer after retailer after retailer. And so I had a 2-year contract at IBM. And one day after that contract was over, I left IBM and I started this company, Rolling, to try and solve that problem. That's exactly what I did. Is there a problem out there for this? Yes, I mean, it's a mess right now. Every single retailer, not every single retailer, but I would say the vast majority of retailers are really struggling with this. This being collecting data across all of the systems and touch points that they have and how they have had to respond to the complexity of retail today has caused a real challenge in anybody bringing it together and being able to ask questions, and it's even some of the most basic questions. And so part of our pitch was, if you ever want to get to AI, if you ever want to get to an intelligent application or really to affect customer experience, we're going to have to solve that problem. Because right now, what happens for anybody that's in the data science position, half their job is pulling that data together in a way that they can use it. And that's what we call data janitorial work. And they're not the ones that should be doing that. That's what we want to fix for our customers. So I think there's hope. And the hope is, well, I'm just kidding. Yes, there's hope. And the technology exists that's there. Also, one of the products that I think is so exciting today is our deep partner in cloud database computing, Snowflake, which is opening up all kinds of possibilities for not only just like the basics of database performance, scalability, cost, but also in the ability to share data across their cloud computing platform with external parties that has never been done before. So that's opening up a new world that I see is very exciting when retailers can partner with manufacturers and wholesalers, as well as data providers for customer information, for instance, and multiple of those. That opens up the world to be very exciting.
I'll do a commercial for you, being on the other side of this and standing up the data analytics group when I was at Rollins, is having 3 different versions of the same data. And when you go through and provide the output, and then people who see the output say this doesn't look right because there are 2 other versions of the data. So going through and first determining which one is the right one, and then how do you make sure that everybody's on the same page, with that.
Welcome to the Monday morning meeting in retail across the world, I think.
Well, I just wanted to thank my amazing panelists for and also I want to thank everybody here. We have such a great fun-filled night. I actually am so excited to say that up on the rooftop is where we're gonna have music, 80s and 90s music, if I remember. I changed my flight just to stay here tonight, by the way. I'm so excited. But I just want everyone I challenge you to have some fun tonight. It's been a long day, but hopefully you learned a lot. But I also want to challenge you to, again, once I said, these events are great because it's a small community of people that actually have a lot in common. So get out there and meet as many people as you can as well. This group is great for that, and it's one of the reasons I keep coming back. So thank you all, and I'll look forward to seeing you on the rooftop.
All right, so we're gonna close. I don't even need to say anything else. Amy said it all. So as you go out these doors here to your left, there's a bank of elevators. Just press R and you're up at the roof. The band's already up there. I just went and checked on them. They're warming up and testing sounds, and food's up there, beer's up there. So pretty excited about that. Just a quick recap for tomorrow. So we kick off tomorrow at 9 a.m. again with Krista Rouse from the Weather Channel. Will be here sharing about some of their data and how they're sort of mashing that data up with other data sets. We've got an international panel with our folks from Japan and Germany, and kind of sharing some insights from what they're seeing in different parts of the world and how location data is being used there. Then we have a customer experience panel that I'll moderate with Fiserv, with Kevin from Vert, with 8451, which is Kroger's external lab. So they have the internal, which is West that you heard from earlier today, and then their external lab, and then Nick from Radar will be back. And then we're going to close it all out with 2 sessions. One, a case study discussion between Mall of America and a provider that they're using called Wait Time. And then we're gonna, Carson and I will get up here and tell you a little bit about best retail cases and how you can get involved in submitting your case studies, into the platform and for the awards competition and things like that, which we want you all to do. So with that, that's a wrap for today. The one thing I neglected to do earlier, and so as you go upstairs, if you don't know Lisa West, she's been wandering around here all day today. She's been my hands and feet on the ground, making all of this happen here in Atlanta. So, because I don't live here. And so if you see her up there, she's not staying super long, but she'll be up there when you go up now. Just thank her for all her great work, please. All right, thank you very much. Oh, one other